Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can just check if it's linked. It's on LinkedIn. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are in for the last 8 hours.
Where's 16 hours gone? Seriously.
Honestly, I know it's crazy. I'm well excited for the next guest coming on. So, firstly, before we do, let's just allow a couple of minutes. Let's get this on the share. So, share this into your local groups. Comment and tag someone who needs to hear the back end of this conversation. Yeah, get this out there into the local community. I haven't checked the fundraising so far. I will do, but we're running behind the schedule, and I'm really just, quite frankly, keep giving. It's we're at 8793 total. I don't know what the total is. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter. The conversations are what matter today. The fundraising will follow, no doubt. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. If you're on LinkedIn, again, please repost comments for someone who wants to, who could do with hearing some of these. We're 16 hours in right now. I've got more coffee coming. I hear, which I'm excited about. You've had enough tea.
I've had loads too much tea.
You've had way too much tea, so you're going to be crashing soon.
I'll be rocking.
Right, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah? Okay, cool. Let's get Courtney on. Here we go. Home straight. You ready, Courtney? I see you. Welcome, Courtney Reeve. You legend.
I don't know if it's me or what, but it's quite hard to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you sound quite
crackly.
It's like robotic almost. It's like maybe just switch the mic off again and on. Have you got a wired mic?
No,
1 second. Just check on your. Are you doing this on your phone or your laptop?
my iPad.
iPad. Yeah, so I can hear you okay, but it's a bit crackly when you talk.
Yeah, it's the same your side from me to you.
Oh, right, okay, interesting. Let me see. 1 second. Edit mic settings. I can see if I can edit your. It might be this.
It might be that.
Just.
Hello,
Here we go. Say again.
hello?
Hey, how's that?
Yay!
Better?
Not for me, you're still practically my end.
You sound great. It's definitely
Oh,
our
okay.
end. I'll tell you what it is. That's not even on there. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm going to secondary option because that ain't gonna work.
Well, Christine said that it's not crackly for her.
Alex and Luke crackly for me, but Courtney is on.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Courtney's iPad.
Okay, fine. Can hear Courtney okay? Okay, fine. We can hear you. Everyone, so Ian's saying we can hear you fine. Can everyone just give Courtney some support and let her know that we can hear her fine, and us too, just so we know that we don't need to like change settings or something.
All
Good?
better now.
We're good. Courtney, welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, I've been to work. I've been here, there, everywhere today.
How have you enjoyed today?
It's been amazing. I've been crying while cleaning while at work. It's been absolutely amazing. Incredible.
Oh, bless you.
I really don't know what I'm going to add to it because it's been so
Oh,
amazing.
loads. You're the only person who made me cry last year, Courtney.
Well, I'm trying not to do that because everyone's been crying a lot today. It's been really powerful, really wonderful stuff.
Is there any like one or two? And it's a really hard question to ask because every guest has been amazing. Is there one or two moments that you can think of that just like really like hit home for you?
Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, when he had that, I didn't get to watch it all because I've been at work today. I've been at work, so I literally got home, got ready, and now doing this. So it's been a little bit crazy. That also I didn't want to let you down. So I've been like, and yeah, so Sam, um, Rachel, oh, I love Rachel.
Yeah, we
Rachel's
love
a friend
Rachel.
of mine from B3, so honestly, I love Rachel, don't I? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I'm really excited to hear Jamie and later at
You loved
yeah.
Jamie last year. I remember you like Jamie was the guy, right?
Look at her.
Yeah.
Love it. Courtney, can I ask you a question if that's okay? Something you put on, because I've been really looking forward to speaking to you because I think you're just an inspiration to many people. It's what you put on a bit earlier about Legoland. That remember you said you had to prove that you had cerebral palsy. Can I ask you a question? How did that make you feel?
Oh no, go really deep.
Luke's on it.
No, I'll tell you why, Courtney, because I think it's really important to, because you're so honest about how people make you feel sometimes. I think it's really important for the people who have got cerebral palsy in society to learn how it makes you feel when you get that discrimination against, people with cerebral palsy.
Personally, I don't think it was discrimination. I think when it comes, I might be completely wrong, but you've got to understand that a lot of people cheat the system to jump the two. So
Yeah.
I can understand why they wanted to make sure, even though, and then when you've got a digital disability, it's quite easy to see at times. But I think it says I didn't ignore the protocol to every disabled person when it comes to something like that you do have to prove, because even when you've got a hidden disability, anyone can say, oh, I have autism or I have ADHD. Sometimes you need that documentation, like I said, a PIT letter, personal a PIT or a DLA letter. So sometimes they want to make sure that the right support is going to the right people.
What an answer, by the way.
So Courtney's is well inspiring in many ways,
Yes.
but I learn all the time from Courtney. Like I have these conversations. Some of the conversations we had in with Georgie and stuff. But I like just because Courtney has got to know me quite well now.
Yeah.
I'm very direct. I'm very blunt, and I just go, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me, educate me. I say, Courtney, just educate me on all this stuff because I don't know what you're on about because I haven't got lived experience.
No.
Courtney's got lived experience, not only lived experience, but has this wonderful perspective and understanding of others. And I think that comes through the volunteering that you've done over time. You do a lot of work with C3. Can you talk about the role that volunteering and communities play in your life, Courtney?
Oh, no, good, very good. It doesn't quite back to where I met Georgie. I met Georgie while volunteering at Family Sunday for Family Protected by Tourette's, and that's how I met Georgie, and I'll talk more about her later. And yeah, I'm really I'm very lucky. I was told when I was diagnosed that I would never be able to walk, never be able to talk, never be able to do what I'm doing now. I think it's really important to just say that, because people need to see people like you. Can I just do a shout out there? Sorry.
You don't have to apologise.
Is a paid support network for people with disabilities, mental health, anything. I know them since lockdown 2020. They've been amazing with the highs and lows. They are amazing. They have a Discord server and it's paid support. And I didn't know at the interested in what they do, Luke, because peer support is what you do at no support.
Yeah, peer support.
And so, go to peer support. I can send you some information if you want, Luke. I think that might be a really good connection for you.
See, like, Courtney he can't help himself. Courtney, do you remember? So, Court, do you know how we met?
No, I don't think I do.
So, we met through Charlie.
Yeah.
Through Charlie. So when we had the souk space, when we were looking after we were doing the co-retail
that's
in the
right.
souk space, Courtney came, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Courtney came round. So previously in the souk space, there was I can't remember the name of the brand. Remind me.
Unhidden clothing.
Unhidden
Yes,
clothing.
I do remember that now, yeah.
So unhidden clothing. Obviously, Courtney had gone back to see them. Realised they weren't there. Go on, please do.
I knew they wasn't there. But I think Unhidden shares that shifted with taking order. Sorry.
And you're like, who are these shifties guys? Who are these shifties guys coming into my town?
I really didn't know. I really didn't know. But I'm really happy that I did meet you guys. Because I just want to say, Alex, I don't think you realise how amazing you are. What you have done for us, and the way you have helped me over the last year has been amazing. You have opened so many doors for me, really helped me as a person. And then, I'm trying not to talk about it, but, later on we're going to have Georgie on, and, that's not a small thing, we can explain all later why. But, it's like you said earlier, a lot of people wouldn't have someone like Georgie on live, unedited, and make space for that. And you know what, I'm going to say this now, because I can't wait, I'm absolutely heartbroken that she can't do this. But I know how much she really wanted to do this.
But we will tell her story, like Courtney. This is what we will make sure. We will make sure that we tell her story of what she goes through on a daily basis and what support we can give her moving forward. Because, again, like anybody with a disability, they should be open to all services that anybody without a disability should have. And you mentioned, Alex, opening doors for you. Them doors should have already been open for you in the first place,
No, I don't think it's stuff like that. I think sometimes you just, it's like with any sort of community, you've got to connect into that community to open doors.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't because I was disabled that those doors wasn't open. It was because I didn't know where the doors were. Sometimes you had to go through alleyways or no doors to open, and I don't like that. The partnership with me and Alex.
I love that, and I love that because I see I can see some more love. There's some comments that you should address. There's some comments from Stuart there. I think it's a great example to discuss. But I want to just sign this up because the journey that you've been on, Courtney, this year, the journey you've been on. I remember having conversations with you and Rachel about a year ago-ish. Obviously, it was post this event. And you were having some challenges, like in terms of battles with yourself, in terms of where to put my time. I've got all this energy. I've got all this because you got a lot of energy, Courtney, like a lot of really positive energy and directing it at the right stuff. Since then, like the work that you've done at C3 is incredible. The work that you've done to support Georgie and getting her to a position where she could come and talk here is incredible. You got a job. You got a job.
Yeah. And Alex, I have been talking to your wife, Christine. We are going to take you up there for the day just to say thank you. And Luke, you're coming too.
Oh, love to. Don't stop me. I'll be there.
Centre Parks.
Wicked.
Yeah, Courtney's got a job there.
Courtney, what do you do at Centre Parks?
Yeah, and the house is there.
Are
Housekeeper,
you?
yeah.
Fantastic.
Keeps well fit.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do look got a day and oh my god, Jackie, how you doing? Oh my god, I'm loving all this.
Yeah.
Can we
so
can
you
we
should.
just put some love in here for Courtney? I don't care where you're from. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. Give her some love. Give some love to Courtney because she bloody deserves it. She's incredible.
Absolutely.
Absolutely incredible. And last, so I'm not going to let you get away with what you did to me last year because I said I want to talk to Courtney about Courtney, and then she talked about Georgie.
Yeah.
And she talked about everyone else but Courtney. I want to know Courtney.
The reason why I do that is she's always asking why. Sometimes you need the why before you can understand everything else. And
So
that's
how
why
then?
I
So
think-
you told me why. I understand why. How? How do you how does Courtney you've got a lot of different you've got a wonderful opportunity in life. You've got beautiful friends. You've got all these you've got now got the job. You've got all of this amazing opportunity. There's communities you're involved in. Like how what are you excited about, Courtney? What's exciting about Courtney's life? What are you up to?
And I've got meeting you and having this. I started advocating for part of the type club where it's a used to. Actually, you guys need to come down to the group. They have locations across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, and they've got a location in St. Neots. You guys got to come down and meet the young people and
When is it?
Furniture.
When?
I don't know off the top of my head. I did give you a leaflet when we met up earlier this year.
When did we meet? When was that?
At
Oh,
the
it came when we went to Cambridge
Cambridge.
together for Cambridge. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you did give me a leaflet for that. I will check that out. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was probably still had baby brain at the time. It was like a couple of weeks after Henry was born.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, so I did that, and then through that, I was torturing Pride. I went to Pride, and then they did that up through and group. They run a youth group online on Zoom for LGBT disabled people. So all the young people who are disabled or neurodiverse, and those who talk about the values of being queer and disabled, and they also they do it every other Thursday. And through that, I realised under the barriers and how rare it is for organisations like Pride to be so inclusive. And never been done with young people open about talking about the disability on not just on the disability group, but also in the normal online group, in-person group that we do in Cambridge, Ely, Peterborough. Young people are looking for understanding. Young people are looking for connection. That's why it's so important. And so through that, I very often thought I need to organise a panel at Cambridge Pride to talk about words like being queer and disabled. And they want to make that a yearly thing, which is amazing. Through then, I worked with Donald. We released a organisation, I can't remember the word. Yeah, they did a 2-hour panel, and on that panel, not just me, but like other disabled queer LGBT young disabled people panel, and on that panel, we had the ability to just like share and provide a document of the issues faced by disabled people. Yeah, and from that, I then did a seminar for LGBT mental health, and It was amazing, and we talked about critical warning. We talked about suicide and the impact of suicide for disabled youth, and that was really important. And I Randolin, and then yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Had so many opportunities in that year, last year, and it all goes back to you, Alex, because you really started.
Courtney, it's not sure.
Courtney,
It's your passion,
yeah,
your
honestly.
passion. You're absolutely inspirational.
Right? Look at,
Seriously, you've done it again for me
So,
again
like,
now.
the thing is, right? I think we had the conversation. Who was it last time? We were talking about Rachel. It was actually linked to Rachel, who I've just put the thing on. The waves of opportunities. Like I could, honestly, I know, and I'm not. I've done nothing. All I've done is say, here, like, let me just point a few things out. That's my role. That's what Shifties is all about.
Yeah.
That's what the co-grow way of doing things is. Collaborative growth through community. You have to open that door. You have to send that text. You have to meet that person. You have to come up with that agenda. You've got to then put yourself out there and put yourself... You did that. All of that was you.
There's a lot of people who wouldn't do that. So they get all the information and then go, no, actually, I'm a little bit scared. No.
Yeah.
You don't. You time and time again reach out for that. It's amazing.
I wonder if I can find the text that you... I still treasure the text I got when you got your first job.
Yeah.
I think it's pinned in the chat. You were so proud. Like, what did that mean to you, getting that job? What did that mean to you?
Oh my God. It was in Northern, Dental Park, where I work now at Dental Park.
Yeah.
It's still a part of leader. I've always been told that I was never get a paid job, and now I'm doing it. You know, I'm so. I've got to be careful what I say because I don't want to talk about it too much. You always say what are you looking forward to? What are you looking forward to? And you say how many opportunities are there for me. That's great. But my lived experience is my lived experience. The fact that later on tonight we were going to have Georgie on, sadly we're not. That kind of that stopped me because it shouldn't have been that all these doors that you had caught it and then let it. Now people say, why do you go to so much on other people? Because we should be helping people up, not just focusing on pushing ourselves up.
You're breaking down barriers, Courtney. Do you know that? You are.
She
You
is.
really are making a difference. I don't think you realise it yet, but you truly are. You are.
You're just paying it forward.
Absolutely.
You're doing exactly what you're doing exactly. I don't know why I'm tapping the bum. I don't know what the bum's doing here anymore. We fixed the mics. I don't know what the butt's doing here anymore. Nothing to do with the butt. Is there any relation to what I'm saying? All you've done is pay it forward. All you've done. I'm not saying, Courtney. I don't need to tell you to do anything. You're gonna do whatever feels right to you. I know you're a lady of faith as well, and you've got this real affinity and belief in why you do what you do. It's not up to you to do. You did the right thing. I'm going to open the door for you because I know you're going to open the door for the next person, and probably 20 others at the same time because you go, oh, actually, that person needs one as well. Because that's just who you are. But you also need to sometimes. Please promise me. And I'm guilty of this. I can see Stuart's comment in there. You know, I just like be proud of yourself, Courtney. Be proud of yourself because you coming on here last year changed a lot of things for a lot of people.
Absolutely, you mean a lot to a lot of people. And I was, it took me a long while to praise myself, and you should do that a lot.
Absolutely.
But can I also ask you a quick question as well? With your faith as well, and I asked the same question literally in the first chat this morning. What does your faith bring to you, Courtney? Oh, that's just, I love that. Absolutely incredible. Oh, Courtney.
There you go. Look at that. You got some love back from the Flair peer support.
Love you, Dad, Flair. But I don't, let me get into that. what is Donuts about today about community? And it's right, I love that we talk Donuts about community on this day, and I love all that. But we do know community theory at degree, and that's great. And we talk all the time about community. I love community. That's why I love engaging with stuff like cities because of the community. But my question is, why are we focusing on those who are already in community? But yeah, the question is, like I said earlier, like you said earlier, why is it in 2023? It's a big deal to have someone who has Tourette's on reporting. Oh, we don't want to offend people. It's her life. And that's why I'm a little bit upset. I'm not mad at her because I get it, but I'm a little bit like, with that I didn't have to yet again share her story, because her story is her story, and you guys, if you watch anything, I know it's like 3 times at 10:30.
Yeah.
So we can truly reach you guys. But we, Alex and Luke and I had been, and I know you want me to go to Dundee, so how can I go to Dundee when I'm here and there's people who are here? I'm not saying that Georgie's here. Georgie's absolutely done up the court where she lives and is actually doing really well. But the question is, we've got Georgie who's doing really well. There's so many people who would go through what she's gone through and really need to make it out the other side, because community doesn't mean because community for everyone. We just got a lot more work to do, and I'm devastated that she wrote the
I know.
here live. I'm devastated.
I know, but we will be there. So here's the invite, everyone. 10:30 p.m. tonight to finish the Liveathon. So the last guest on will be Courtney, Alex, Luke, and Stephen will be here at the time as well to welcome Georgie and Georgie's story. Yeah. So Georgie was supposed to be here at 10:30. Georgie has, and her full story will be told during that half an hour, and Courtney will assist us in doing so. And I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Georgie should have been here to tell her own story. Unfortunately, through her severe Tourette's, like it's severe, like it's one of the highest severities, right, Courtney? Like in the UK, it's like it's verbal and physical. Unfortunately, it's a medical. I don't know how to describe the incident without. I don't want to say what happened. Like, Courtney, can you help me?
She had somebody to share what happened.
Okay.
She basically.
She slipped a disc, right?
Yeah, in her neck.
Bless her.
So because of the tics, it slipped a disc in her neck. So she's on painkiller. Like, it's just not safe for her to come and share her story herself.
I need to kick the bum.
So we'll make sure we do that together at 10:30.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
please do, everyone, tune in at 10:30. We'll be welcoming Courtney back to finish the evening, 10:30 to 11. The last guest in Georgie's honour. Who else but Courtney? Yeah. I know. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Courtney, can I just ask you to do one thing for me tonight before you go to bed, please? Can you look in the mirror and say that I'm proud of myself, please?
I'm not saying that I'm not proud of myself.
I'm not. I know. I know you're not, but I just want you to say that tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Done. Deal.
I love that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. And I asked the question of the last two guests. I asked the question of you. What are you going to say to yourself a year from now?
Wow, what a year.
Love it.
What a year.
I love that.
Wow, what a
That's
year.
my favourite answer for the day.
Look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
Hey, look at that. Bless you, Courtney. Thank you for being an inspiration.
I said say something, and I want to do this, and I was going to say it at half term, I'm going to say it now.
Go for it.
I people say, what would you like to achieve? Alex, I love your heart for disabilities and inclusion. Can you promise me that me and you will try and do something together? Bigger than this. I want to create. I want to create an in-person event that is for businesses that also for the disabled community and their families. We talk about entrepreneurship and businesses. A lot of the time, we don't see that sort of opportunity out there for those in special needs, those who are on benefit, those who need high support needs, aka people like Georgie. And I wanna actually prove the point that actually it's not about essentially what Dan says. I want to work with you. I want to work with Sam. And actually, you know what? I'm going to say this. I love your heart.
Oh,
The
Courtney.
No, I'm being serious. And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again because everyone is saying this. The fact that you allow Georgie to turn on here, if you can't, you know, for all the reasons, but do you know how many people wouldn't allow that? And that's not saying shame on them. That's actually showing the sort of person you are. Alex, I want to say this, from a disabled person point of view, and also a person who really cares about people like this. I can't do what I do. It's opportunities and partnership with people like you. Alex, you had impacted Georgie's life. I know that. Not just my life, but the fact that you reached out and said, actually, I don't care about the pick, I don't care about anything like that. I want to hear from you, live, unedited. How many people would do that? How many people in the local community, because I will have to say, she's got loads of support on a local level, so she's, again, incredible story, I can. But to give someone like that a national attention is, I know that it doesn't mean a lot to her, but I know that it doesn't mean a lot to parents out there or children who resonate like Georgie. So I don't want to take that credit. I think it's important to realise that, you know, we can only do what we do. It's actually people in power who use their power to see people, not to share barriers. And that's what you had done. So I do want to...
For you, I'll kick down any barrier. So you have my word, Courtney. We'll find a way to do something bigger this year. All right? We'll find a way to do something bigger this year. All right? I promise you that. All right? Now, we've got to go because we've got to get Steve on next. And if you want to get on for 10:30, I've now got to get through the guests. But I appreciate your kind words, and I take them, and they mean the world to me. And I thank you very much. They honestly they mean a lot more than I may be showing right now, because I'm trying to control myself, because you do have this effect on me. Chill out, man. But please know that means the world to me. Thank you.
I just know that it doesn't.
I wish you were here so I'd give you a hug.
Yeah.
We really are.
Yeah.
But never empathy those to identify part. So don't enter the
Yeah, we are.
Oh, I'm there.
Yeah,
Henry,
done.
Can Henry come?
No, the whole time doesn't end.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Courtney. I really appreciate it. Thanks again. Thanks for speaking up today. Really appreciate it.
Amazing. You're an inspiration.
We'll see you again at 10:30.
10:30.
See you
Go,
at 10:30. Steve Whitney is listening here. Steve, do you want to come in through? Come straight through, mate.
Could do with a hug, mate.
She's brilliant, isn't she?
She's more than brilliant, mate. This is why Speak Up exists.
Yes.
Like, honestly, like, this is why it exists. Like, honestly, obviously, there's a fundraising target, and we will hit that.
Yeah.
But it's people like that this exists for. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You're gonna get baby, yay! Oh, mate. Oh, Steve, mate. Oh, come here, mate. Man. Sorry, we're running a little bit behind there.
I'll kick her off, can you?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Take a seat over here next to the butt. Next to the butt. The butt can actually go away now because Luke's going to kick it over.
Yeah, I've got to
get rid of the butt. The butt's had its moment. I think it saved us for a moment, didn't it? I'm going around there. I'm going around here. Nothing personal, mate, but you know. It gets a bit echoey when we've got two next to each other. Got some loving, mate. Have you done my miles then for me?
I'm going yellow. We're not had yellow
I've got some
today.
catching up to do. Steve Whitney.
Mr. Steve Whitney, the legend.
Mate, absolute G. You got all these mics on?
Probably
Boom.
not actually. Boom. Yeah.
Steve is in. Already loves. You just like your face walks. It goes in. Let's get some love for Steve Whitney in the comments, please, and let's share these around the town. I mean, Steve Whitney. A year.
Man like Steve.
What's happened in the last year? Like, I don't like. Where do we even start?
It's a bit of a blur, really, isn't it?
So obviously last year you came and shared your story, and it was amazing that you would, and you did. But now it's about now. Now it's about now, Steve.
Yeah, it's I've become a bit of a go-to person, I think, when it comes to male mental health in and around St Neots. And I never say no. It's if Luke needs me to stand in, I'll stand in for him. And he and I have had conversations about, he now needs to get himself time, and he now needs to.
We've discussed it.
Well, I was listening in. And that's the first time in reality that I've actually heard you say
Really?
it.
Oh,
So you got to repeat.
Yeah,
So you
no,
send
I agree.
when it happens, just record it and
That's
send it
it
on
for
voice
me.
note.
I'm not doing no more groups now.
We'll get your button like the no button.
That's it. Yeah. And then the man cave comes about. So Claire put the word out. So we've jumped on that.
So can you explain what that is?
So the man cave is a bit like the repair shop for men that need somewhere to go. It's a safe space for men to come and play with wood, play with push bikes, sit in a corner, drink tea, eat biscuits, do jigsaw puzzles. Come and do what you like. Come and do one of our projects, or they can bring their own, or they can just come and do nothing.
Chill.
What I love about the man cave, and it's not just for the, how can I put it politely, the elder generation, is it? It's for all ages. I know guys who are in their 30s and 40s have been coming down, and I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that really has become apparent is that we've got people that have needed it and have come from nowhere. And then we've got the other groups for men to talk, walk and talk for men. There's a big influx, a big community thing there where those guys are coming along as well. We've had a youngster that struggled from nowhere over recent times, and he's putting himself in every situation he possibly can to improve his mental health and get himself back to where he was.
Yeah.
And and he came to the cave and started creating Christmas decorations and stuff like that. It's the cave is very, very much in its infancy. It's true to say that we were naive in that we have thought that we'd get everything donated, and we have actually got to run it as a business. We've got to understand that we've got to create the funds to enable us to get the materials, to enable us to create the funds. Right? Simple logistics, very simple logistics. And you know, that's a big plus point. I've got involved with Andy's Man Club. I'm a big supporter of Andy's Man Club.
Yeah.
I don't mind
They're rocking,
admitting.
aren't they? They're rocking.
Absolutely, absolutely. About 117 groups countrywide now, and they're this evening they'll probably go through the 2,500 men
Wow.
in those
Yeah, I think
117 groups.
Can I say also one of my favourite days of this year with Steve was with Andy's Man Club. Andy's Man Club over at Great Granston. We had a great day, didn't we?
Gransden show.
Gary.
There was a 3/4 of an hour slot there, wasn't there? Where the three of us, Gary
Sat like this,
Clark,
didn't we?
Luke, myself, we were just sat there talking male mental health, our own, our experiences, and that would have probably been one of the best male mental health podcasts
Oh,
you
we
would
will
have
be
ever
Put them with
listened
you
to.
next time. Just
We
put
did
it-
say that. I've got one as well. I said
Absolutely.
that.
Sometimes
We
you just grab it there,
Oh,
mate.
it was just amazing, and we got as much out of that as
We had a great day, didn't we?
as everybody else. You know, the farmer that came and spoke
Absolutely
to us
brilliant.
and told us how the ram saved his life.
That was
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, it was all about a ram that he was really struggling, and if it weren't for that ram who came up to him in
Right.
his darkest
He
day,
needed him.
he wouldn't have been here.
Yep, he'd got
Like it reminds me. That reminds me of the. I mean, you hear that a lot around animals.
Yeah, yeah.
And, but it just whenever I hear that sort of story, I always think of Ricky Gervais and the dog.
Yeah, Afterlife.
That fantastic.
Yeah.
Afterlife's a
program,
fantastic
I don't get time to watch telly. I'm too busy.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
And he does mind that all the time. Like, Alex, you in the way. You get busy, mate. This guy's
I know he
calendar's
is.
worse than mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've got
committed, man. You're committed.
I've got a great network. I've got a
Yeah.
lot of go-to guys.
You know if
Yeah.
you call the right people. Yeah.
But one thing that I have got that the three of us in this room have got is I have got the most wonderful wife.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
You know, the three of us don't do what we do, right, without Hayley, without Christine,
Absolutely.
and without Fiona.
Yeah.
Fiona
amen.
is my rock.
Yeah.
Right? I go out to work in the morning. If I'm going out walking and talking, I just tell her what time I'm going to be back.
there's
It's
no
like
pressure.
today, sweetheart. You just sort your own dinner out, right? I'll get in when I get in, right? And I'll have what was left over from yesterday.
Dog biscuits.
Right, and she is absolutely huge, and she's picking up our leaflets, our
Yeah.
cards. She's taking them around the libraries. She's so
She's
behind
amazing.
what we do, and you know, without her,
Yeah.
right? And I'll look at the camera and tell her, sweetheart, I love you to bits. I really do appreciate.
That's
what
got
you
me
do."
going again.
Bless you, man.
Can you also explain what you did with Gary a couple of weeks ago at St Neots train station?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
important.
see that.
This is
Yeah.
very, very, very important.
So we simultaneously, I think the three of us all had a little communication between us.
Was this Andy's man?
Andy's
Yeah,
Man
Man Club,
Club for Men to Talk
Yeah.
and Walk and Talk for Men. We'd had the two fatalities at the station. There'd also been one at Sandy not so long before. And we felt like we wanted to do something, the three groups. So I went to the station. I've got the details of the controller, and she controls from Huntingdon down to Halsey.
Nice, that sounds-
And I explained that, you know, what we do as voluntary groups, and is there anything we can do to help? And initially it was, well, we've got Samaritans. Right? It was all about Samaritans, and the individual groups and support that we could offer really wasn't in their remit. And then out of the blue, I got a phone call a couple of weeks later saying, look, we're doing an awareness campaign up at the station. Would you be able to pull something together?
Right.
So we did. We pulled the banners
Oh, you
together.
did,
We got
yeah.
all the leaflets.
It
We
looks
got
sick.
the
I see it on
business
the photos.
cards.
It's amazing.
And as it
Well done.
happens, right, we were working alongside Samaritans, and they all turned up with these business card holders. They didn't have anything to put in them. Right? Yeah, they had a few cards
yeah.
that they could put in. Right? So of course we've got
Well,
Women
ours
Talk
didn't,
for Men to Talk and his
Hang
Man
on in
Club.
there.
So everybody. But the amazing thing was that they bought the. It's not a community support group, but there's a support group. Yeah, and these are the guys that are doing all the surveying of the tracks for trespass.
Oh.
People are breaking through the the guards to get to the stage to get onto the railway. They're the first responders if there's a fatality or something like that. So they're seeing it all. We didn't have to give anything out. All we did was put them in the folders. They were at the top of the stairs, and every person that walked through there got one, or they got a snarl.
See the powerful. The powerful thing
unbelievable.
about that. It's not, it might not be that person who picked up that business card or business cards will need it. It'll be his mate or her mate, or it's a domino effect.
Yep.
It's then again. It's like things like today. It's publicising our groups.
Yeah.
And you very kindly, put for Men to Talk on there because I couldn't make it. I was doing a meeting myself. But it's also we talked about that. We had an amazing conversation, like going back to Great Grandstand, because we said we aren't competitors.
No, it's not.
It's not about competitors. No, but we all had that sort of like, no, of course we're not.
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of that in the charity, the CIC,
Yeah.
because everyone's competing for the same funding
But we're not.
and blah blah blah. I don't see that. at
We
all.
just want to give out the more
I get
options out there for men, for our benefit, for men to be able to be open and talk about their mental health, and giving them different options, give them some more opportunities to talk.
Just about Anthony was saying earlier, Anthony, more talking about running, saying there's a load of different running
Yep.
clubs.
Yeah.
If you want to go that one, don't really care. Just get running.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what it's
And
about.
and the concepts are absolutely they're the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same. It's
How proud are you, Steve, of yourself? Do you ever stop? Well, no. 2 questions there. Do you ever stop? Well, the answer is no. When you do stop for a moment, when you're waiting at a traffic light or something, do you ever remind yourself just how bloody
I
proud
can't
you are?
wait for this answer because
Go
he asked me this a lot.
Yeah, go on. I know, because he asked me. He asked everyone.
I'm me.
No, I didn't answer.
that's not the answer.
Give that no button.
Yes.
Press that red button.
Yes, of course I'm proud. Right? But I don't do it to be proud.
No.
I suffered a huge tragedy in my life, a massive tragedy in my life, and I had a choice to make. Right, I either go with Will and become another statistic, or I try and get myself on the straight and narrow to understand that their life continues, and then after that, it was the next step, and I was very fortunate because my first next step. I met some extraordinary people. One who've just left about 3/4 of an hour ago in Justin.
Yeah, man.
Right? And you two guys. You two guys were on my first walk.
Yeah, we said that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
it's on
yeah,
wasn't it?
And
Justin
Yeah.
Justin invited me along. He's like,
Yeah.
Steve's here. I was like, who's the fuck Steve?
yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, you're going to love Steve. I was like,
Yeah, we were
who's
talking.
Steve, man? And then obviously, having met
think
you,
there must-
I'm like, I
I
fucking
think
love
there's about
Steve.
10 of us when I
And
first
as everyone
walked,
loves
wasn't
Steve, I can see right in there,
Yeah.
love Steve.
But yeah,
No, well, mate, honestly, it's appreciated. I'm with you. But I feel that's the best part of the movement,
Yeah.
Walk and Talk for Men. And I hope that the cave adopts your philosophy, yours and Justin's philosophy,
Yeah.
which we've heard from Justin already, and from you now. If we need infrastructure.
correct.
We need
Yeah.
infrastructure because it's all good
Yep.
walking and talking, and
Yep.
we need more of it, and we should hundreds, thousands of people doing it. We need space.
Yep.
And we talked about this. Me and you rant at each other about this every time we
Yep.
see each other. We need that, and the community. So this is about St Neots and the benefits of things for people in St Neots and their mental health. Back the spaces. If there's opportunity and you see something come through your door, or something on the internet, or a poll, or something, or I don't know, however these decisions are made, there's always a debate around that. Make sure you back infrastructure that serves humans in our community.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Actually creates safe spaces. We've heard a lot of that today, haven't we?
Yep.
Safe
Absolutely.
spaces, community. We've heard the words.
Yeah.
Where's the action?
Yep.
We want to see it. Well, you started that movement.
Yep.
You took a big leap. You said we're going to do something else. Because one next step after Walk and Talk is to walk to
Yeah.
the man cave. And the man cave needs to be supported.
And again,
what do we need to do as a community to support you?
We need volunteers. Right? We need people that are going to actually drive it and run it. You know, the likes of us. Right? We're people to put the infrastructure in place.
Yeah.
Right? If we're actually managing these facilities, right, then we're not moving things forward. Right? So we've got to find people that can run the groups. It's the same as you've decided now that, you know, you need to expand. You need to put more groups out there. You can't do them all.
I'm not doing them anymore.
So now you've got to find the facilitators that are going to pick it up and
I won't do
pick it up
anymore.
and run with it. And the cave's the same.
Yeah.
Right?
Operators.
You know, if we start, if those people that have set it up and put the foundations in place start to drift away, it will disappear.
Absolutely will, yeah.
It will disappear because it can't fall on one person's shoulders.
And with and the benefits to you, and I'll look to the camera for this because this will be snipped. You know, all of these interviews are being cut and they can be used and put out in the right way and maybe in the right places, maybe right down the face of some of the right places. The benefits to you as a member of the community of St Neots of volunteering. I met a wonderful man this year, and he's promised he's going to come down and see us. A guy called Darren Murinaz, his name is. Okay. Stephen Ferguson met him when we went down to Anthropy. Yeah. His story is phenomenal. He's from Liverpool, born with a visual impairment, so 90%, into care. Went from care into drugs into crime into prison. 5 years in prison into homelessness.
Wow.
6 years of homelessness into volunteering. Now, what got him was a slice of pizza and a Tesco voucher, £5 Tesco voucher, a slice of pizza. And he came into a safe space, important point there, a safe space like the cave, where you can always go get a brew and a biscuit.
Yeah, yep.
Or I've said it all day. Green room's there, lovely.
Yep.
Come and have a brew and a biscuit. That's my invitation. Come and have a brew and a biscuit. That can be enough. Darren Murinaz, to this day, has set up something called Expert Citizens CIC, it's a community interest company, where he helps governments in the area of Stoke-on-Trent, which is where he's operating now for 10 years, and National Lottery backed, big CIC, and they bring together lived experience people to advise governments on how to do things. And I can tell you now that just stopping for a minute, take an hour out of your life and go and volunteer, spend a bit of time in a space like this and say, hey, Steve, I'm happy to do the admin or the social media, or I can do, we don't need you to do everything. Just come and do something.
Yep.
Just put your hand up once in a while, and the benefits for you are endless. The network you build, the communities you find, the opportunities that will come from that.
Satisfaction
endless.
You get.
Yeah, it's just endless. The benefit is just endless and endless and endless. Danny Bridge is on soon. She's coming to co-host from 6 to 8. And something we were ranting at each other, was a bit like whenever we see any of you guys, because we give a shit.
Yeah.
We all just give a shit.
Yeah,
When
absolutely.
people give a shit, they tend to rant at each other about it. Yeah. And Danny Bridge and I both agree, and I think you guys would back us up on this. We think every single person that leaves school should do at least 6 months of social care to learn what it feels like to look after another person.
Yeah.
Because I think the benefit of that to a society and a community is endless, but you don't need for that to be a mandatory thing. Just do a week. Just do something for your bloody community. I know, sorry, I've just been a rant
I
there.
absolutely agree.
But honestly, if you do that, that's all you need, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
You
Absolutely.
need leaders.
Yeah.
You need someone to do that. Put your hand up.
Yeah. And that's what we are. You know, we're volunteers. We
We're
put
all
our hand up.
reluctant
We're there.
leaders, let's be honest.
We're there to, you know, we will be shot at. Right? You know, there's not a problem. But there comes a point in time where, you know, like it's like when I was in manufacturing, if I wanted to get a promotion, I had to have somebody to take over from me because there was no way I was going to get promoted unless there was someone to do my job, right? And if we want to expand on what we've got, you know, the walk and talk for men, we've already got it. If Justin and I walked away from walk and talk for men, St Neots, it will carry on because we've got people that will step in and do it, right? And that's what we've got to find with the other groups, right? Is we've got to find people that are going to step up and continue, right?
They'll come.
You know,
They'll come. They'll come.
fingers crossed.
2023 is the year. Sam, I don't know if you heard Sam's
Yeah, I heard
share
Sam.
earlier. If
Yeah,
you see him, give him a hug.
yeah.
Yeah.
Met him yesterday for the first time.
I've been talking to him in the
bless
green
him.
room.
Lovely.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
if you know, Sam's word for this year was inspire.
Mm.
My word for this year's action. What's your word?
Retire.
There you go. There you go. Brian Dobson's on the thing as well. I'm loving all this.
And I'm going to say here publicly in front of you, thanks for all your support of my for mental talk, mate. Means everything, more than you'll ever know, and I really do mean that. And us men don't say this very often, so I'm going to do it now, mate. I love you very much. You mean the world to me, mate. So thank you so much.
Luke,
Romance.
you're an inspiration, my friend. Right?
So are you, mate.
What you do, right? And the way you go about it, and the way you do it, and you're going to need support.
Oh, I know.
All right, and you know, don't look at Alex. Right? Don't look at Alex. If you want someone to run the St Neots group, we've got people to
I
run
know,
the St Neots
yeah.
group. If you need to take time out for Biggleswade or
Yeah,
wherever,
yeah. I know.
there's people there that can. do
So I know there is.
Right. You
I
know,
know there is.
let's keep it going, mate.
I know,
Let's
thank
keep
you,
it
Let's
going.
all retire. I'm sort of action. I'm in for a retire. I'm inspired, man. I'm inspired.
Oh, it's 3 times I've cried today. Oh no. That's maybe 4.
Steve, we've been on a bit of a roll. Well, firstly, no, we can't let you go without talking about the challenge this week,
Yes,
the Walk and Talk for Men challenge. So we're
That's
double babble this week.
that's it. We have
As always,
indeed.
same as last year.
Yeah, so this week the Walk and Talk guys, 20 of us, are intending to walk uphill from Land's End to John O'Groats.
Yeah.
837 miles, 42 miles apiece. The challenge started at midnight last night and finishes at the walk on Sunday.
Challenges to start up midnight. Hey, who'll do that, eh?
Yeah, well, they've had 10, he's done 10 miles.
Yeah, but we're doing a week. You're only doing 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm doing that challenge with you. I'm in the bloody challenge. I've got 6 days left.
I've done your miles today, don't you worry.
Brilliant.
All right. Ask the question of Courtney. I've asked the question of everyone. What are you going to tell yourself a year from now?
I am going to tell myself that I made the right decision.
Love that.
I love that. That's like
Yeah,
there's a lot there in retirement.
there is.
Yeah.
And
Well-
it's going to beach with.
But is retirement the answer?
No.
Right? I've got decisions to make,
Yeah.
and I've got to make the right decision.
Absolutely do.
And you will make the right decision.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I
I'm
agree
sure I
with
will.
Whatever it is,
I'm sure I
is
will.
always the right
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
And I'm going to echo the shout out from Steve, because I haven't got to know. Actually, I think it's the Liveathon that kind of prompted getting to know your lovely wife, Fiona.
Oh, Fiona, yes.
And
And we need to arrange a dinner or something.
Yeah.
don't we?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
We're always
Yeah.
so busy. We just need to stop for
Yeah.
a moment, don't we? At some
Yeah.
point, we just
Yeah.
need to stop.
Is that
We've
not
been
what?
out.
Is that not what Rachel said?
Yeah,
I'm
I
walking.
know.
I'm walking
I
across
know.
the back of Paxton Pits
Yeah.
on the way here,
Oh, really?
and I'm listening to Rachel and the conversations that we had
Yeah.
for men to talk early
Yeah.
days. You know, I wanted to downsize the business. I wanted to get
Yeah,
out.
I remember.
And it was this man, right, when he was sitting there playing with his Lego with his cushion in his lap, that said to me,
Still do it.
That wrong with that.
he said to me, "Do it."
I just
Right.
literally told him to do it. I said, "What if you?" Because he told me I'll still say
I
have the
remember
same
the
amount of
stress
money.
you were in then, man.
If you told me you'd be having the same amount of money if you downsize your business than you do now. I went, what are you doing then? Literally 3 weeks later,
Sometimes it takes
downsize.
that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes that.
Yeah.
So
Without a doubt. But you know, it's yeah. So
Bless you,
yeah,
man.
I'm not making any mistakes. I'm gonna make
No.
the right decision, and it'll be the right decision for Fiona and myself.
absolutely,
Look at that. Look at that. So
Mr. Whitney is not retiring. I won't allow it.
sort him out.
Oh, no wonder she lets you go out so often.
Right, wicked. Well, Steve, appreciate you, man. As
Love it.
always, let's get you signing that piece of paper. Hello,
Yes.
Troubles. Hello, you all right? Come on in.
Hello.
Come on in. Come on in.
We've got a signed shirt and
Yeah,
you win your
we're gonna-
selfie.
We're going to break, and then we've got Naomi's just arrived. You can't see her. We can. And we'll be back with you in 3 minutes, guys. I know you're doing well. You're doing really well. Okay, welcome back. What an absolute legend Mr. Whitney is. Now, can I just ask, guys, can we just get this group going again? So I see LinkedIn's now live. Facebook's rocking. Can we just get some shares going on? Share to the local groups. Comment. So tag someone who's in. We've got like the legendary Naomi Rose, who you wrote the perfect blog article. It's still my favourite blog article on the Shifty website.
Yeah.
It's a lovely there's this lovely picture on there. It's amazing, and
Gosh, that feels like a bit of a lifetime ago.
I know,
ago now, isn't
I
it?
know, and you know, and having you here today is incredible. So
well, thank you for having me. And
honestly.
you guys are doing a cracking job, just to say.
We're
you're
still
Nice,
going.
I feel,
You're still going.
I feel
You're still
fine.
standing.
It's really
Or sitting.
weird.
It's fine. It's all good. No, it's it's been emotional. Like
Oh,
it's been
yeah.
really
Some
been
challenges.
emotional.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But that's what we're here for. Speak
Yeah,
up.
it's
That's what it's all
about
about.
talking
That's what it's all
about it,
about.
Absolutely.
So yeah, please do comment, like, share, get this out there, and that rhymes. That's all right, isn't it?
Love it.
And if you can donate, that's amazing. Thank you. Know me.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We got caffeine come in. Is that caffeine? Oh, I'll take it. It's rubbish caffeine.
No.
So, where do we start with you?
Well, if anyone's been sort of on Facebook or Instagram or gets my emails, you'll have heard that today we've had to announce that we're going to be closing Elsie Mae's Cafe.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just, since COVID, really, it's just really challenged us in more ways we can imagine, and we've just really had no choice. We've tried every option, but ultimately between staff shortages, the increasing costs of everything, the rent and rates, the cost of living, we're
Just
getting an
everything,
increase in
one
football.
after the other.
Yeah, and
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
everything
it's
just all the balance is out. The outgoings are far greater than the incomings, and I can't see them getting any easier.
We were talking about that this morning, weren't we?
We had Ian on. We were
Ian,
chatting
yeah.
about that. And we were
Yeah.
saying the inevitability of the challenges in hand.
Yeah.
I know, and
It's impossible. And it's firstly, congratulations for everything you've achieved.
Absolutely.
For everything you achieved, like to have the vision, to do it once, to do it again, to pivot, to go through that journey around, and the roller coaster
Yeah.
that we both know
Yeah.
is just inevitable. You achieved a huge amount. You gave the town of St. Neots an asset, and a beautiful one at that, and you reactivated that building to turn it into a beautiful story. Before you tell us any more around that,
yeah.
I think the story of Elsie Mays, I want to be on here still. The story of why you called it Elsie Mays is super relevant and so important.
Yeah.
Do you mind
absolutely.
sharing?
Yeah, of course.
Again, sorry.
No, it's all right. Well, I don't mind ever talking about it really, but yeah. So Elsie May, she's my grandmother. So she was an incredibly inspiring woman. She always dreamt of having her own tea room, and I grew up baking with her. She looked after the elderly until she was 87. She was older than most of them.
Yeah.
I mean, one incredible
Amazing,
woman,
that.
and the only reason she gave up is because she lost her sight. However, she never stopped baking.
Mhm.
She had talking scales. It was incredible. But yeah, so it only felt fitting that we named the business after her, really, because she gave such an inspirational
Yeah.
positivity and just keep going,
That transferred through her
Yeah.
name to what you did, and I say you should be incredibly proud of what you achieved.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly, and if nothing else, like from a personal point of view, just having built a relationship with you and having you as a friend now beyond that
Yeah.
that chapter of your life,
Likewise.
then that's something that we've got out.
I think we could all see as well is that we can so understand why you've had to make this
Oh.
really, really hard decision.
Yeah.
We've talked about it for weeks and weeks, but even this morning with conversations, we can totally understand. You've been left with no choice.
Yeah, and I've as you can imagine, I've tried every option. Everywhere I turn, there seems to be another roadblock or something
Yeah.
else. I spent many a night trying to find flour at one point because
Oh,
Us
God,
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Of
The flower
course,
crisis
yeah.
we went from having a 3-day lead time to 14-day overnight.
Wow.
And we were at the time.
I was going to say,
Price
can I
went
ask you
up.
how much is for instance, for flour?
Yeah.
How much price wise have we seen?
Well, it went up by overnight about £6 a bag. So
Wow.
you know, that's just massive, really.
Yeah.
And that's just on flour.
Yeah.
And then, you know, half the time it never didn't arrive. So then I'm driving around supermarkets at 10 o'clock at night to make sure that the bakers have got flour for their starter
How
to
many bags do you think you'd need per night as well?
We went through about probably 30 on a weekend night. It'd be 30 to 40 kilos sometimes. So
We're banging bread out, especially the weekends.
But also, if you're saying it's gone up £6 a bag and you're using all those kilos.
Let alone the electricity.
That's what I'm about to say. Well, this
great.
is what I was going to go on to next.
Well,
Just
yeah.
from flour point of view, thing. So the gas and electricity.
It's. I mean, I know some bakeries, their electricity bills, their outgoings have gone up by 10 grand a month. I mean, you know, they're bakeries. They're small. They're
10 grand.
Oh, it's more
I mean,
than
how
profit
did-
than most would make.
You know, they've gone from their electricity's just quadrupled, tenfold. Some of them. They're just, how can they afford it to survive?
Well,
It's just crazy.
We
And-
said earlier as well, but this is going to be the trend as well, isn't it?
Well,
It's
I
not-
said it this morning. You asked me what happened
Yeah.
in the high street at 3 in the morning, and I got
Yeah,
a
you
little bit
did.
of a rant
Yeah,
about
we went
it.
for a run at 3 o'clock.
I said inevitably it will crash,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Sadly.
and it will take that happening, or somewhere in between that happening and someone intervening and doing something about it. If you listen, to see that the rates need to be reviewed
Yeah.
extensively and reduced by at least 75%. Hospitality during times like this, where you can make more money in Christmas build up, should be at 5% VAT like it was during the COVID times. You need cash.
Yes.
It's mad. The flip. I'm angry now,
Yeah.
Amy. I'm really angry because I've been through this journey with you
Yeah,
from the start to from the
absolutely.
moment you started to we were neighbours for a little while,
We
you know, and
were.
it's sad. I'm angry and I'm sad because
Yeah.
it's stupid because you had a successful business, award-winning bread, like what I've experienced that was. So I don't want to get angry about it right now. That's for another time. Which I'm more than happy to go and get angry
We
with
can-
you.
we
with.
can- we can
We
get
go get
angry.
angry
We
and
can
do
have an
something
angry
about that.
session.
Yeah, we can get. I've been thinking about investing in a rage room.
Excellent.
Yeah, you have actually. You did mention that earlier.
I reckon it'll be a hit in
I
town.
might have a building.
Well, I put it on
available
Market
soon.
Square and put some use on there. Anyway,
we-
but let's talk about memories. Good
Yeah,
memories.
That's what I was about to ask. Actually,
What are your favourite memories of that journey? I know it's still raw. That's maybe
Yeah.
the wrong question right now.
I-
And maybe
I mean,
actually
there
right
are-
now you want to get out.
There are so many good things. I'm frustrated. I'm upset that it's come to this. It was just it didn't feel like it was our time to go. Do you know what I mean? So
it's not your time to go.
and it's
And again, this isn't. Again, sorry to put it there, but it's not your fault. This really isn't your fault. You know when you say about cafes, so you don't get the crowd in to pay their way, you're probably still getting the same crowd.
Oh, it's still the thing is that's not the issue. The issue is it's inevitable. Like I said, it's inevitable.
Yeah.
You could have double them people coming through. The prices are just getting higher.
Yeah.
You got the rents, you got the rates. You've got it's an endless battle for business owners right now.
I know you're right now, because obviously you only announced today and you're angry and frustrated, rightly so. But also now, do you have a little bit of a sense of relief because you know what's coming actually in the future? We know we're going to get another gas and electricity rise in April. Is there sort of maybe a little bit of relief there as well?
Rise.
no, as in relief from.
I was going to say.
No.
No, gas and the gas and
Ain't no relief.
No, rise. I said.
Oh,
Rel-
right.
do you,
I was
no,
gonna say. You got
I
out
think-
early, basically.
yeah, that's what I meant.
Well,
It,
Wish you'd
it's,
done it a year ago.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, if you knew.
maybe. I mean, I don't think there was ever going to be any right time, but I
No.
couldn't carry on. I
No.
mean, the amount of hours I was having to work last year just to cover staff shortages, it was, my core team, they have been absolutely incredible.
Bless them, they're
they
lovely.
are just, they're
Yeah, big shout
superstars.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
if they
I
need
can't-
any help finding anywhere, which they won't need because they are great
They're
people,
brilliant,
then
yeah.
you know where I am. I'll help
Oh,
whatever they
thank
need.
you,
Whatever
yeah.
they need.
But they have been absolute rocks for all of this. They've rolled with every punch. They've just adjusted. They've just gone with it and just made everything work. And I'm so lucky. They've given me some of my greatest memories in a lot of ways because we just had. It's been enjoyable working there, even in the tough times. they made working not the word it means, if you know
Yeah.
what I mean, because most people, it's been
They're
called
like
work,
family.
Yeah.
but, you know, it's a completely different, you know, it's, we get to do what we love doing every day. So that will certainly be something I miss greatly. So it's, but yeah, I think, you know, there's been lots of things that have just been a challenge and difficulties, and we've all tried to adapt as best we can to everything that happens every week, every day there'll be different challenge, or a bit of equipment will break, or something won't work, and you just have to then kind of do another 360 and go in that direction. So you never quite knew what you're going to get every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And I
We
think
were used to that, but it gets
Yeah.
tiring.
yeah, and I think that's where the relief is, in a sense of it's not having to come in 1 week with a plan, and by 9 a.m. it's sort of vanished out the window and you're onto a completely different plan, because everything has to keep moving all the time. So I think in that sense it is a bit of a relief. You know,
Yeah.
it's a decision that's been weighing on my mind for quite some
I
time,
understand that, yeah.
and I was hoping, you know, maybe I was praying for a bit of a miracle somewhere, but there's not one in this
Government
case,
support, maybe?
Well, the
Wow.
thing is the issue is the complexities of the issue. You know, it's just, like I say, I don't know. There's a complex issue. There's a complex discussion.
yeah.
It's not, yeah. Speed. We need the same agility that you described there, from week to week, day to day, hour to hour. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Some days you're the baker, some days you're the pot washer, some days you're the HR manager,
Yeah,
some
yeah.
days you're the IT, some days you're the everything. Because
Absolutely.
there are many hats that we have to wear as business owners. Yeah, we need that agility, resilience, and energy matched by speed of decisions and transparency for us to make decisions. We can't make decisions. If you knew 3 months from now, come new financial year, that there was this happening, you know, like I talk about VAT cuts, we need proper systemic change to us to plan our businesses. It's impossible. I don't know what my electricity bill is going to be 2 months time.
No.
No.
I don't know. It costs, like, to have the lights on today, like the
Oh, yeah.
costs to have all the
Oh,
lights and the
that's
heaters on.
astronomical.
We're having to consolidate people into different rooms.
Right.
Every business in town is feeling this pain. You talk about your business, the parking. So this is the issue, and we, you
Yeah.
know, I see some comments in here. One, make sure you read back. There's some love in
Yeah,
here.
there's a lot
for
of love
you.
there.
You know, the free parking and stuff. Yeah, it will help, but there needs to be. This is the thing, Fiona. There's so much complexity in this issue. The infrastructure doesn't work right now for
No.
businesses in St Neots right now. I just honestly, I really fear for it, and this is a prime example of that. And
Yeah, absolutely.
bless you. So are you all right? You okay?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yes. I mean, I'm upset. I mean, last week, you know, having to tell my team, I think that was probably one of the hardest things to have to do.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it's something I didn't want to have to ever say to them. And particularly because of their loyalty and their generosity, and, you know, and then today telling all our customers that, again, they've supported us so much, you know,
Yeah.
with the crowdfunding, you
Yeah,
know.
which is amazing.
What an amazing piece of community work.
Absolutely.
You know, to
Wow.
have all of that support, and just shows that the community here in
The
St Neots
community,
is
there's nothing to
amazing.
do with you guys. There's
No.
nothing to
No.
do with you guys.
No, but
No.
again, this shows that because there's no, this is the option you had to make. It's now another place that's going to be closed down where people do meet from the community, and now it's not going to be there anymore. And that's again not your fault, and it's just so.
It's a shame.
What I know this is going to be really early for you to probably answer this, but what's next for you?
So, I mean, obviously, I've talked about bakery school for a
Yeah.
long time.
Yeah.
It is something that is still very much in my mind.
Excellent.
So, you know, I hope to be able to do that. It might not be how I imagined it
Mm.
originally, but, you
Do
know,
it.
I've learnt so much, and also I want to be able to support other businesses in the hospitality industry, and I've learnt so much. You know, I came in with, you know, having worked in a bar back in the day experience, and
Yeah.
how much I've learned. I just, you know, I don't want to keep that knowledge to myself. So hopefully I'll be able to support and mentor other business owners in the future. So
Would it?
Well, you know, our youngsters will.
I say, would it?
appreciate your
With
support
youngsters, if for that, is there
Yeah.
room for a CIC for that?
for-
Or just a bakery school?
Well, we've talked a lot about co-baking and stuff, and there's conversation that's happening at the moment with some work that we're doing with the support, hopefully, of some funding from Combined Authority, Together Culture and Social Enterprise, East of England, and Shift Momentum, of course, with Christine, to set up spaces for social enterprise hubs. So we've talked a lot about co-baking, co-retail, co-working, co-growing.
Yeah.
I do believe there's an opportunity in the market for a co-baking space where you've
Definitely.
got kind of 8 different bakers
Yeah.
in one space that are operating. Same as we do with co-retail. We're hoping to get a co-retail store set up in town ASAP. I'm working on it, guys. I think there is a space for it, but again, it's a difficult one because Naomi will feel it because I can feel your energy about this. It's right to be. I feel it's right to be angry right now.
Absolutely.
Actually, it's the right place to be.
Yeah.
I know it sounds really kind of productive around the conversation, but actually, I think you should be angry. I think it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be upset about the situation because it's wrong, and it could have been avoided. It could have been avoided.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if nothing gets done by council, by the government, this time next year, we're going to see many more.
It's not. I don't think it's the council. From what I'm
Do you think?
I'm the first person.
Yeah.
I might be the first person to. I don't think it's the council. It's a deeper issue. I think it's a deeper issue with this. This is not a unique situation
No.
for St Neots.
No,
Go
no.
up and down the towns and the cities around and the villages around the high streets around the country. This is not a unique situation. However, so we need to find different ways.
Yeah.
We need to find different unique combinations because the issue in St Neots is different to the issue in Hull, and the issue in Hull is different to the issue in Blackpool.
Yeah.
Therefore, the solutions need to be localised, co-created based on the local information, and there are so many factors into the problem. There's just not enough joint-up thinking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you've had to go through
Yeah.
that. I'm glad you still came here today,
Oh yeah.
and we really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm excited for you actually because I think where there's change like this, these transition periods, we heard from Rachel Hales earlier saying that she kind of stopped, and then it just clicks. And something comes,
Yeah.
and I feel that will happen, and I'm
Yeah,
excited
okay.
for you.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, taking the break I had to last year, I just,
Yeah.
I couldn't work any more hours. I was out.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember seeing you. You're absolutely busted. I mean,
There was just nothing left. So I think it was a sensible decision. And I think this now is it's my last option really. I've tried to keep going as long as I have, and I can't. It's just not financially viable anymore. And I think, hopefully I'm actually going to get a holiday with Andy.
yeah, blimey,
the
yeah,
first
Andy, you
time.
hear that? Andy, you get on holiday at last.
Hopefully next week. We
Oh,
might be actually away.
yeah.
So,
Oh, that'd be
somewhere
nice. Oh,
hot,
good.
just for a few days, just to get away and
Yeah,
then
good.
come back a bit more refreshed.
So have you actually closed immediately?
Saturday will be our last day,
Okay.
so if anyone wants any last scone, cake,
Wow.
orders, get them in.
I'm
DM
so
us.
you got me some brownies.
There's brownies in the other
Oh,
end. of
you
peanut,
legend.
Oh,
and
treasure
peanut
them.
M&M cookies as well. So,
days.
those sugar rushes that you might
Yeah,
need.
well,
well, I can have it closer to the time. Maybe I'll treat Fergie to one.
5, come on.
I know. Naomi, this time next year, what do
Yeah.
you want to be saying to yourself?
That's. Do you know? Hopefully, any plans I make actually might work in the sense of I've lived so much moment to moment for the last 2 to 3 years because
You've had to.
I've had ideas that we've seen through to some extent, but it'll be nice to see something actually kind of going upwards and just be in a different position rather than feeling like you're having to fight every day just to keep going in something.
But can I just say that did work right?
Yeah.
I keep emphasising this is not. It's really not your fault. So this was right. It's proven it was right. It's been award winning. It was right. Everything you did was right. It's just.
It's a circumstance.
Yeah.
But I wish you every success.
Absolutely,
this year.
me
Thank
too.
you, and thanks to you guys. I mean, you've been so supportive for everything.
Always.
It's
That
been-
never goes away. You know that.
yeah, absolutely.
Doors always open.
And again,
appreciate it.
just a very quick thank you. You put one of my Sydney Fermented Talk posters up in in there as well, and that means a lot. And actually, I'm glad you're here because 2 people saw that poster and come to the meeting straight after seeing that on that same day,
Really?
and they've been coming ever since.
Oh,
So again,
Well,
thanks very much
There's
for that.
always legacy.
yeah,
It's always legacy.
absolutely.
Bless you, bless you. Right, go read the comments
Yeah,
afterwards.
please do.
And tomorrow. So tomorrow's the last day.
So
No,
Saturday.
yesterday.
Saturday.
This Saturday 21st. So
Yeah.
this week will be open Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Right,
So you've got
Thursday,
3
Friday, Saturday.
So get in.
Mob.
Yeah,
Flash
and
mob.
Make sure
Elsie
you
Mays.
tip the staff really well.
And
as
Yeah,
tip
well.
the
we do,
staff
yeah.
really,
They'll be really
well.
appreciative of that.
Yeah, mob.
They deserve
mob
it.
Elsie Mays next week. Mob it. Honestly, let's show Naomi some love. Bless you. I'm gonna give you a hug now. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We're running a little bit behind. I'm sorry. I see Xander and Jemima in the
yeah.
wings, and I'm sure there's other people waiting. We're running a little bit behind. It's fine. We got time. We got time.
Yeah, well, hey.
Bless you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Right, let's get. 1 second. Let me just. Oh! You got it. That's rocking. Can you knock that mic off? I think it's number 2. Yeah, try 1. Yeah. Okay, we are back, and I've still got this music on the go. Oh man! Again, please, if you're local to St Neots, just take this little moment in the comments. Tag someone, tag 2 or 3 people, and say, look, can I buy you a coffee and a cake next week, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday at Elsie Mays, and tag Elsie Mays or share it. Oh, amazing, man! I love Naomi. And that crowdfunder they did for bakery, they brought the community bakery to town. It was like incredible. Well, I think it will be the best thing for her because it always is, one way or the other. Yeah, and that's what matters, right? Okay, cool. Right, this is gonna be a great conversation. I'm looking forward to this one, and I'm so happy we've got Xander as well as Jemima here. Have you met? Well, you met Jemima, obviously. Have you met Xander? Right. Okay, cool. Right, this is gonna be great then. Okay, let me just get this one up. Okay, brilliant. Coming on in. Hey.
Hello.
How we doing?
Not bad, not bad. How you guys feeling?
Awesome. Well, I'm awesome, sad, angry, ecstatic, all of the above in one like bubble of weirdness. Well, it's all awful, but it's all great, and it's a perspective. Today I feel like we're doing the right thing. I wasn't sure about whether we were going to do something this year, or if it was going to be as big as we've done it this year, or whatever. Yeah, I'm happy it's going on. So I appreciate you both being here with us. I don't know if you caught the conversation with Jamie Queen this morning. It was very early, about 6:30.
Sadly not. No, I've been super occupied with all the other things in life today, so I'll be watching it.
No, it's fine. I would really recommend it, regardless of the conversation we're about to have, that you have a look and listen to Jamie Queen, who came on this morning to talk about ADHD and his relationship with ADHD and dyslexia, and how he's turned it into a superpower. You guys should be connecting. Anyway,
Fantastic.
Enough about that. Let's have a conversation. Would you be so kind, for those who don't know who you are, both of you, at an individual level, so each of you, but also together.
Sure.
I'll let you decide who's good. I imagine Jemima's got the pitch down for the collective, but I want to hear from you who you are at a human level as well, Jemima.
No worries. No, so obviously you've had many practice of this, and it's always evolving. So we are the co-founders of the Wilcox Collective. We are adventurers on a quest to deliver the best in visual content for businesses that want to push boundaries and achieve their goals.
She just loves it every time. Bang, bang, bang. Learn the pitch. Honestly, one of the biggest lessons you can say, young people, learn the pitch.
So that's us business-wise. 6 years going on in business. So me and Alex connected when we were right at the beginning, so we're on a big journey together, which has been always really awesome. At a human level, I am many things. I am a neurodivergent creative that has a lot of different diversity aspects of me, that I also champion female founders, women in business, champion diverse minorities and underrepresented people. And my personal goal in life is to focus my attention now on neurodivergent entrepreneurs and that kind of side, to really champion neurodivergence and entrepreneurship as a hand-in-hand thing. That's
Amazing. Love that. And Xander.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Xander. So I'm very much sort of the background support for the Wilcox Collective. But we've also got we've splintered off a side brand on that called XW3D, where we run our 3D printing. So we do print on demand. So we're moving into more gifts and craft fairs, as well as the bespoke on demand services, such as the key rings. So
And also awesome things such as
Whoa, that's okay. Yeah, all right. Don't showing off, man. I got the key ring. I want one of them now.
and yeah, I'm newly entered into the world of neurodivergence. I had a diagnosis of ADHD about 6 months ago. So
Right.
yeah, so
How's
it's a
that?
fascinating thing in
Yeah.
the sense that I have been living as a neurodivergent individual for over 10 years. And in the last 12 months, Xander has been starting his journey. And it's how that real interest of this is part of my identity, and how you mentioned your other featured person this morning, how they think it's a superpower. I think it's a superpower. But Xander's still actually thinking about, how did it get there? And I think what we interesting
I'm still finding out
is to understand, Xander's story of being an adult and having neurodivergent and how that kind of came around.
So where are you in that journey then? Where are you? Okay, so obviously, so firstly, something I asked Jamie this morning I thought was interesting. What did it mean to you when you found out? And where are you now in processing that, and what does that mean to you now?
I mean, in terms of finding out, it's hard to pin down what it meant at the time, because I mean, in a lot of ways, it was a cataclysmic event because we were in the midst of the pandemic when we basically started realizing, and so it stripped a lot away. There was effectively like an identity crisis involved, and a lot of realizations. Because I mean, I had occasionally toyed with the idea, like you hear about ADHD and you're like, oh, okay, some of those things relate, but I'd never really given it thought. But we're now at a point where we've started, with my doctor who has given me my diagnosis, we've started looking into the signs that have been there the whole time. So in a lot of ways, the identity issues are, I wouldn't go as far as to say an identity crisis, but there's still identity questions at this point.
Where does Xander start and the ADHD begin, and how much of that is ADHD versus a Xander thing? So yeah, we're both like muddling through and trying to identify it.
I'm sorry, I can't actually hear you, Luke.
Luke, your mic is not coming through for us. I think Alex is going to fix it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
There we go.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Brilliant. That means that nobody heard me in the whole of the last interview. Brilliant. Just a very quick question. When you first went to GP for that ADHD assessment, how long did it take from your initial assessment at the GP to the diagnosis?
So I went through, because we used the Right to Choose service through the NHS. So we went with Psychiatry UK, and that took about. So I've been referred to them currently. So I'm not currently with my regular GP. Mm-hmm. That took about 7 or 8 months.
Yeah, I mean, something we really need to emphasize that people may not know when you're going through kind of a neurodiversity diagnosis is you have the right to choose who is going to support you. And different places have different methods and different ways of doing it. We assumed that the local Cambridgeshire ADHD clinic would support us.
There's an
ADHD pathway,
Yeah, but no, there was, I don't know why.
Well, they would have been absolutely willing, but they had to shut down over the pandemic, which means their waiting list is now colossal. Whereas some of the online services have been able to keep pushing things through.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of the drive of that.
I was saying in Bedfordshire is 18-month wait.
That period. I want to stress to everybody that's watching is that we seem to find, we self-selected Psychiatry UK, who for some reason or other managed to then get resources such as people and technology that then shrunk their waiting list so small that we
were very lucky that they actually were able to gain additional funding partway through to expand their resource. So we got quite lucky to have it. But then, I got my diagnosis about 7 or 8 months in, but it then takes another period of I think it was
12 weeks.
Yeah, three or 4 months before you can actually start getting any support or treatment. So it's you find out a lot, after that
Time
first
to
period.
there's time to think amongst that, right? There's time to think.
Yeah.
It's time to start Googling things and watching YouTube videos.
Or ChatGPT in it.
Ooh.
But then again,
Yeah.
another question, because I'm seeing quite a lot in my day-to-day work of adults getting ADHD diagnosis. How does it feel now for you having that diagnosis and not being in childhood? Are you a little bit frustrated from that, or are you okay with that? You know, do you wish that you could been diagnosed at an earlier stage?
All of that.
Good answer.
Yeah,
The
honestly,
blender,
I mean,
the
there are.
melting pot of
Yeah, it's complex. There is a lot of frustration because the signs were there when I was a teenager, and in hindsight, they are very identifiable if you know what you're looking for. But the trouble is, at the time, I don't know how widespread the knowledge was, but at the time, my understanding was that I had a hearing issue because I couldn't process what people were saying. Others just thought I was lazy, or he's so gifted at school, he's just not applying himself.
You're not applying yourself. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
classic. Yeah, I'm with you, man.
And
there's a lot
I
of
think
things that get dismissed.
I think this is really powerful, and I genuinely, because I think this is what people need to know, because ADHD in adults is getting more and more popular is the wrong word, but it's been a few hours. I don't want to use the word popular. You know what I mean? It's becoming more common now for adults to get ADHD.
Awareness is done, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's really important that people realise this, and so your story is really important to talk.
I'm intrigued. So, do you mind help me out here, right? So I am not diagnosed, right? I've not been diagnosed. I had this conversation with Jamie this morning. I'm like, yeah, probably. I'm like, yeah, all right, probably makes sense, right? Like,
Yeah.
But whatever it is I have, and I am, and what whatever, I feel massively enabled by it. Sometimes I feel massively frustrated by it.
Well, this is
Sometimes,
really
some
funny
days,
you say that.
you know
So,
what I mean?
Alex,
So,
you-
like,
you-
but
there are
Jemima, you
traits
feel
in
the
your
same,
person-
right?
Well, there's a traits in your personality, like the hyperfocus. So I can get obsessed with something
Yeah.
and spend 2 days. I know you can. I know you'll have an idea. and you'll run
I'm
with
the
it.
king of hyperfocus. Yeah, I'm there.
But as I was saying, like we've been discussing this.
Embrace it, man.
There is positives and
There's
negatives.
downsides too,
I
by the
mean,
way.
hyperfocus is a great example. I think it's a term a lot of people are familiar with, but there's a lot of misconceptions around what it is, because there's two types of hyperfocus. Because I think everyone is coming around to the idea of getting into a flow state, which is a great example of hyperfocus, but it's a very positive.
That's something
example.
in business, as we all know, getting into that flow, that mental, like, oh, I can do this, I can do that, and you've achieved so much, is addictive. So I can see,
Yeah.
But I do the same with Football Manager for 50 hours to the detriment of my health.
Well, that when you get locked into it, at that point you're talking about perseveration.
Yep.
Which that's the ADHD, but and that's locking you in.
That's why I can't touch it, man. It's like kryptonite. It's my kryptonite.
You have to start learning triggers and stuff, and things you'll get locked into. So
And I think something that we need to talk about and be really clear is that, as Luke mentioned, ADHD is becoming more of a known thing because people like us are talking about it. There is more diagnosis is happening, but we need to be really understanding and clear and help educate everybody what is ADHD and what isn't ADHD.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So define it from your perspective.
Okay, so yeah, it's a number of pieces. I'm still figuring out some of them.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine. That's cool.
Because
All the journey, man. Where's your frame of reference?
What it isn't is laziness, which it often gets called. But there's certain thinking patterns you get stuck in. There's certain elements. I mean, it's described as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's an argument to be made that attention deficit is very misleading, because it's not that we can't pay attention to things. It's that we pay attention to everything and we can't not do that. So it's a surplus of attention. It's not a deficit.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite.
Yeah, and like hyperactivity. I am currently very hyperactive right now, but you probably can't tell because it's not physical. My brain is going a million miles an hour, and it's so many different pieces. I get stuck on topics. I go around in circles. I get locked into things. I get. I'm very good at procrastinating. There's a lot of avoidance of certain things. There's organizational issues. The biggest thing, probably the biggest thing that lays down what some of it is the concept. One thing I've learned recently is why I can't plan for the future very well, because there's a large amount of time blindness. So
Yep.
you've got there is now and there is not now, and those are the only two times. So like that's it. That's as far as that goes.
So I have to say that has caused us some challenges in our relationship. Obviously, wanting to plan for the future and think about having a family or buying a house, or we're going to share this online with everybody because it's a big, hairy, audacious goal that within about just under 4 years, our business will be 10 years old. And
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
Just celebrated.
That'd be a big party.
Yeah, it'll be a big party. But also we will turn 40.
Wow.
There's some milestones going on.
Also, big party.
Yes. So what we've agreed on, and this is something I've talked about a lot, is that this time of year I hate being without vitamin D, without warmth, in a climate that's bleh, and it's all very depressing. I've always talked to say that this time of year, from between November and April, we're going to disappear off, and we're going to go live in Australia for 6 months.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And that is the goal. So that's a really interesting thing that we've discussed. And in the past, this would have freaked you out like crazy, and you couldn't deal with it because the concept is it's now or not now, and it's not now.
That's not now, so I don't have to do anything now.
Yeah. So the goal of the business is to have us step back and it run by itself, and collective members are doing all the great work. We've got our team running for us. We just need to be hands off, but we want to spend that time having slight early retirement. But if that works well, then we want to repeat that maybe every 5 years and disappear off.
Love that.
So that kind of planning is an interesting one. And I
That's
think
awesome. That's congratulations.
Yeah.
Can I also ask then, is with your diagnosis now, how are you treating that in your business? Because I've seen your business firsthand. I'm not just saying this because you two are sitting in front of me. You've got an amazing business there, and I know you've worked so hard at it.
So many product lines now.
This is what I mean. You work so hard, and it's so no. But this is what I'm saying by that is that I've seen it. It's absolutely an amazing business. So with your diagnosis now, how has that affected your business, or has it?
So I think the best thing to talk about is what route you chose. Just to make you aware, with NHS diagnosis of ADHD, you have choice of medication or therapy.
Yeah.
You can't have both.
No.
Well, you can, but you've got to pay for one.
Yeah, so it's a bit difficult. So Xander opted to medicate. So I think that's probably something we could talk about.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
the medication has been it's complex because I already have there's certain things about ADHD that tie into entrepreneurship. You're actually looking at the stats, you're more likely to become an entrepreneur if you have ADHD. It doesn't necessarily go the other way. Not all entrepreneurs have it, but
I really hope that was going to be the answer. I knew it was going to be the answer.
Man, it works. The skill set matches the output.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so because we don't fit into the office life very well, because I mean it's and sometimes that gets brought into contrast. So I've been able to shift a lot of my focus now onto the business because I am still in employment as well, which it's easier now to start diverting my focus because I can see the things that. It's not that I'm bad at things, it's that the general working environment isn't set up to accommodate every type of neurodiversity. And I don't know if they ever can. So it's actually acted, for me personally, it's acted more as a springboard into being more active on this side of the business as opposed to just treating this as an additional thing that I do in addition to my job, because now I'm putting a lot more focus into the company now. because it's been quite liberating because it's allowed me to. And then the medication has actually let me achieve the things that I want to achieve as part of that.
Share with you. So this is the absolutely wonderful pill box that was 3D printed.
Oh, look at that. Right, just for that reason, I'm going to put that in pink. There you go.
So Xana has the medication, and that's been a journey for us because Xana's never had any kind of medication. And also, I'm not sure you might share with this, is that he's running around the house going, I'm on drugs. I'm like, please don't say that. And it also is amusing that ADHD medication is actually methamphetamine. So he's on proper drugs.
Well, there's a noticeable stigma around that. Because people, if you say I'm on medication, people go, oh, okay. And if you say they're stimulant medication, they start going, oh, okay, that's fine. But then they'll ask, what are you taking? And then you say amphetamines, and then there's always a ooh, and there's a lot of stigma around that. So
yeah.
I mean, again, I've been taking antidepressant medication for gone on 20 years. So drugs to me are drugs. These are things that help me. So the fact that
it's an individual thing, isn't it? It's a personal decision.
Yeah, I've been on sertraline antidepressant for 8 years, and I don't feel ready to come off them still after 8 years. I'm not bothered not to come off them. I just know that drug helps me.
Yeah,
that's what matters. And that's a great message.
Yeah, sertraline 15 years.
By the way, you've got Kursop wants to connect. He's he's just starting the journey.
That would
so
be
maybe Xander and Michael can connect in the comments or something on Facebook. Yeah. That'd be really good.
You know your question said what you can tell yourself this time next year.
Yeah.
They're going to say, "G'day, sport."
G'day, sport. Yeah.
That's 4 years.
I had
4 years.
4 years, mate. Yeah, it's 4 years.
4 years.
Well, you've got to go check out the properties, and that goes on the business expenses. Doesn't it? I try to avoid all medication. That's just my thing. Although I have had a look a lot into these. So I used to work in pharmaceuticals for a long time, so I had a lot of exposure to this world, and my issue is I suppose my concern around it, just being open, is I don't want it to work, if that makes sense, because I don't want to be. I just don't want it. I don't want to rely on anything or anyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just for me as an entrepreneur, this is the beauty, Xander. I think this is where, going fast forward a bit, take some comfort in the life of an entrepreneurship and in the way I see entrepreneurship as a discipline, a way of life. It's a different world. I can sleep when I want. I can focus when I want. I can do what I want, and my body will tell me if I have 4 days where I do nothing, or in terms of no productivity, then that's fine. But then I'll have 1 day of just like bang, 18 hours. You're going down, everything in my way, So and I think there's some comfort in that, and I don't think there's for anyone to say yes this or no that. It's a personal decision. And that's why there's a lot of support around those conversations.
Yeah,
so I appreciate you both coming on to have this conversation. You've raised a lot of awareness.
It's really important conversation.
Yeah, it's great. So I will ask those two questions. I'll ask the question to both of you. Yeah. Again, this is individuals. I asked every guest so far. And by the way, you need to get over and sign this T-shirt at some point. We've got all the guests are signing this T. Which is going to go up on the wall for future years of the legacy of Speak Up. What will you say to yourself a year from now?
I would say that your patience has paid off. Keep going.
Oh, nice. What about you, Xander?
I'm on drugs.
I'm still on drugs. In a year's time,
year today,
I would say I look forward to meeting myself.
Oh, that's nice.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm still finding out. So
that's intriguing. I love that. Well, I appreciate you both.
What a conversation!
Yeah,
Thank
it
you
was
so
awesome, man.
much.
Please,
Yeah.
please do check in with the. It would have been on the stream 6:30. Jamie Queen, and then reach out to him on LinkedIn. So I think you guys
Yeah.
can get on. He. When you listen, so Xander, when you listen to Jamie, and what he has achieved, and how he talks about his ADHD and his dyslexia, is different level of clarity, self-awareness, and superpower. Never have I been so inspired by someone so proud
Absolutely
of that superpower. And I think you would take a lot of inspiration from it.
Absolutely.
That'd be awesome. Something we're going to be doing this year as part of our annual personal projects is we're looking to speak to and interview nerdiverse entrepreneurs. So if you are nerdiverse and you are an entrepreneur, come have a chat with us and we will document your story too.
I will keep that up. And I'll keep that in mind when I work in my normal job as well. So, yeah.
Yes,
Legends.
Awesome.
Bless you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks very much.
See you later. Awesome.
Oliver, yes, I'm doing really well. Thank you, mate. I'm not tired. I'm rocking.
Another great conversation, important conversation. These are
huge.
I love the way that we're bouncing around this subject because it's such a big subject.
It's a huge subject.
And it's really weird, isn't it? Like, because when you get told stuff like that about yourself, it's like you've got to process it. And I love the honesty to say, you know what? Like, even 6 months later after being diagnosed, it's like, yeah, I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah.
And then a year later, how are you going to be? Yeah, I look forward to meeting you. I like that approach to life. And fair play to you, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nice. That was a great conversation. And Jemima, as always, a pleasure to see Jemima.
She's one of the best.
Powerhouse.
Yeah.
Powerhouse. Okay, cool. Right. We are 6. Oh, I've got to change shirt.
3/4 of the way through. I might
Is it
change my
actually?
shirt. Yeah, 6 o'clock.
3/4. Yeah, I've got to change. Is Jamie on next?
Yeah. Oh, you have got to change your shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
change
going
my
to
shirt.
change mine, actually.
I've got to change my shirt. We'll be... Yeah, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Jamie Archer coming right up. Are you okay, mate? Absolute legend. Don't tell him about the T-shirt that I spilled coffee on earlier. Yeah. Right. Awesome. Right. See you in a sec. Yo, we're going to be a couple of minutes. We've got new co-host. You'll see the background introduced in a second. And, well, mini me co-host. Literally mini me. And then we've got Jamie Archer joining us. So just give us a few minutes. Keep the shares going. Please, keep it going. We've got a cute baby now. Like, if I ain't getting a share, then I don't know what's going on. Baby.
just gonna leave him.
And we're in.
Yeah. Just gonna leave.
I've got a special guest and a few. Well, I've had a lot of special guests, but no one gets more special than
Me.
Brilliant.
this is my beautiful baby boy Henry, 4 months old. Say hi.
No, he's not.
No.
You know what the irony is? He's been absolutely fine all this
It's
time.
fine.
And now
It's totally fine.
He's upset.
So I'm going to take Henry to his mama,
Are we gonna?
and then I'll be back
we're
in
not
a
gonna
second,
blame
and we're going
this
to
on
kick
me.
off. Let's do this.
Here we go. Does your dad?
Come on, let's go see mama.
Oh, his
Camera's moved.
Did you see him on there? Yeah, literally just started. Literally, he's been absolutely fine.
Dogs, babies.
Don't they say never work?
Never work with
animals
children or
and
animals, and you're doing a lot.
While we are waiting, I'm going to big shout out to. It's now 3/4 of the way through. We've done 18 hours.
18 hours.
I've just moved that back.
That was really loud.
Yeah. And a big shout out. Please keep sharing this post, please, to your friends. Tag your friends. Comments on it, please. Send the love. Also, please, if you can, donate some few pence to Mine CPSL. Keep looking for the link on our social media channels. We are going to look shortly about how much we've raised. We haven't done it for a while.
We will hit that up.
Yeah, we should do, shouldn't we?
Done that
Promise.
before, man. Well done.
Okay. Welcome.
Big up.
So, Danny B, first, you're with us for the next 2 hours.
2 hours. I know.
You lucky
Yes.
people.
2 hours.
So
Well
blessed.
excited.
I'm
You
so happy to have
lucky
you.
Thanks,
people.
Love it.
So we'll come to Danny B because we got a segment for Danny B. So for now, you'll get to know her through her curious questions. We'll worry about getting to know Danny B at a deeper level after that. But we got a guest in the house, Jamie Archer. Welcome, my man.
Jamie Archer, ladies and gentlemen.
Big up, big up. Thank you. If he gets that out, I'm going home.
What are you saying, man?
Honestly,
Oh dear.
Alex, I really like you, but
absolutely unbelievable. Mate, it's really good seeing you. I hadn't seen you for ages. Last time I seen you must have been.
yes,
Was it when we did the podcast?
I think it was,
That's a while ago, mate. How are things?
Good. Very good. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, really good, mate, actually.
Are you
do,
okay, mate?
do you know what? Do you know what my word is? And it's been a word for the last 6 months I've used a lot. It's content.
You're content?
Yeah.
I love that. That's beautiful, man. No, it is good to see you. It's good to see you. And as always,
Yes, my brother.
it's good to see you. Yeah, no, I'm good. And it has been a long time, but life just moves fast, doesn't it?
It does, mate. So where are you at the moment?
I am in the studio.
I knew you were going to say that. As soon as I said that, I knew you were going to say that.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just, busy. Like, I don't know where my time goes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where my time goes. Are you okay, mate? Had a crazy year last year.
Yeah, I saw, mate.
Like, it was a year that I didn't anticipate. Like, I remember sitting in here last year. I actually watched this back on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Like,
Did ya?
like last year. So I watched
Yeah,
it back
yeah.
on YouTube. 2 reasons. I didn't want to double down on what I was saying. Because people were like, shut up, Jamie, you're boring.
Actually,
Never,
mate, before we
man,
move
never.
on, just to tell everyone, people don't know, if you don't know, where have you been? Are you okay, mate? What's it all about?
So, are you okay, mate? Right. So, are you okay, mate, is a question that we ask a lot. But it's a question that we may not mean. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So, are you okay, mate? It came from a really dark place. In 2018, I had my second real bad breakdown. And I was signed off work. Now, I've worked in construction my whole career.
Yeah.
Prior to that, I was in the army. Like, I joined the army at 16. And then I left the army and went into construction. In 2018, when I was signed off work, I was faced with a long period of thinking. And in that, I thought, I'm not the only man on the planet that goes through this. Like, I'd had some experience with suicide. I sadly lost a very good friend
Yeah.
in 2012. But I was like, what can I do? But more importantly, what do I need that isn't there? and it was, "Are you okay, mate?" So, "Are you okay, mate?" is an idea of showing men that it's all right to talk about mental health. It's all
Amen.
right to talk about depression. It's all right to talk about anxiety, and more importantly, it's all right to talk about suicide. Just because you're a man and you've got a dangly bit.
Last time I checked.
It was 6 o'clock, right? So we can.
Yeah, close and watch it. Can't be worse than Rico last night. That's me.
Yeah. Now, just because we're men, it don't mean that we can't talk about this stuff. And Are You Okay, mate? It's all about showing men that we can talk, and ultimately we can make it as normal talking about up there than anywhere else on our body.
And you've been to some big places last year. 2022 was huge for you.
2022 was crazy, mate. It was. Like I said, I remember talking last year, and I remember you, me and Christine talking in the boardroom about what could possibly happen with Are You Okay, mate, and the different avenues we could go down. And I thought, right, construction, yeah, I know that. That's my industry. Football, big passion of mine.
Yeah.
Played football. There'll be people that watching this that agree that I was probably the best footballer. I'm joking.
Hi, Mum.
Love it.
I played football, and I know that environment. It's all very laddish, and I love it. And we got to experience that last year, right? In the Are You Okay, mate?
Well, we've
football
been in a
match.
dressing room again.
Yeah,
I was usually bullied in there.
Oh, man.
so it was like football's another thing. And then last year I just went to some crazy places. I printed off the Premier League table, Championship table, League One and League Two table. I sat in an office in there and I sent a cold email to
Love it.
all 92 Football League clubs, introducing myself, introducing Are You Okay, mate? And I ended up going to the Hawthorns with West
Yeah, I
Brom,
saw that.
working with Norwich City, Peterborough United,
Bolton Wanderers.
Bolton
saw that.
Wanderers was sick, man.
It looked good, that stadium,
They-
Reebok Stadium, isn't it?
Yeah, so the Reebok Stadium have actually got a hotel,
Yeah.
and they put me up in their hotel.
No
for
way.
the night. No, honestly, so I like feeling like a baller anyway. Do you know what I mean?
You look like a baller.
I do.
Yeah, you're looking good,
Mate, I'm not going to say it so, mate. To be a baller, you need to be about 6'8".
I'm 5'8".
That's rich.
But you can't talk.
5'3".
Coming from you.
I don't say I'm a baller.
He's a baller.
Exactly, 5'3".
No, I'm not saying I am a baller. I just like to
You
think
like the
I am.
lifestyle, right?
Yeah, I
Which
just
was a
like-
bit taller. Which was a baller.
But so anyway, so I pull up to the Reebok Stadium, and I'd been emailing this guy and talking to this guy backwards and forwards, and he was like, "Oh, we'll put you in some accommodation." And I was thinking, "No, Travel Lodge, Premier Inn. Either way, I'm getting to stay overnight, whatever."
Thanks, Lenny Henry.
So, yeah, exactly. So I pull up to the Reebok Stadium, and they've got a hotel built into the stadium. Check into my room, and I was like, "Jesus, this is madness."
Did it have a B-day?
Ew.
No,
Oh, no, it's not on the beach, is it? No.
no.
It's been a long day.
I don't know what kind of hotels you
Yeah,
go
what
to.
hotel? It's different life, innit?
Yeah, I know.
B-day upgrade.
To be
So
fair, he's a few hours in. He's lost
18 hours is gone now.
Year one,
I've
I've
gone
lost the
now.
plot by this point. It's all right.
it's gone.
Let me interrupt you because I want because the football thing amazing and it's amazing what you did there. But there was one organisation you went to last year that mattered more than all of them.
Yes,
Who was that?
Persimmon Homes.
Yeah.
Mate, that's huge.
Just explain. Is it okay to explain that?
Yeah,
Because I think that's important that people understand. Because
Yeah,
that
100%.
journey you went on with that specifically was more important than any of them football clubs.
Yeah, it was, right. So let me just, like the football story, the Reebok Stadium, I come out my room, first person I see is the first team manager from Bolton Wanderers, introduce myself, tell him what I'm doing. And then later on that night, in my Are You Okay, mate presentation, just getting towards the end of it, and John Daddy Bodvarsson plays up front for Iceland.
Yeah.
Comes in and just joins in with my Are You Okay, mate session, then puts it on
Amazing.
Twitter. And so that was amazing.
Fair enough, I'll let you
But-
have that one. Very nice.
So, sorry, it's about your presentation as well. What's involved in your presentation?
I talk like about my experiences, and I like to get an understanding. I really like to get an understanding at the beginning of people's perceptions of mental health and suicide. Go through this whole journey, tell them my story, tell them my perception on mental health, do a bit of engagement, asking questions, and then seeing the change is beautiful.
Yeah.
So which leads into Persimmon Homes. So Persimmon Homes was amazing for me on two counts. Like, number one, they're the biggest house builder in the UK. Secondly, the guy that booked me was my ex-boss.
Okay.
Dum, dum, dum. Before we go any further, because he might be watching this on LinkedIn, I'm not going to say his name,
Yeah, fair enough.
but he was my ex-construction director. And I got very unwell at work because of the pressure that was put on me in my job as a site manager. And he didn't help the cause. So when he booked me to come in, I was like, oh, now it's on.
You were like,
Payback.
I'm gonna smack this guy.
Yes. And I came up here, didn't I?
Yeah, he was raging.
And I was like, I'm going to slap this guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm being given an opportunity to call this guy out in front of his entire team and potentially damage that business unit.
Yeah.
That's the opportunity that I was given.
Yeah.
Right? So I grew up in Whitehall Walk, St. Neots. Like, so the Whitehall Walk boy came out in me, and I was like, right, I'm going to get this guy and I'm going to bring you down a peg or two. And at this moment in time, like, when I met Christine, I knew I'd met a special lady. But in this moment in time, I've never been more thankful for Christine. She pulled me to one side and she was like, you will feel good for 5 minutes doing that. She said, potentially, what would you do to his mental health?
She preached.
Like,
You go, Christine.
and what would you would be throwing away a massive opportunity
Opportunity.
because they won't touch you with a barge pole. So I went to Persimmon Homes, I presented to them, and at the end of it, Ian or Brian or Mike or whatever his name might be.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, but I didn't say surname, man. So
Right, so now, yeah, there's
Yeah,
plenty
what are you
of-
on about? Yeah,
don't
no,
worry
yeah,
about
yeah,
it. His name was Fred anyway. Like, so that guy stood up and he was at one point in that story when I told them about I was going into empty plots and locking myself in and crying. Like, just I'd spend hours in tears. I'd go into empty houses and just lock the door behind me and just sit on the toilet and cry. He went, that's when he was working for me. And he called himself out in front of his team.
He took responsibility.
There we go.
Like, he
part in it.
owned it.
Yeah,
Wow.
And then he went, and this is what was beautiful. He went, if any of you feel like that, you come to me.
That's big as well.
And then off the back of that, like, the whole business unit for Persimmon Homes was just like, I ended up having to go back to their office and present to their technical team, their sales team. Like, yeah, it was
That's a big
and
moment.
and what was lovely,
Didn't it show that Christine was right as well?
it did it, and
No,
she's the
that's
fixer of everything
is.
and like right about everything, and I will never doubt it. No, but
It give you some closure.
it gave me some really gave me some closure, but ultimately it made me think that this is needed,
Yeah.
because that guy himself admitted that he didn't know my problems, and he said, you know, had you come to me, I'd have been accepting of it.
Wow.
Like, and that was a beautiful, like, that was an amazing thing. And like, a thing for me is legacy. So Inky Johnson once said, like, if you was to check out tomorrow, how would you want to be remembered?
Yeah.
So legacy is a big thing for me.
Yeah.
Like, the impact you can have on someone's life after you've made that impact. You know what I mean?
Ripple effect, right?
Yeah. So how many guys that now work for this guy, 6 months down the line, could be in crisis at work, but gone, actually, do you know what? I remember being at the Are You OK Mate presentation. I remember him saying, come to me, and picking up the phone, and then, because they've got, and this is the thing, these big organisations, they have employer engagement, employer access programs, EAPs,
EAPs.
but they're not spoken about.
No, less than 1%.
Yeah.
Really?
Usage, yeah.
So
Less
with
than 1%.
EAPs,
Yeah.
like, you get told about it in the form of a leaflet.
And your induction.
And your
right? Yeah,
induction,
you put it in the
and
top
it-
drawer.
Yeah.
No one ever reads.
No one ever reads
Which
it.
no one ever
Yeah.
reads. So these employees don't know that service is there. But with Persimmon, because a senior director owned his SH1T. And like went, yeah, do you know what? Like I was responsible for part of that. I didn't know I was responsible for part of that. I could have changed. You come to me now, and then that employee, they go, do you know what? I am struggling.
Permission.
Permission, and then can be referred into these EAPs, and these EAPs are amazing. Like the level of services that are there for these guys,
and they just don't know about it.
They don't know about it.
Can I say when he said that as well? Were you able to find inner peace?
100%.
Yeah.
So much in a piece. Like I shook his hand in a way I've never shook his hand before. Like, and afterwards we was messaging each other, and we would just like he thanked me for going in and speaking to his staff. Like he's now the MD at Persimmon Homes. Wow. So the impact that he has on so many people's lives.
Nice, man.
But what was nice is like I remember talking to one of the young lasses in the sales team. And she said, I'm so glad that you've been today because my boyfriend goes through this, and this. I'm going to now go and get him some help. And this is why it's important, man. And
that's huge.
Like,
we know the statistics of construction industry, and with mental health, it's just horrific. You know, that and the farming industry, it really needs some work, and it's, and that's the important role that you're doing. It needs to happen more often.
Yeah, definitely. But ultimately, like I've got some breaking news.
Oh,
no, this is massive.
Oh, yeah.
So
first heard here, right now.
First heard here.
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
My name's the mental health moles later. It's going to go down like a lead balloon, isn't it?
I'm releasing a book called Mental Health Squirrels. Nah. So, in all seriousness, so I told you about Are You OK, Mate? And it was like my experience.
Yeah.
The things I've been involved in. Construction, football. Prior to that, I was in the army. This weekend, confirmed today, I've agreed to work with the army at the end of February, going in to work with 100 troops.
Wow.
To take Are You OK, Mate? To
the army, mate. That's huge.
Like
Well done, man.
That's the
Absolutely
holy trilogy
seriously.
for me.
Infiltration.
Yeah.
Like, because these guys need it.
Of course they do.
Can I ask, right? Because we talk about service, we talk about what you've done with your book, and with the walk, with the groups and stuff, and what you've got with Are You OK, Mate? Is it ultimately that kind of sense of community, that sense of togetherness?
100%.
The opportunity to open up, share stories, share dialogue, lived experiences, which is what we need more of. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I spoke with Dale Pinnock years ago about this. Being a woman, you can walk into McColl's down the road, right, and go to the magazine rack. How many magazines are available for women?
They all suck.
Right.
But yeah, I get you. I know what you're saying.
How many are available to men?
All gone. FHM's gone.
Shelf probably only.
Yeah, no, I'm not on about, like, no.
Probably is,
Wait,
isn't it?
why can't we have any top shelf stuff?
But we've got men's fitness.
Nuts. It's loaded's gone.
Yeah.
And then, so what's there talking to us about our wellness? What's there talking to, where's our literature? Because not everyone lives on the internet, man.
Because how many people read magazines now for men?
It's not even that, Luke. No, deep it a little bit, bro. Like, what I'm saying is yes, it's a community that we can create safe. We can just say, look, we're men. We can talk about it as much as women.
But that's, for me, that's humanity, right? That's what we're saying that we need is more humanity and more community and more connection and more sharing and more living as a group. Do you know what I mean? Rather than our individuals. Yeah, absolutely.
It goes to the fact when we talked to Justin earlier. Justin's walk and talk for men is incredible, and the reason why I say it's incredible is because not only do they just do the two Sundays a month, is that's proper organised by Justin or Steve. They literally walk every Saturday. Some at the moment every night, every day. They were organised, by the non-managers.
The 25th member.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's a real friendship forming there. And what I was finding, when I don't know if you feel like this, is that when you bond these men with a common subject so important like mental health, they realise they've got that common goal. They want to improve their mental health. So they keep in touch. One of my favourite stories was a gentleman came to my meeting. He comes to the second meeting, actually, and he goes, look, I just want to say thank you for the last meeting. What you don't know is I lost my wife the week before. So wow, what you doing a week? He goes, no, it was we knew it was happening, but I really wanted to get out of it straight away. He said, but I met a gentleman at that meeting, and he'd been through a similar path, lost his wife as well, and ever since that meeting a month ago, I've taken my kids to the swings with him, my grandkids to the swings. So they've got a real friendship with him, and it's that common goal.
Yes, it is.
And why is mental health so important?
Connection, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, and like since I've been, do you know what? Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you. Last year, you enabled me to really push Are You OK, Mate on, and through that, I've met so many amazing people, and I'm literally surrounded by them today. Danny, Luke, Steve. Steve had me in tears, by the way, before I come in here. Like,
yeah.
we started deep in it, like,
Hey,
and the guy. Just, I've met so many amazing people.
Stuart,
yeah.
Like.
He's on there. He laughed at my top shelf. Gone.
Like there's so many, there's so many amazing people that I've met just through this community and with a shared common
But that
goal.
answers Danny's question.
Yeah.
The conversation earlier, we had Nicola Breverton on earlier.
Yeah, I caught a bit of it.
Really
Great
powerful.
conversation. And something that was unpacked in that conversation was around endured relationships. So when someone needs help, when you care about someone, and you have to stick by them, even though it's not easy to do that on a one-to-one basis, where most good communities are born from. When that expands beyond the one-to-one, it becomes a community,
Of course.
and that's enduring as well
Yeah.
for everyone, because it's hard to maintain that. And then as it gets bigger, and something I talked to Steve and Justin about early doors because I was probably the third member. I was like, well, this is going to get big, man, because this is needed. But I can see the challenges coming. When a community is working, you have to mute the WhatsApp group. I mean that in the best possible way.
Agree.
Because my relationship with my phone it serves me, I don't serve it. So everything's on mute. So but it's just went ding, 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 can't deal with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why what you said earlier, bottom up, everything bottom up. And it's up to the leader who endures that relationship with its community to start with, to then enable that thing to happen. And you answered the question. You can thank me, and that lovely. Thank you very much. But I don't. All I've done is create a safe space. This is just a safe space for people to meet people, whether that be Shifty's community, whether that be whatever version of that scenario we were in when you met me.
Yeah.
That was just another safe space. I didn't do anything. It just attracts other people that are looking for a safe space.
In that journey.
Yeah, no, it's
That's community.
It is.
Yeah, you're right. And with that community, I'll go back to legacy. Like, one of the biggest things for me is I'm raising two men. Like, that's as a dad. You've got two boys, right?
One's watching now.
You've got two boys.
Yeah, man.
One is a man.
Two boys. I just like.
One is a man.
One is a man.
It's a baby.
Well, he's 19. There's a 19.
Yeah,
man.
he's a
Yeah,
man.
it is, yeah.
He's a young man.
Young
18.
grow up.
Yeah.
And one is going to be a man. And
Yeah, man.
I got a man
and you've got a
Yeah.
man
Yeah, you have.
and,
Yeah.
and a son.
and a son. But so for me,
Yeah.
the legacy has got to be, and I've just said this in the green room, I'm extremely confident that by the time my sons reach an age where they're men talking about mental health, suicide, everything surrounding that will be as normal as talking about physical health.
Go on.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because of how we're putting the work in now.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to see it, so I'm going to share with you a very personal story. So my son, at 13, has started to suffer with anxiety. And me doing what I do, I support him in the home. So a few weeks ago, on a Sunday before school, he had a bad night with his anxiety. On the Monday, he gets up for school. We're having breakfast. How you feeling today, mate? Yeah. Seems a bit down, but I put that down to having a bad night. I get up and go to work, and I give him a cuddle, and I leave the house. As I'm on the A14, I get a phone call from him. Dad, I'm on the train, and it's coming back. Like he's starting to have an anxiety attack on the train. As a parent, the one thing we hate is feeling helpless. I'm on the A14 heading towards Newmarket, right? So I'm trying to talk him down on the train, on the phone to him, and he goes, I said, "You feeling all right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Right, do me a favour, mate. Keep your phone on. When I've stopped the car, I'm going to give you a ring just to make sure you're at school and you're safe." I get to school. I pull into the co-op, and I get my phone out of my pocket, and I see a text message from him. "This is too much. I can't do it." I check. So I've got the Life 360. I check the Life 360, and it's showing him at Huntingdon train station, but he should be at school. So I start to panic. And I'm like, sugar. So I call the school, speak to his head of year, and it turns out that he was in school and he was safe, and his signal died.
Yeah.
And I explained to her what had happened and like the relief that my boy was safe. But the point I'm going to make the point about legacy and what we're doing now and why I think there's a change coming with young men. That night he came home from school with a leaflet about anxiety. We're having dinner. We have dinner. We sit down. I'm watching the TV. He comes and sits next to me on the sofa with his leaflet about anxiety and says, "Dad, can we talk about this?"
Absolutely brilliant.
How beautiful is that?
Oh, man.
Beautiful, man.
It's awesome.
Like,
It's hope. It's hope.
But I'm going to say something. I'm hoping there's a change. I think the situation what we both find ourselves into is we're fortunate that because of the work we both do,
yeah,
is that it's going into our children.
yeah.
It needs work at schools. Definitely getting better. It still needs a lot of work. But you're right. One of my proudest moments last year, and you know, I won awards last year, and for that I still get a bit. Of course, I'm honoured by it. I don't do it for awards, but I use it now as a recognition of the work I put in, but also publicise it for men to talk. But for me, it's not about the awards. My proudest moment last year was. I'm hoping Oliver's still listening. Actually, he's been listening.
Yeah, he's been on the. You see him on the comments.
Yeah, but
he's in there somewhere.
He's in there somewhere. But I did a craft fair, big banner for men to talk. Took the mould books to sell, and I went off somewhere. I think I went to the toilet or just get a drink or something. I came back and I just stood for about 20 feet back, and he was talking to someone, and I could hear him, and he was talking about for men to talk in general, exactly what I do. Got my speech down to a T. He was saying about the meetings put on. Then he went on to exactly. Then he went on about the books of how much it was helping adults, but also children. And I just went back. I was tears down my eyes, getting emotional because it was the proudest moment. Because you're right. Because the work we were in, bringing it down to those kids is exactly what it's about. Because if they're struggling, like your lad was. He was able to open up and talk to you.
How easy would it have been? And this is what I've been saying to Steve. Like deep it a minute. How easy would it have been for him? That leaflet he was given to leave it in his school bag and not talk about it.
But again, I think it goes down because you've taught him so well about opening up about his mental health. He was able to talk to you because you know you're so open to talking about it. It'd be interesting to see if
there's my problem.
Yeah.
And my challenge is that in an ideal world, that would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
However, you've got for us 4 parents in here that work in where we work and believe in what we believe in and have influences and life experiences to get to where we are now. There are 4 that don't have that privilege.
Yep.
And for those 4, equaling us,
They're
just getting
the leaflet.
They're just getting the leaflet.
Well, we saw
we
saw that with KD didn't we? From Romsey Mills.
Was he all right?
Oh, absolutely.
How's he doing?
Absolutely brilliant.
So, from that point of view, and I do genuinely want to believe that that's the case, but I don't believe that life is that nice.
No, I do. And like,
do you know what I mean?
You know,
but don't get me wrong. The fact that you
need that
and
hope.
you
When you're doing that work, you need that hope.
Yeah, it's not even hope. It's real. What you're doing is real. And you know what? When you brought your boys up, and your boys and yours and mine, what we are going to do is mean they're going to ripple effect for
there you go.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Which is amazing. So the impact is real and it's deep and it's amazing.
There's a critical mass
but
required.
There is. And I think, and again, I'm a bit of a realist, and I'm sorry, I'm not one of those.
No.
But I do genuinely believe that half of the human condition is that we don't have that. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think that that's ever going to happen.
Well,
I just think that we're going to...
I need to bring it back in a second because I'm looking at the time and we keep going. We go deeper and deeper and deeper with this.
Deep in it. What did you call it? Deep in it.
Deep in it,
Yes,
yeah.
mate.
I've got another 9 guests to get in before midnight.
Big, honest, just before we move on then, mate, amazing work you're doing.
Yeah,
Keep going, mate. Well, and
it's great to see you
congratulations
as well,
about...
man. You look
Thank
great.
Yeah, amazing year last year, mate, and your work with the army, mate, is going to change lives, mate. It's absolutely huge.
And you're already doing it's just even if it's just your boys,
Yeah.
whatever, man.
It's not.
Even if
It's all those people in their football clubs, and it's
100%.
those people in the army,
Big.
and it's those people huge.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
I've
is.
told you, you and I have sat down before and talked about
Yeah.
this. I mean, I am absolutely blown away by what it is that what you've done with the Are You OK, mate? I think
Thank
it's
you.
absolutely
Energy's sick.
phenomenal. Yeah,
Thank you.
like
It's
just amazing, and the outreach potential is just amazing.
Yeah.
So the question we've been asking to our guests today, the last question we've been asking to our guests is, what are you saying to Jamie a year from now?
you didn't quit.
Woo!
You didn't quit.
Can I drop the mic?
That's it. You didn't quit. Like, you don't quit. When life, like, don't start something, man, if you're not going to see it through.
100%.
And that's what I'm going to say to myself in a year's
We
time. You
talk
didn't-
about that a lot
You didn't
today.
quit. Like, there's times, believe me, there's times when I've wanted to quit. And but when I say quit, I mean quit everything. And I didn't do it. And I won't do it because we've just spoke about it. It's bigger than me. A lot bigger than me. And I had to humble myself a bit last year. I had to check my ego. And that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, mate, I'll come back to that. I was saying.
Yeah. I had to check my ego and really humble myself a little bit last year because I started to see this isn't about Jamie Archer.
No.
It's bigger than you.
This is a lot bigger than me. And it's not only the people I'm helping, it's their families. And yeah, that's it. He didn't quit.
And again, from a men's mental health point of view, mate, thank you so much for all you're doing.
Yeah, man.
No,
And on behalf of all those other women that are perhaps connected to
Yeah.
those men, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
legend. Well done, man.
And-
Amazing. Good to see you.
Good to see you all too.
Yeah, and
and
you,
I
mate.
just want to close with this. Like, every single one of those people that I've spoke to, that I've helped, that I've reached out, that are perhaps thinking about reaching out, that are perhaps thinking about getting help, I'm so proud of you. Like, no matter what happens in the future, because none of us know what's going to happen in the future. Like, I'm so proud of everyone that operates within this space. And, like, yeah, just it's good to see everyone. And thanks.
You've got a lot of love.
Guys, yeah, mate,
You've got
massive.
a lot of love. A lot of love. Right.
Thank
you've got
you.
to sign a T.
Yeah. Where'd you get that idea from, Alex?
It was Luke's idea.
Where'd you get that idea from?
I didn't get the coffee stain out either. I was just saying.
I did see that.
Is that parachute over there?
Yeah, no,
Right.
yeah, I'll sign
Brilliant,
it. I'll
mate.
sign
Big
it.
love.
Thank you.
We'll be back in like 2 minutes tops. We got to sign a T-shirt, quick selfie, and then we got Dan Jones in the house.
Share, comment, raise money.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Please do
Click,
get
click.
this sharing, man. Awesome. Right, see you in a second.
An up, Willow.
Yeah, no, everyone's got fruit salads like.
I've finished. Welcome back, everyone.
If you like ASMR,
Hold on.
go on TikTok.
How many times have we told that joke today? Seriously, how many times that
Apples at
joke?
like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, we did.
3 in the morning was like there was like one person watching at them and like she was eating an apple on there just to like crunch in their ears.
Joint sleep.
Welcome back, everyone. 10 to 7.
Yeah, I know. It's
Rocking
crazy.
it. Rocking it. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. That was great. It's so good to see Jamie.
love Jamie.
And seeing his growth from last year
Oh.
as well. It's like it's good. This is the good thing with this. 'Cause you're seeing people's
great.
growth. You're seeing that growth happen live.
Sorry, I thought she'd be.
I think we've been told to move our microphones a bit close to our mouths.
Where's
as
that?
well.
saying?
You all right, Alex?
Who's saying that?
No, it was earlier, I think. So
Willow.
there we go. That's
Ah.
perfect.
Yes, better.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
I thought I'd
Got,
bring my sausage dog in for a bit of motivational stuff, but she's just been.
Just like
She's having a
griefing
look.
out.
She's just
Yeah.
just have a sit in, man.
sell.
Just hope she
Just
doesn't
sell.
knock the camera
Just
or anything.
sell.
That would just be funny, wouldn't it?
Just wipe out the can. Well, I've done that already.
Oh, good.
It's good to see you, mate.
Yeah, welcome to the studio, Jan
How are
Dones.
you, man? Yes, yes.
Yeah, mate. Thanks for being here. 3rd year running.
Yeah. Wow.
How have things changed for Dan over the last 3 years? Well, this last 3 months has been a massive change for you, let alone the last 3 years. What's going on?
Yeah, no, loads. This is wow. I mean, this first off, well done for getting this far. This is always a phenomenal exercise doing this Speak Up.
Cheers, man.
And today's session's been nuts, and there seems to be a really big theme, and quite a lot of it by people losing people. This time of the year is really hard for me in general. 3 years ago is the anniversary of my sister's completion of suicide. Did the old ABC health first aid there, and yeah, so it's always January is always difficult, really, for me and my family, and it's just one of those kind of gets more. Well, it doesn't get more. It doesn't get easier, but it is still difficult. So I really sympathise with anyone that's lost someone to suicide, and then. It's less than a year now. When my dad passed away last year as well.
Wow,
So
man,
this year's
Sorry
actually
to hear that, mate. Blimey.
And it was savage as well, man. Like in terms
Yeah.
of like, because I can't remember where I was. So I was on the phone to you. I don't think I was in the UK. I was somewhere, but like it was just really, yeah, it was a unique time, and you didn't have time to stop. And this is part of being a, you know, we all celebrate Dan for being the side hustle king, and you are a powerhouse entrepreneur. Both you and Meg, just your whole family are just on it all the time. There's all stuff going on, and you didn't stop.
No, I mean, I literally came back from the funeral and was straight into. Sorry. It's my dog. My
We're all
dog's
just
running around.
distracted looking at the dog at the moment. Just yes.
Yeah, I mean, I literally came straight back from the funeral and I was straight into Buckfest with the bar.
Wow.
And so I didn't really have time to stop. Didn't really have time to process. I mean, it was July, right in the middle of the season, and yeah, so that's why I just took this month to just kind of just black out on anything, stop, pause, reflect,
Let your hair down.
let my hair down.
Literally
yeah,
and
man.
figuratively.
Sit down. Look at that.
It's long, isn't it? I need to get a
Yeah.
cut, so it's getting crazy at the minute. Yeah, so and I guess for me, big message is sometimes you do need to just stop.
Oh, do you know what? It's interesting because you asked me earlier on, didn't you? Like, what am I going to be talking on today? And it's that.
Yeah,
It's actually this narrative around us having to push through, you know, and get better and get well, when actually, no, sometimes we just need the complete opposite. But what we need is the understanding that that's what's necessary, rather than actually how long it's going to take for you to get better. You know, that actually I smashed it. I was fine after 2 weeks. No, it's how long do you need to take in order to process that stuff. So I'm really glad you kind of brought that up, actually, because it's not something we normally talk about.
well, I mean, Alex knows me well. I mean, I get stuck into loads of stuff. I mean, I think
It's an understatement.
I've not necessarily been diagnosed, but I've checked all the boxes. I definitely have ADHD or some sense.
Mate, the amount of times that's been brought up today.
You are inspired.
Neurodiverse, yeah.
But I was going through the list. It was like, can't finish things, always looking for new stuff, can't hold attention. But then it said something about taking risks that are like really kind of dangerous to your health. And I was like, well, I obviously haven't got ADHD then, because I'm quite scared of most things. So obviously don't tick all the boxes. But when it comes to everything else, it was like, okay, yeah, definitely. Although it's not been diagnosed by a doctor, there's definitely some kind of attention deficit there. Hence probably why I like to. She's. I might have
We
to
get
kick
cut
her
off
out.
on the camera.
I'm going to kick her out in a minute.
She's all good.
Hence, probably why I do enjoy doing the side hustles, because it kind of gives me something new and shiny and fun, and get to do something different to kind of take my mind off of stuff.
So you've just said something there, and it's interesting. You said, I do want to do something nice and different to take my mind off of stuff. Would you appreciate or recognise that some people, and it might be that you recognise that in yourself, utilise things and stuff as a distraction to the deep-rooted stuff that actually does need to be processed, but is too painful, scary, and therefore I don't want to deal with it, so I'm just going to distract myself?
Oh, I agree. I've probably been guilty with that for my whole life.
Yeah.
You know, even my wife says to me, she says, sometimes you're not busy, but you're busy doing nothing, or you always find there's always something. You know, I think as having multiple businesses, and there is always something you could be doing, but should you be doing it? Must you be doing it? Are two different.
But yeah, is it a term of like doing too much sometimes when it's not necessary?
Oh, for sure. And I think
do
sometimes it's almost like justification, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like I'm a businessman. I need to work all the time.
Yeah.
If I'm not working all the time, it's not business.
I'm fake.
Yeah. You know, so you do get that kind of that feeling like if you stop, then the opportunities might stop.
Yeah.
Or the chance to make money might stop. So I think you always have that fear in your head, like that if I don't keep going, then I'm going to miss an opportunity, or I'm going to miss that flow, or the flow's going to stop, or the momentum's going to stop. But actually, when you take a break and go back to it, it's all still there.
It's still there.
Waiting for you to kind of crack back on with. So
And everybody has that thought, don't they? I think, when you get to a position in your own life about what's doable, what's comfortable, what is, what's for you versus what the expectation of you is, might look very different. But sometimes we have this expectation that actually if I'm not the side hustle king, who am I? What's left? And kind of, oh God, well, everyone knows me, so how am I going to code switch? Like, how am I supposed to then be this thing that people don't expect of me? So there's a lot of expectation.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier on with Jamie that I said the word I've used for myself at the moment for the last 6 months is content, because I'm happy in both jobs that I am. I'm going back to Kenya again, May, which I love doing. I haven't used that word ever before, but also it almost scares me as well, because I'm thinking, what happens? What's going to happen? And I'm hopefully in the job that I love full time, and it's going well. I hope to pass my probation. I'll find out next week. I think I will. Fermented Talk's going really well. Still going back to Kenya. Love it. Family are well. Got a beautiful wife, 3 amazing kids. But because I'm so content, I'm like,
looking for something.
Yeah. But again, what that is, and that's when my CBT training comes back in, because I then have to change my mindset, change that anxiety, hang on, get that breathing techniques back in. And that's what it is. There's 2 things I learned from CBT, and that was my breathing techniques, which we did last night with the disco.
I saw that.
Box breathing.
I saw that.
Absolutely brilliant. I really want a copy of that.
Passed out.
Yeah, I did, because of lack of sleep.
Love that.
And I wrote a compassionate letter to myself. So it's the first time I've ever really journaled at that point. It was a big, long letter. I loved it. And I've fallen in love with journaling since doing that, because I think that really helps. Can I ask you, because obviously you've been through so much the last 3 years with losing family members, have you now allowed yourself to grieve for them?
No, probably not. So I think this is when I sort of spoke to Alex, last month, when I sort of took a bit of a step back from the shift stuff. One of the reasons I said to him, I was like, dude, I haven't stopped and I haven't grieved properly. No. And do you know what? Even
I said, what? No shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
No shit, go.
Yeah, and to be honest, I still don't actually think I have, and I haven't really processed it. And I think so. My relationship with my dad was quite distant because he lived in Northern Ireland, and I didn't really get a chance to go and see him very much. And he was an amputee, so he never really travelled to the UK, and it was always very expensive for us to go over to Ireland as a family to go and see him. So I only really have kind of had a relationship with him over the telephone.
Yeah.
So it's quite weird. It's like he hasn't actually gone.
Yeah.
I just think I haven't spoke to him in a while. So actually, I haven't actually processed the fact that he's gone until sometimes there's certain kind of things that sort of trigger it, and the song comes on and sit there in my car and I cry or something like that. But actually, I haven't actually processed it.
A kind of, we talked about acceptance earlier on, didn't we? With was it Nicola? We talked about yeah. It's about acceptance of
too large for blood.
38 people. It's the acceptance of they've they've gone, and it can take time to do that, and obviously, yeah.
And it's also, I think, when you think about have you grieved, grieving is not a specific time.
No.
For a specific moment with a specific set of criteria, right? Like you've said, you listen to a song and you'll cry. That's a process. That is part of your grieving process.
Yeah.
It's not actually, I'm going to grieve from Monday until next Thursday, and it's a thing that you get done. That process is something, and it happens sometimes with your permission, sometimes without your permission or involvement in that, right? So again, this kind of, what I'd love to see is for people to kind of drop an expectation of what something should look like, maybe, because you're doing it because you're living and you're having these moments and these thought processes, remembering and crying and maybe getting angry for anything like me, on those moments, and that is all part of the grieving process, and it's yours. It's unique to you.
It's like a movie, though. That's the thing, isn't it? It's like, it's not like you see these movies. They go for a grieving, whatever that grievance is. Movies ruin everything. It's, everything. And same as marketing. Bloody marketers. Hello.
The dog's back.
See
Was
Daddy
she
then.
crying?
Come on then.
Was she? It's all right. She was crying.
Go see Daddy. That's all right. So you don't.
She's going to be like a really nice motivational, positive thing.
that.
Therapy dog.
But she's, I think there's so much going on. That she's
it's a
like,
lot.
She's
Lot of
excited.
smells.
It's excited.
I mean, like they go through
Stop.
this, like, someone died or whatever the trigger, whatever the thing is, and then they go, it's like romanticized period of time where they're like roaming for the rain and there's music on or whatever. And then,
Stereotypes. Yeah. Although, Alex, you know me, I'm a big movie and TV fan. Like, don't be
know
knocking
you
it, bruv.
do. Well,
Like, sometimes.
Me too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we could talk.
Sometimes it's quite realistic, but I guess it depends upon what you're watching.
on what,
The thing is, I guess, and
Producer.
actually, like,
But it's different every time, is what I'm saying. It's
yeah,
like,
you're
it's
right.
unique.
But
Everything's
that's the
unique.
bit that's right. It's
Yeah.
unique for you
Yeah.
as an individual, be that someone on TV or somebody, or whatever. Your grief is yours, and it's with you when you lose someone, isn't it? Forever.
It took me 10 years to listen to 3 Times a Lady by Lionel Richie. It was my mum's favourite song. 10 years it took me. And that when it came to that point where you go, and again, acceptance, go, it's actually a really sweet song. And that's when I knew that I was ready. That made sense to move on a bit.
Yeah.
So I don't really have like a story around it. That's the sort of thing. I don't know. Every time it's different. My only person I've ever. It sounds really bad. No, don't sound like that.
Do you know,
My Gma. We remember when
I saw a picture of her.
Yeah, when my grandma left, that one hit me like a train wreck. And that's not to say that I didn't like anyone else that I'd lost in my life, but the only time I can think of, like when you all tend, I'm just thinking in perspective around that. But even now, sometimes I'll have a little think about her and I'll have a cry.
Well, they say,
I mean,
isn't it,
it's fine.
crying is an expression of love through your
Absolutely.
eyes,
Of course
right?
it is,
It's
yeah.
because you love them so much
Carry
that you'll
that's cool,
cry.
isn't it?
Absolutely.
Is that not fine? Like, can you not
Absolutely.
can I not be permanently sad about the fact my grandma's not here forever?
Yeah.
Is that not okay?
Well, I once did a mental health course, right, with a group of WI ladies, which was fascinating. And I loved the WI because they feed me, all right? Cakes and tea.
Is that a plug?
And I say,
To any
"Hi,
local
WI."
WIs, please, and Daniel
Feed
Bridge.
me. And I did something, when you've been on courses with me, and it was something called the continuum, which I've done today because I've been delivering training today, and it's the continuum, and I love that model because it's where you can see where you are on it as an individual and where you are in your life, regardless of what mental health challenges you may or may not have. And so I said to her, the bottom right hand of the continuum is somebody with no diagnosis of a mental illness or disorder, but who has poor mental health.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's somebody who is not in a good place. And it's sad for me, for those people that sit in that space, because stigma stops them from reaching out and getting support, perhaps, right? But this woman, and it's to go back to your point, she said, I'm in that space quite a lot. And I said, okay. And she said, because I lost my husband. And I lost my husband 6 years ago. And she said, and I am effectively channeling my inner Queen Victoria. And I'm going to grieve for the rest of my life. And I'm going to wear black. And I'm going to be sad about it. I said, you do you, girlfriend.
Cool. Yeah, do your thing.
Yeah.
If that's how you
Yeah,
choose to be,
absolutely.
right,
Yeah,
in
do
your
it,
grief, then that's how you choose to be. And actually, there's no one here that's got the right to tell you that you should be happy or
Yeah.
you should have processed it and be better and get on with your life. if that's what she chooses
That's
to do.
why I really love Afterlife
Yeah,
with
it's
Ricky
great,
Gervais.
it's a great series.
I won't do I won't do the spoiler for people who haven't watched it, but
Banging
the
that.
final
Yes, I love that
the
show.
final episode, the final scene
Yeah.
is absolutely stunning. I can't really put the spoilers in, but the way that he again won't move on for his wife who's passed.
He's quite happy in that space
Yeah,
for now, isn't he?
it's his happiness.
And that's
Does
when we
he-
go back to
and-
that. Why should we move forward so quickly? What's
Yeah.
an expectation of time? What does it
Yeah,
look like, right?
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and in one hand, I'm almost quite grateful that I have so much to distract me. You know, I do have my businesses, I do have my family, which are, you know, it all does take its time. And so maybe maybe I have grieved. Maybe I don't actually need to go through the process of, like you say, having to do that whole movie thing of sitting in my room, listening to sad songs, burning a candle, crying for days. You know, maybe internally I've kind of done my thing. And it's almost quite nice in a way that sometimes I do think, like, you know, I could just pick up the phone. But I think that's a bit that hits you sometimes. It's like, 'cause for me, quite a lot of the time, we would speak when I would go to a festival. If I had a long drive, I'd be like, right, I'm in the car for 2 hours. I'll have a good chin with my dad, undistracted, no kids, that sort of thing. I think for me, that's when it kind of hits. You get in the car and I'm kind of going, I'll just give my
And then you remember
nan a call.
someone else.
Yeah. But no, it's nice. And this year as well, I say this year, we're 2023 now, but weird relationship I had with my dad meant that I didn't really have a relationship with my grandparents on his side, but we've kind of recently kind of reconnected.
Nice.
That's
I
nice.
say recently, it's been a few years in the making now, but I think it's kind of sparked that necessity for us to spend more time. So this Christmas, she said, I'm going to spend Christmas on my own again this year. I said, no, you're not. We booked an Airbnb down in Waterlooville. We picked her up
Nice.
Oh,
Christmas
nice.
Eve and then spent a few days down with her, and it was the nicest thing ever because I'd never had a Christmas with my nan.
Oh, I love
You
that.
know, and it's my kid's great grandmother, so it was their first Christmas with great grandmother. You know, and so I think that was quite nice. And I think just kind of it's, although the loss of my father is sad, it's kind of almost opening that doorway to kind of the family that I didn't really know as a kid. So now it kind of it's a weird one how that kind of stuff brings people together.
Dude, as long as you're, you know, it starts kind of takes right back to where we started at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Those early conversations like Mike Farrington and
Oh, it's
KD
brilliant.
and whatnot. It all just comes back down to self-awareness. As long as you know where you're at, and you're happy where you're at, and you understand where you're at,
Yeah, that's it.
then that's it.
Yeah.
That's no more complex. Than
Absolutely.
That. Does it have to be any more complex?
No.
than that?
No.
And actually,
No.
that's fine. You
Agree.
might be, like you say, you might listen to a song and go, boom, all right, hit me.
Yeah.
As long as you know. I see that a lot with plateaus. As entrepreneurs, Dan and I share a lot in common in many ways because we're like the same human almost. I just haven't got quite the beard yet. He keeps trying to like get me that way, and then some like cuts it too short. I go, oh, sorry, mate.
Shaved more of my knife yesterday. Gutted.
And it's something that I will remember about a mentor that taught me a long time ago.
Journey goes out 7 days.
What's he say?
It's Apple Watch.
Just telling about showing the beard, and apparently it
conversation.
can't plan that far ahead or something.
Story of my life.
Again.
We cannot book in 17 years of calendar waiting request for beard growth.
So this comes with the inevitable fact of plateaus in life, and you say whether it be the season or the death or the thing, whatever that is, wherever you are, and the plateau. And a great mentor once taught me, and he said, when a plateau comes, because it's inevitable, sometimes you just got to thank the plateau and just go, what is this teaching me? And just sit in it, and it's fine. Like just sit in your pants and go, you know, well, this is where I'm at for now. I'm just gonna sit there and I'm gonna thank it. I'm gonna take the moment to do whatever that feels like, and then see what goes.
That's great advice. Maybe I should do that because I kind of get to that plateau and go, shit, another business, quick.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
There's obviously something going wrong. We'll go back.
Yeah.
Do something new.
Yeah.
Fill it. Fill the
Fill the
space.
space.
So what does it feel like now? You've said you've had like the month off, right? Like
Yeah.
stepping back. What have you been doing like,
Finance.
in that space? So you've not stepped back then?
No,
You've been doing
because
stuff.
kind of, I was supposed to go dark in January, and the thing is, my problem is I'm really bad at financial admin. So I had a year's worth of Rune Silk finance to do for year end. Yeah, that took me about a solid.
Accountants. I had an accountant in my business from the first year. with
I'll have
hardly
an
any
accountant, it's not a
turnover.
bookkeeper.
Oh, yeah.
I do mine.
Commerce. That's transaction galore.
Yeah, so literally, and in
It's
April,
like every transaction you got.
You've got to process it.
and
Yeah.
then April, the worst thing was, well, I think it was April, we did a free sample campaign, and that was horrible because
Yeah.
although it was zero
yeah.
value
Still got
transactions,
still got
You
still got
process
still got
Oh,
to
do
input
ya?
it. And so I was there just kind of going, oh God, I'm glad I did that. And then I got to November and I was like, oh, I'm never doing Black Friday sales again. And then we had the VAT return for Tenga. So I've done it now though. So 12th of January, I managed to file give everything over to the accountant and then submit the VAT return. So now it's kind of like, cool. So the last week has actually been nice. I've been using my calendar more. Sarah Brand will be very happy to hear that.
Time. He starts using his calendar now. He's gone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Got the time.
So my calendar's blocked. Yeah, I'm looking at time. What I'm also now doing is I'm scheduling half an hour to an hour every couple of days or so. So they're not completely programmed, but it's like, okay, there's half an hour in my calendar here, read. So I'm actually blocking out downtime to actually read some stuff because I've got a big stack of books
What are you
I've not
reading?
read.
Oh my God. See, it's my books. I've got my little books to bring out in a minute.
I've got what am I reading? It's the something of the Mendeleev's Dream. I think.
So is it fiction?
No, it's all about the history of the elements, and it goes all about to the sort of medieval alchemic elements, and then all the way to the modern elements and stuff like that. So that's quite cool.
Cinnamon. I go from.
I can't.
When do we say elements?
So the
Air
the alchemical ones with air, water, earth, fire, and then it goes into like the spirit element, and then moving into the Chinese where you've got the wood and the metal. So, but then
I think it's like cinnamon.
See, I can't do books like that. I can't read technical books like that. I'm an autobiography fan. That's it. I don't read any other kind of books at all.
No, see,
So
I quite like that stuff, but I think it's if it's too educational, I switch off. But I think that's my ADHD mind.
Yeah.
When a book's trying to tell me something, like that, stop telling me, don't you tell me something.
That's where
Don't you tell me what to do.
ChatGPT TLDR this for me.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Don't tell me what to do. And then there's a few, even a lot of the books I've been putting off, things like Atomic Habits that I've been wanting to read for a while. I've got that by the side of my bed. I've started reading. Oh God, what's that book called that you guys bought back from Amphipy?
How much are you actually started
It's
reading?
like something about digital.
Oh yeah, it was Digital Catapult Renaissance.
Yeah, I'm reading that.
That's
so,
Web 3.0.
How many books have you started to read?
I've probably been ADHD.
ADHD,
man. I
yeah.
can only read like
You started 600.
yeah, I got loads of books, and I kind of
finished one of them.
no, about 5% in. I'm like, okay, well, I got all I needed out of that. Well, don't you find that though sometimes with books where, like you say, you need that
do
too
bits,
long
but that's
didn't
fine.
read. That's why I really enjoyed Blinkist for a bit because I'm like, you could literally. Why give me 1,000 pages when you've summed it up in 5?
I'll be
Is
honest,
this
I don't
only
read
for?
many
This is
books
only
now.
for like action books, right? Like
Like
non-fiction.
learning stuff.
Learning again. I
about
forget that.
business.
Yeah, so I think I find
So
a
I've
lot of
moved
the
on- I've
self-help
moved
books
off
like
books
that.
now. I'm much more focused on. I've newsletter. I said before Christmas. Now I'm like, I have like 5 or 6 newsletters that I'm like subscribed to religiously, and podcasts. I
Yeah.
love my podcast.
I'm reading
different
Wretched 3.2 Rapology at the moment. Brilliant.
I went through a phase of reading nothing but self-help books. I mean, avid self-help
It's
books.
tiring though, isn't it?
Love it, but I was confusing myself, man.
But do you not find it sometimes exhausting?
One book's condescending the other
You can
one.
read
I was
too
reading
many.
this one,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
tells you to do one thing, and then you read another one that goes butterfly mind.
Yeah.
Do 7 things. So you'd be like, what?
So, you have that, and there's a weird thing with self-help books because they are useful and they have a value in your life.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the I sometimes get like most of them you're reading. It's like after a while you're like, okay, well it's just a confirmation. So thanks. I'm already doing that, or I'm.
It depends on how your mind is, I think.
Yeah.
It really
And
does
where you
depend
are
on
in the
where
moment
you
you're
are in
reading
your
it.
life,
Yeah, that's true.
and what you're willing to work on.
How do you mind?
Are you in a I'm ingesting stuff? I'm in learning mode. Or am I in distraction mode? I'm in distraction mode at the moment. So obviously we've got Danny B's book club coming shortly.
Yeah, we'll be on soon, very soon.
Yeah, very soon.
After Luke.
So we'll talk about stuff like that. But the books that I'm reading at the moment are definitely not. I'm in a really good time to learn. No, I want distraction because my life is very busy. So I need some escapism. So I think we use these mediums for different reasons in our spaces, right?
Yeah, I go for that. And I think for me, the non-fiction stuff, or the fiction stuff, the fiction stuff is when that's me and my kids' time. So I do read pretty much nearly every night when I'm at home. That we read. We were on the the Royal Institute of Magic at the moment.
Oh, love it.
And then you read that.
No, but I think
It's
it's
quite.
great.
It's very Harry Potter-esque.
Love Harry
like
Potter.
Before
Harry
that,
Potter.
we read The Time Hunters, which is all about time travel and stuff
Yeah,
like that, which
yeah.
is
Oh,
pretty
nice.
cool. But one of my favourite ever escapist books is pretty much anything by Philip Pullman. His Dark Materials. Is,
Although I've got a question for you because I mentioned this today. This is really weird, but it's very serendipitous today. So I was doing my training course today, and I was talking about like our phones. And you know, in the Philip Pullman books and the Amber Spyglass and you know all the others, the demons that are attached to them.
yeah, this is mine.
This is mine.
Oh no, this is mine. This
And I
is mine.
think, you know,
Yeah, phone's
and
mine.
it's a phone. And what I mean by that is obviously, you know, I can put mine down and I'm not actually too connected. But it seems as if the whole of society now is connected to theirs. The way in which each of those
Cyborg.
characters are connected to their
Yeah.
own demon, which gives them the same level of interaction. It's quite creepy when you think about it.
I actually think I'm
you know.
addicted to my Apple Mac at the moment.
It is
It's
addiction.
quite nice actually being away from it the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a
I
bit
don't think
weird.
about it.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a big
What's that?
addiction.
Take or leave.
Which one? Your phone?
Phone.
I think
Yeah.
the
I've
thing.
been on a long journey to get to that.
Yeah.
I think like we're so used to everything being fast paced now. And I think
Yeah.
this is important for taking a step back and that,
Slow grow.
Yes.
and that's the problem with the phone is it's instant gratification.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know, obviously, essentially why Instagram is called Instagram
Insta,
because it's
yeah.
instant. They say, don't they? Insta. Oh,
Thought about that.
No,
but it's
neither
It's
did I.
Instagram,
What? Yeah,
'cause it's like, ooh.
wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Endorphin kick, yeah.
absolutely. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not impressed, are you, Doc?
Oh, very, very, very much so because you know, and it's that. And I think my fear is the youngsters now because there's so much on them to be relevant, but the problem is that we change so quickly and society changes like bang bang change bang something new bang something new. I struggle to keep up
Yeah,
with
it's true.
what's going on with
True.
my kids and the way their stuff is changing.
I wish my kids would read, though.
Yeah, well,
They
that's
will
it.
eventually.
They used to.
I did.
Yeah, my boys
I
They
didn't-
did used to.
I didn't read my first book till I was 24. I've read hundreds now.
Yeah. But
They'll find a time
They
when
will-
it, when it
yeah.
serves a purpose to them.
yeah, no, that's fair enough. And I guess it's because of the fact that I find so much joy in it that I want them to enjoy it, right? But they're teenagers. They've
I
got
like
to find
World
their
of
own way.
Warcraft.
But
Yeah.
books.
I want to play World of Warcraft.
Seb
I wanna
likes,
play FIFA.
don't, we talked about FIFA and smashing up
Don't worry.
flipping controllers.
But I'm conscious
Rude.
of time.
Yes.
We ask every guest so far
Yeah.
that question. What are you saying to Dan a year from now?
Take a break, have a holiday, actually get away, get out
Are
of
you
the country.
thanking you because you did that?
Oh, for
This
sure.
is a year from
That's
now.
good,
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I
that
like
holiday
that.
was awesome. That's what you're saying.
Oh, okay, I see.
Be specific.
Yeah. Wow, well done, mate. You smashed it.
Woo, woo.
That's nice. That's a nice one to look forward to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold you to account to that.
Yeah,
It's
and
on
your holiday
recording.
as well. I want to know where it is. How was
Yeah.
your holiday? Was it really good?
It was awesome.
Awesome.
I've got the books out and everything. But before I run off, I just wanted to say, with books, do you still not think that books are going to become what CDs were to us when kids
Yeah.
look at a CD and they go, I don't even.
What's that?
What is
Yeah.
that? Is that that's a nice
Oh, don't
decoration.
say that.
April has them on her
It will.
wall. She's got
Reckon?
CDs. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when people put vinyl, the old vinyls, and they had the really cool designs on the vinyls. Now it's CDs, and it's like, yeah, that's like old.
I think it will.
Yeah, that
I
was
think
when
it
my
will. I
parents
think it
were
will
I
go
don't
on.
know, man. No, I don't know about that.
We'll see.
We'll see, yeah.
When we were all sitting in here on Liveathon number 450. Wow, you know.
We're cyborgs, like
Yeah.
wired into
Chat
something.
GPT's typing everything.
Just so we'd like society just won't let us die. 'cause it's like-
I like a skeleton with my head in a bowl.
well, on that note,
Someone said to me that we're going to be the last generation to die or the last generation to live forever.
Wow, that's freaky. See, this is some science fiction business. That is.
That's going to unravel another session.
Yeah, that
right,
Should
my
have
man.
picked up on that earlier.
Yeah.
Did we get a picture before you go?
Yeah.
You already got one?
No, not
No.
yet.
Oh, no.
sweet.
Got signed as-
Right.
I've got
Shirt as well.
shirt
2 minutes.
But we were catching up on time. We didn't, but that was great
Yeah, it was
conversation.
great.
Like that was worth it. Luke, I can see you in the lobby. Give us a wave. Make sure I know that you're there. I can see you.
Hey, Luke.
So we'll be with you in 5 minutes. We've got this is something to tune in for.
Yes.
So proud of this young man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is gonna be a great conversation. See you in 2 minutes.
Mm.
Thank you, guys. Okay. They put one up on. Apparently, they were on this morning or something. We're on, right.
Yeah, my eyes falling off my thing.
Okay, cool. Okay, right. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry we're running behind on the schedule. Luckily, we got a little bit of flex at the end. And then after this, I've got we've got Luke now. What time you got bounce?
Whenever.
Fine. Okay. Cool. So from about 8:15 then, so I want to chill with Danny after Luke. And we've got Stephen Ferguson in and Michael Burke coming in as well. So we're having a conversation, which would be cool. And then we're in for the
Evening.
Wow.
But first and foremost, really excited about this. Luke, welcome, my friends. Here he is. How you doing, dude?
His mates.
You all right? Are you on mute? You're on mute. Let me unmute you. I don't know if I can actually do that.
No,
That's it.
He's done.
Yeah, you got it, man. Hold on. Just check your mic settings, dude. Oh. Just bear with.
Tech.
Bear with. Welcome back, by the way, sir.
Hello.
Nice to see you, sir.
Yeah, it's just had a nice little break. Unlike you guys. Is he back in?
Not yet.
You hear us, Luke?
You know what we should do later, don't you? What's up, mate? We should about 10 to 12. We should get Rico back on and say, look, we did last 24 hours.
What did he say he wasn't going to do?
No,
Wait to Luke one.
Rude.
rocking it.
Smashing it, mate. Mic drops.
Just gonna pull you back into the lobby, Luke. You just get. I'll see you when you're ready. I'll see you when you're ready. Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, at 10 to 12, I'm staring at that camera. 10 minutes, and then at 12 goes.
I'm going to get McDonald's on my own.
I'm not going to do anything but.
You can sleep here on the sofa.
It's madness.
I've got a hammock next door.
Nice.
I've got a
Is that
hammock.
where you're staying?
I don't care where I stay at that point, honestly. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just like focused on
It's
the
hard to believe that how quick it's gone though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are smashing
It does
it.
go really quickly. It
It's been
takes
a
me
great
back to
day.
my raving days, ain't you, little DJ, ain't you?
Yeah, I
Check it out.
know. Yeah, my
So,
body
a
clock's
DJ.
screwed
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, although I did used to love it. Although me and my husband, we used to go raving and he'd finish at the rave and I'd be drinking vodka Red Bull all night because obviously that's the only vibe.
Yeah,
But while we're waiting, I love your Instagram stories when
Thank you.
your husband is absolutely rocking
Yeah.
the
So
decks.
good,
It's
isn't it? On
quality.
Friday.
I love it. I love the fact that you two can do that together.
Thank you.
Someone made a
I haven't had
suggestion.
any
actually.
Red Bull, just FYI. No.
Someone made a suggestion earlier.
Not
that-
one. No.
No, that's Jamie.
They're tired. They can't hear you.
Sorry, go on.
No, so I was just saying, someone made a
interacting with
suggestion
our-
earlier that part of an initial fundraiser for this, we could do like
Raveathon.
a raveathon.
Yes, mate. Oi.
I'm on
On
that.
it.
Yeah.
It's like a car bonnet.
Yeah.
Yes,
So you
I
could
would
get
definitely-
I'll
like
get the garage out.
we could rent
Yes,
a venue and that, and then obviously all the proceeds go to CPSL.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
it.
let's do it.
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'll
It
be
saves
well
you,
with that.
it also saves you sleep.
I'll get the garage out and I'll get the old school R&B and hip hop.
Yeah, I love that.
Bit of
I'll
Notorious B.I.G.
take Joe McMeekan's advice, and I'll like just hang upside down behind it. Listen.
I genuinely am going to try that just to see if it works for
Gotta
me.
meet Joe.
Interestingly,
Oh.
What did they say? What? Hanging up in
So she was talking about
Sensory.
sensory,
Yeah.
and like how it was so weird because at 2-3 o'clock in the morning I was showing clips. I was giving little exclusives to Luke, little minutes clips from our series 2.
It's Brian.
Joe's like different level.
Yeah.
Different level. You would love her. She's got a school over at Ascend School and over in Bristol, and she's got like 7 horses. So she does horse therapy. She's just a powerhouse. Proper powerhouse.
When you showed me the first 5 minute, 5 minute clip today, it was today. My mouth just went like that.
yeah, but
That's crazy.
Wow.
science
Yeah.
brain.
And that never happens
But
to
when
me
we were
either.
talking
Yeah,
about
wow.
it, we were talking about the hanging upside down thing. Then Luke literally dialed in, like weren't even planned.
That second.
4 a.m. Luke just popped in and was like, "You know what? I remember once I was hanging upside down, listening, and I was learning how to play guitar, and I just learned much better."
Wow.
We were talking about that earlier on,
Yeah.
but we were talking about earlier. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Honestly, yeah, he popped on at like 4 in the morning.
Going back to music, Laura, we've talked about it before, haven't we? Here, that how much I love music and what it does for my mental health. And when I'm in that low patch, I will put on my favourite album, like ever. And
I cannot function without music. Like, it's everything.
Yeah.
And it always has been everything. My husband and I met, gosh, I was 12.
Were you when you met your
12
husband?
When we met, yeah. Didn't fancy him though.
He
had a ponytail, and I weren't interested.
So did I.
Did you?
Yeah, I my hair ponytail that age.
DJ garage, you know. So yeah.
Isn't it just?
So yeah, so he you know, always into music and recorded and stuff. So yeah, I love music.
My problem is right now is that I'm 42 years old and I'm now starting to go. That famous term, music wasn't like it was when I was back in the
I'm
day.
exactly the same. Me and Sebastian, my boy, a minute ago was listening to some music and it was an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't really appreciate this music. I don't like the lyrics of it. I think it's derogatory. But then he goes to me, but Mum, when you were younger, weren't you listening to Snoop Dogg? And I was like,
The only real artist I quite like is still Mark Ronson's last album was absolute epic for me. That actually helped me for a few things.
I don't even know any artist names. I don't
Mark
know. I just turn it on.
Yeah.
Just turn the music on.
So music's not your thing then?
Well, no, I've always got music on, but I just turn it on.
Yeah,
I turn it on.
you remember when we were talking about the children of the future, right? And we was listening to a bit Whitney.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, but I don't know what it's called.
No, but
I don't know the song name.
Oh,
I don't remember
children
it.
are the future.
Yeah, I'll go.
Teach the world.
Yeah, I know the song because you sent me it. I'm listening to it, but I don't know who sang it or
Really?
the name of it.
Whitney.
Well, yeah, I know that one because you just told me.
And I'm actually, has anyone seen? No, they haven't seen it. But I watched Whitney on Saturday with my
cinema?
husband and my
Is it
daughter.
good?
Yeah. Oh my
It's
gosh.
supposed to be brilliant.
I blubbed. When I say blub, I mean like I couldn't get up. I was in my, it's in my, it's in the chair, and I had to pull my. And I've got no problems crying. But my daughter and my husband were like, oh my goodness, are you all right? I was blubbing because the voice, you know, I get tingles
But
when
again,
there's really good
I was like
music.
that. I was like that with
Amazing.
Bohemian Rhapsody, and the reason why
banging.
the reason why it was that for me is that my mum's favourite artist was Queen, and to watch that last 15 minutes of when they Band Aid
Oh yeah.
before
yeah, that was big,
Live Aid, sorry, where they performed at Live Aid, it got me massively. Not just because of my mum, but I thought it was just so beautifully acted. He was so good as Freddie Mercury, and I met Dexter Fletcher. And for those who are a bit old enough, Dexter Fletcher was from Press Gang.
Yeah.
For back in the day. Well, I met him when my boys did some filming with him. And I sat down with him and said, just want to say thank you for Bohemian Rhapsody, but also really thank you for Press Gang.
Yeah, because you were brilliant in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely
music. Sam, you DJ, right? Mm-hmm. Do you get to a point when you're in your set? Because I've watched my husband mix before, all the time, as he does.
Yeah.
And it gets to a certain point where he's mixing a song or a track, and it becomes euphoric in that music. Do you know what I mean? Like when you feel a state of euphoria in the music, and it tingles. And I remember throughout lockdown, we were listening to like Amapiano, which I don't know if you're aware of, but it's like a South African genre music.
Okay.
It's like deep house,
Okay.
but very distinctively South African. Yeah. And it is vibes upon vibes upon vibes. But the music that we was listening to, especially in lockdown, when there was lots of emotion, lots of kind of recognition of understanding where we were in society and a understanding of not really knowing, but always having the music to go back to. So subliminally or subconsciously understanding where we are, but having this outlet of music. And you're talking about watching us on our, on Instagram, on our Friday night raves, which is what we had every Friday, right?
love that.
So every Friday without fail.
You mentioned about vibrations earlier on, didn't you, Dan?
hello.
Sam.
Yeah,
Hello, mate. All right.
Hi.
Good time, man.
How are we?
Good time. Oh, hello. Look, lads.
Lads,
Come on. Just don't break anything. Come and say hi.
Wow.
Come on, say the screen.
Are you bundling or what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been
happening?
bombarded by the Walk and Talk for Men group.
Get in the seat.
Yeah, just be careful of the camera.
Sit down here. Sit down here.
Right, I'll go on the floor.
Yeah, man. Someone can take a screenshot. Just try and get in. Sit down somewhere. My days. The Walk and Talk for Men group.
Hi.
Hello, Alex. How you doing? All right? Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Hi, you're right. Hi.
24 hours.
Oh, there's loads of us.
All right. We can all be here for Luke. This is amazing, actually.
Oh, will he be all right, that?
Right, who do you want? I'll sit on the floor. Look,
I'm going to sit on the floor.
I'm not going anywhere near that shirt.
Yes.
Just you're right.
What's that? So we were just waiting for Luke to come on, but you can. Oh, hello, mate. You got.
There he is. What is yours?
Amazing, amazing. Let's try and get.
So,
can we try and get a picture here?
should we do a selfie? Hang on.
Yeah, if we can.
I love
See if
that
I can get
hoodie.
one up there.
Very nice hoodie.
I forgot to pick one up.
You have to get one.
I ordered it like 10 weeks ago. I said, you try and get a picture.
Hello,
Get in here, look.
lovely. I'm very well.
Get in here,
How are
look.
you? Good. It's nice to see you.
Can you get everyone in this?
Oh no! Don't apologise. It's great.
Mate, can we try and get in?
Go on, keep going. Come on, guys. Just don't watch
Luke's got the shortest arms. Shall we go for it? You're in, you're in, you're in. Wow, mate, guys. Amazing.
Anyway.
Yeah, mate, thank you so much, mate.
Sorry, everyone, who got my armpit there.
Come on, mate, come on. Get in here, one more picture, come on. Come on. Squeeze.
Steve, in.
Hi. Wanna get in?
Go on, mate, go on, fuck it. That's it. Look at that, squeezing.
Come here, Glenn.
I'm stuck here, I'm wedged in between.
Bundle.
There's another one.
Bundle.
Oh, there, look, we got someone to a picture. Perfect.
There you go, look at this.
Oh my god.
Photo, I think.
We've got to try and get a
Photo.
picture of everyone in here.
You guys are brilliant.
We're not bad. Well, we are. We've just been wandering around in the dark endlessly. So. All good?
Hey. Guys.
Anyway.
A bunch of legends.
You nearly hit.
You get my miles
How long
in.
you got so far?
We've got another 4 and a bit hours.
Home run.
Yes.
Right. I hope you're getting the miles in for me.
Yeah,
Take care.
You get
Yes, we will. Yes, please. Let's
Fiona
do.
sends love. Look, Stuart sends his love.
Hello, Ian and
He got
Peter.
his selfie stick, Stuart said. Amazing.
All I gotta do now is get up.
Well, get yourself there's a green room next door. Get yourself a brew.
And biscuits. I think he's got biscuits and cakes.
Biscuits, mini rolls, Elsie Mays is brilliant. I don't know if you heard the news on the Liveathon.
Oh,
Yeah, I've heard about Elsie Mays.
But she's left us some cookies and brownies and something good of her. Yeah,
lovely.
Mate, cheers, man.
Come on, man.
Appreciate it.
So nice to see you.
You better get up first, Ian. And then get up.
Cheers very much. Cheers, my man.
Appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, Trip Hazard's everywhere here.
Bill, watch your foot.
Sort it out, Bill.
Obviously, I'm not keeping.
Cheers, my man.
Get out,
Alex. Oh.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, that just cut out.
I really appreciate it. So, again,
Love it. Where's your at?
He's got it.
He's got his at. He's got his at, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex. God bless you.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you. What's your
Say
name?
Danny,
Danny,
Danielle.
I'm Peter.
Hi, are you right? Nice to meet you.
See you, Luke.
So cool. I've heard of like flash mobs, but wow,
Honestly.
that was so cool.
Flash mob, big time.
Excellent.
Walk and talk flash mob, that
Walk and
is.
talk crew.
Now, I don't know. I've texted him. He said he's having an issue with his audio.
Shall
line.
we have a chat with Danny then for the time being? Shall
Yeah,
we?
let's do it. Have you got some, what do you want to talk about? You got some books in, yeah?
Do you know what? I was talking.
Wanna have
I
a
wanted
chat?
to talk about today, like that space, right? So I don't know if I've talked to you know because obviously we talk a lot, but I had a really difficult time in 21. Really difficult time. Like way worse than I ever expected it to be, if I'm honest. And the narrative that I kind of picked up from a lot of people was me as a personality couldn't become ill.
Yeah.
You know, people go, Danielle, what, really you? You became unwell? Yeah, COVID did me a proper wrong'un. Like,
But
really
it's
created...
again, like you said, sorry, just like I said, what you said about a mental health illness is a silence, isn't it? You don't see it. So sorry, come.
Yeah, no, it was. You're absolutely right. So, people kind of connect my personality with mental ill, without mental ill health. It's like, how can you people?
You're superhuman.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, come on. About my personality. How can you become unwell? I know Luke's back, but yeah. So it was one of those situations that I found really difficult. So what I wanted to talk about was actually in that downtime, which we were just talking to Dan about. What is it that you need to keep yourself going? What is it? And so they're my books I brought in today to talk about them.
Nice.
I like that idea.
Cliffhanger as well. Look at that.
Yeah,
Mate, you're a pro.
What can I say?
I like
Luke's
that.
back in town. Let's go for it, Luke. You ready? I see Beth's in there as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Did you just miss a flash mob, by the way? Were you
just
in the
missed
flash
it,
mob?
yeah.
No, I just went into like some little portal.
I'll send them a picture in a minute. It's brilliant.
How funny would it have been?
There he
if
is.
you thought I was the same one of the guys.
Hey, Luke.
Is it working?
Yes,
Yeah,
mate.
It's fine.
Good.
Thank you for joining us, man. Have you met?
We met, yeah, because he was on the.
Oh, you pitched.
You pitched.
Luke,
yeah,
you
yeah,
pitched
he
Danny.
pitched.
Do you remember pitching Danny? Oh no, Wi-Fi.
Is he frozen
no.
again?
Is it
Oh,
Wi-Fi?
no.
It's usually fine on. Oh
Yeah.
no, it's
No, it's
Discord.
not for me when he's joined
Oh,
us before.
no. Dude, can you try it from the house, if possible?
Beth just started giving him the laptop. See if it
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put you back in the lobby, Luke. I'll see. I'll, as soon as you're active again, I'll bring you back
Yep,
in. All right.
yeah, absolutely.
As soon
Just
as
keep
you're
an
ready
eye.
to roll.
Oh, bless him.
Oh, wait a second. Yes.
Is it
Oh, he's
working
back.
now?
We're back.
Yeah, here now, mate.
Right, I'm touch wood.
Yeah,
We're
just
good.
shoot,
We're
just
good.
shoot. Yeah.
We're good.
That's
So
Wi-Fi,
you remember
and then the
Danny?
Wi-Fi was- Yeah, from the pitch.
And you've heard Luke now.
No, he's met me. I've met Luke a few times.
Oh, you have met.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Brilliant, mate. So thank you for coming on today.
Yeah.
You seem really excited
I
about
was,
it,
I wasn't
and a
on
great
time,
news.
But then the
Great, that's
laptop
fine.
just decided
Well, I
it
wasn't on
gonna
time either, so don't worry about it.
cooperate.
An over and out situation.
Oh, no.
Okay, it's back.
It's cool. Yeah, you're back. You're back. You're froze. You're in freeze frame.
I mean, try just audio maybe rather than camera.
Yeah, that might be a good shout, Luke. If you can turn video off for a moment, just to let the Wi-Fi do its thing. If you can hear that.
Can you hear us, Luke? No.
Oh, wait a second. We'll catch up. I know that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Let me. Let's have a look. 1 sec. Yeah. No, it's all right. We take your time anyway.
Yep.
That was
Cool.
15 minutes ago.
Was it? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Books.
that was kind of it. So kind of going back to being unwell, and I developed a really bad anxiety disorder in 2021. Well, as a result of 2020, and health anxiety really bad, like taking my pulse 450 times a day and thinking I was dying.
Was that from the COVID
Yeah,
pandemic?
specifically around the pandemic. And I also developed panic disorder for driving, and I still don't drive very
Wow.
well outside of St Neots because I know St Neots and it's not open road. But I've had that for about 25, 30 odd years, so there's
Yeah.
nothing. 20 years, not that old. And so that's always been, but it reared its head during COVID, and it became quite debilitating for me. And people always used to say, "Oh my!" When I told them, they'd be like, "You of all people, I never
Yeah.
thought that you could have, difficulties." As if that your personality type will somehow dictate whether or not you are open, to developing mental illness. And throughout my getting well, I was very dedicated to that process, but people didn't understand the process, and they were always trying to push me to just get better, just do this, you must get out, you must do this. And I rebelled because I know what I know, and no one knows me better than I know myself.
So your anxiety from something you said for the COVID pandemic, what do you know what your anxiety was for? Was it scared of catching the virus, or was it other things what you were scared of?
No, it was the numbers. So for me, it was
Yeah.
overwhelming information around people dying.
Dying,
And that's quite
yeah.
traumatizing, especially for me. Not a lot of people. Like my husband, when the pandemic
Luke's
hit,
back in by that as well.
yeah, he wanted to constantly know what was going on because he needed to, and it didn't affect him. But oh, Danielle, 11 billion people have died
Oh, no,
yesterday.
honestly.
I was like, I can't handle it. It was frightening for me.
Yeah.
And so as a result of it, I developed a serious health anxiety. So I had CPT, and
Fantastic.
it's amazing, and it helped me to reframe and understand these things in terms of control. We were talking earlier on about your children understanding. I had therapy in lockdown through Zoom, because obviously everything
Yeah.
was through Zoom, and my kids would come in and they'd be crying my eyes out. The therapist just said, so talked to me about what's the worst thing that you think of. And I was like, it's because I'll die of COVID, or, this will happen or that happen. And my kids walk in the living room, they'd be like, Mummy, are you on therapy? I was like, yes, I'm on therapy. And they're like, all right, do you want a cup of tea? And shut the door. We're very open in my house. They know about everything because they have to. So from that point of view, they were very aware. And they were also very aware that I wasn't able to function as well as I perhaps did beforehand.
Yeah.
And that was quite interesting because people then feel guilty. And I said, if you broke your leg and you couldn't get up and down the stairs or wash the bathroom because your leg's broken, you wouldn't feel guilty about breaking your leg. But the minute it becomes a mental health challenge, people put an awful lot more pressure on that. So, going back to the books and the TV for me specifically, that was my coping mechanism. I flipping deep dived into SWAT, mate. My
Blimey.
do you remember? My good SWAT. Oh,
She loved
if you haven't watched SWAT, I'm just saying. And I would just watch it over and over again because it wasn't in my head. I wasn't in my own head. I was in America, with a group of SWAT officers, taking down the bad guys, and I didn't have to think about any of that stuff. So with therapy and with creating a safe space for myself to heal, I got better. And touch wood, I'm absolutely fine now. I feel way
So
better.
when was that sort of turning point for you? Was there a specific day or specific
Do you need to get Luke
therapy?
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah,
If you can, sorry. sorry.
We'll come back
I
to
know
that.
we're back.
Is that the EastEnders duff moment? Is it brilliant?
Yeah.
Well, let's
It's
get.
got refocus the camera. Is that old?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is that better?
I think it's alright. Looks alright.
I'm just going to do that.
Oh dear. No, just press the button.
No, but you can't see me.
Oh. It's
rude.
What are you
Is it
doing?
out?
Just, I'll do it in a second. Let's get Luke on.
So go on.
Hey Luke,
There you
welcome
go,
back.
that's fine.
It should be working now.
It's all good.
Hey.
Yeah, we got you, man. We got you.
First laptop, mic went, then the second one, the Wi-Fi went, but I fixed the mic on this one.
Mate, you're just a fixer of everything.
Yeah, it should work now.
Brilliant.
How you doing, man?
Okay. I'm tired, but not as tired as I would be. Usually, I used to take promethazine for anxiety, and it didn't make you less anxious. It just made you so tired you couldn't be anxious, which sometimes helps, and other times it just knocks you out, which
Yeah.
not that useful.
I understand. Well, honestly, I'm well proud of you. We're proud of both Sam and I in particular, but everyone who's watching here, I can see. Great to see you, Luke. There's a lot of people very happy that you're here. I'm very proud of your progress, just generally in life, and I say that with a wide perspective
Yeah, I agree
of
with that.
life, not just a moment in life. Now, Luke, can you introduce yourself to the world, please, sir?
Yeah, I'm Luke Carlson. That's like one of the full names that I usually have. I'm an entrepreneur, mostly artist from St Neots. So entrepreneurship was more of a necessity. I can't go out and find a job. Although I've been offered jobs by places because I tend to be good at some things. But if I can't get to the place, there's not much point trying to get that job. And art, I started doing probably about 4 years ago, as soon as agoraphobia developed. And as soon as art came along, I haven't really stopped since. And I kind of found jobs throughout the past few years that include art as well.
Nice. And what does art do for you, Luke?
I think in general it's routine to make things, and I tend to what I make it tends to stay within the same realm of what it is. But the medium might change. So if my head doesn't feel as organised, I can draw a pattern and almost organise that pattern, and that's like one pattern for one day. And I've got probably over 1,000 that I've made for things. And there's digital ones as well. So the ones I've posted online are just like 1/10 of what I've managed to scan.
Can someone put Luke's Insta account in the comments, please? And everyone give him a follow and check out some of the artwork because
There are
such a talent, dude.
up here.
Well, you can
it's
see
so
it on the
dark.
ceiling. Look on the roof.
Yeah, yeah, I've had a
Love
look
that.
when we did the call. Yeah.
Yeah, Luke. So what's your username on Instagram so people can follow it?
It's Carlson with a C underscore industries,
Nice.
which I probably named it 2 years ago, and it's too late to change it now. People know that.
Just ain't doing it.
So Danny, do you remember? So you remember?
I
me
do,
and Luke?
yes,
And
absolutely.
he
With the
pitched his-
idea, yes. And it was amazing. So it was the seed bombs, wasn't it? And we were just like blown away by the creativeness of something that could bring such joy to other people, right? Playful, creative. Yeah, amazing. And he pitched fantastically well.
So Luke,
Yeah,
if you had 30 seconds to pitch to everyone listening, what would you say about your business?
I think the name itself just gives seeds a chance, whether it's through seed bombs or you sow them on your own, or just any way of spreading seeds throughout nature to encourage it more. That if you're going to choose, pick Give Seeds a Chance. And I haven't
Yeah, love it.
got into production yet, but I'm sitting in the place where I will start making them soon.
It's amazing.
Like the language. So what's the purpose? What was the purpose behind you setting it up?
Well, I already had like 20 ideas for different businesses, and
20.
like maybe 19 of them were just completely out of what I could, out of the realm of what I could achieve from where I was or where I am. So I just wrote them down over the past few years, and that was the one that stuck for that long. So I've had that one for probably a year and a half, and I would have set it up way earlier. I would have set it up beginning of last year, but I couldn't get any government ID, and without government ID, I can't get bank account, which threw everything out. I just had to wait until they did that. But Alex would be familiar with how long that took.
Oh, it's horrific. Honestly, it was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, bureaucracy.
Yeah, I know,
Because
Matt.
he can't go out.
Yep.
It's like the advert you see on the telly. Can't go out. Can't give the ID into the bank account, which is annoying, isn't it? Because actually, through that process, unfortunately, we've found now it's annoying because if Curious Entrepreneurs had been a year earlier, we've now got a relationship with Metro Bank. And I don't think we haven't announced that yet, but we have. We now Metro Bank are getting involved. And Metro Bank will now go out to the house, and we're actually going to have a young Metro Bank champion, who's going to be in our Discord channel. So all our Curious Entrepreneurs, so Luke through Discord will have direct access to a banker in our community, which is pretty cool, right?
And inclusivity, right? That's
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's just so annoying. So that we've been through a process with all of that stuff, but I just feel like, like Luke, you're an inspiration to a lot of people, and I feel like you're getting comfortable with that a little bit more. I don't know if that's unfair to say. Like young people, if you were to speak to Luke a year ago, if you were to speak to yourself a year ago, you think about where you've grown to. There are other young people that were in your situation. What would you say to yourself a year ago in terms of what have you learned over the last year?
Carry on with, I guess, generally carry on with what's necessary with school and everything. If you can't get to work, and just find one thing that you're passionate about and just carry on with it. And I do get anxiety about if I do really enjoy something, I'll think, okay, what if I end up not enjoying it at some point? Which can happen, but I just try and carry on with it. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just wait and carry on soon after.
I love that attitude.
I can't stick to the same routine for so long that it starts to wear itself out. So I try and find a new one or refresh it somehow. But
since you started Ignite, what moment are you proud of most within yourself since you started?
I think actually pitching the first time in, I think September I did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
That was
September
to
the
me,
3rd.
Harrison,
Simon Squibb.
Simon and Paul Oglesby. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, managing to do that and actually went okay. I didn't write notes and everything because if I wrote notes, there's no way I could talk and read at the same time and try and turn it into something useful. But it kind of all the stuff I needed, I knew, and it came up when I did need it. And probably the progress made in the car for car therapy. So the beginning of the year, I think I could get down to B&Q, which is it's about a mile away. But now,
Massive.
mostly over the summer, I managed to get into town, way past town,
Wow.
and out the
Wow.
car once or twice.
Luke, that's huge.
Amazing, massive.
Man, they're back late. Can we show some
Yeah.
love in the comments for Luke for that growth?
That's huge, mate.
Like epic. And you've got a dream now, Luke,
Yeah.
in terms of your outdoor
Yeah.
dream.
So what's the vision for this year? Tell everyone what we've got planned.
Well, the main thing is a Glastonbury ticket.
Boom.
It's there, and I'm pretty lucky to manage to get it. I had like 4 devices open when the sale was on. The same as nearly everybody. I got the ticket half hour after they said it had sold out. But I didn't trust what they said, and I just kept trying anyway.
Fight the power,
And
mate.
it
So
was after an hour I managed to get the ticket. So just
Brilliant.
general admission, but whether or not I can get there this year, I don't know. But I've got it in case I can get there.
Well, your flags got there last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
amazing. I
man.
saw that.
Yeah, you see the flags.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you said.
Amazing.
Yeah, you told.
And potentially Eden Project as well with me and Alex.
Yes.
Let's see how we go. But we'll see. Yeah. I like the language though. I like the vision.
Well,
So
Eden
let's
Project-
think about it though. Think about how far you've come within about 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, there's been a lot. It always feels like after August, it's the second part of the year. Like so much happens within those 4 months,
Yeah,
and the
it's heavy.
first half, it kind of all feels the same. Well, COVID definitely made like a routine that's set for so long, but a lot has happened over the past year.
Fair play.
So how my last question for you, Luke, is how has art positively impacted your mental health, and what one piece of advice would you give someone that how they can use art as an outlet?
I think because it's completely free, there's no rules whatsoever for what you want to make. There's no structure for what you want to make. And if you don't know how to find one, you can find a style of art that already exists. Or even if you copy someone else's art and you start to draw your own style, your own idea from it, it becomes its own routine and way to cope with things. So positively, it's always helped me, but more so the past few years. But I think it made it a routine more than anything, and that
It's incredible, mate.
ended up turning into a whole thing.
Nice. Do you want to share some of these comments in there as well?
Yeah, can I share? I just want to
We've
show
got loads of
you
comments
some
for
love
your
that you get
artwork.
here. So
Oh, no.
you got.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any of this? So you got Jackie in there, showing up, keep up the good work. Shay, Shay Crompton, such positivity, gratitude.
already
I'm not
on
sure if you're
Insta.
seeing these. You
Yeah,
got a new
I've
follower up
seen.
in there. Fiona's an absolute ledge. Jackie Fitzpatrick. That's my mum, Alison Brown. I hope you feel that, man.
Yeah, I can kind of say I need glasses, and
It's
from
fine.
here,
Just know that it's
But
there.
love, it's
You can
love.
know that it's there, and that's what matters,
You
man.
can look back and catch up and look through the comments, mate, when
Yeah,
you've got
of
your
course
glasses on,
you
because
can.
it's amazing.
Look, can
Yeah.
you were pretty forthcoming in the conversation we had about you coming on here.
Yeah.
What if I said to you like, that if you had that you got this moment to share something that's important to you, and that what you've learned over the last few years in dealing with what you've had to deal with, whatever that means to you right now,
Yeah.
what would you want to say? What would you want to share?
It's hard to pinpoint because I
We
usually
take your
think
time. You say as many words as you want. We're listening.
I can say as many words. I can't guarantee they'll make sense in
That's
the order
fine.
I
That's
give
also,
you.
mate. I'm with you.
I say, have
I'm
you
not
joined us for
making
last?
much-
You joined us for the last 20 hours.
I think just always thinking that there's a way through things in general. So Glastonbury was like the main thing. If I ever felt really awful, Glastonbury was like the thing that always came up the most, and that was because I was watching Glastonbury the week I basically became agoraphobic, and I didn't go out, but there was no, I wasn't anxious or anything, just because I was watching Glastonbury, and I like did the whole garden up, and that kind of carried on to its own routine. That yeah, always thinking that there's a way through things. I think, and music helps a lot.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah. It was like, oh yeah.
What kind of music are you into, Luke?
Right now, it's the Idols. That's been there for like a year. I think that obsession. The Beatles, John Lennon.
Oh yes.
I'll have to check my Spotify.
Why don't you create your own little playlist that everyone can listen to?
Bad news though, Luke. I don't think the Beatles are going to be at Glastonbury next year.
No, what's the one last year?
Yeah.
We got a hologram going on.
I tell you what, wouldn't that be amazing? They've done the Abbey Voyage, didn't they? Can you imagine doing the Beatles one?
Fergie sends his love, mate. He says, hi, Luke. Miss you, bud.
Oh yeah, Stephen.
Yeah. He'll be on shortly. Waiting in the wings, ready to cause some disruption. Come on.
The
Take this on
Beatles,
me.
the Killers, Chemical Brothers, The Cure.
Oh yes.
Led Zeppelin, Arctic Monkeys.
Oh, I like a bit of Arctic Monkeys.
Arctic Monkeys are rumours to be there next year as well, aren't they?
Yeah. They released their album 2 months ago.
Yeah, good album as well. Really different.
I'm hoping. Yeah, they seem like
And
a,
you're gonna.
like a noir
Sorry.
film soundtrack now.
Luke's constantly wanted me to. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was just saying, Luke, you constantly you wanted me to get the Chemical Brothers for Vibrancy, aren't you?
Oh yes.
So once, like obviously we make progress, Luke's gonna help me with Vibrancy as well.
Yes.
So we're gonna get you involved, aren't we? We're gonna get you an events manager. Nice.
Luke, what's your favourite Chemical Brother track?
Galvanize. I think.
Oh yes. Still a Hey Boy Hey Girl track for me.
Yeah, that's a good track.
Yes, over my head.
Well, their latest album, which was 5 years ago, it was No Geography.
Yes, it was.
All the songs on that are great.
I agree.
There's like no one that I pick above the other one.
Luke, I've not spoken to you in about 6 months, mate. Seeing your progress from where I spoke to you last 6 months, mate, it's unbelievable. You should be extremely proud of yourself, mate. We spoke to a couple of people here who don't give themselves enough credit. And you should do, mate. You should look in the mirror and go, look, I'm really proud of my progress because you've worked so hard. I know you're going to continue to work hard for that end goal. You should be so proud of yourself, mate. I definitely am. And I can think vouch for us 4 years, sorry. It's just brilliant, mate.
Yeah, I do try and I'll every now and again notice and try and think back. Okay, yeah, I have done a lot of things,
Yeah.
and it is going well. But if I dwell on it too much, I'll get stuck in that like rabbit hole of thinking, oh no,
Yep.
I'm looking at it again.
Love that mindset, mate. Love that.
That's happened over the past week when college started again, and that wasn't great because they didn't tell me my timetable or anything. And I usually really enjoy biology. Like I asked specifically to do biology, but the teacher changed, and she's just come from secondary school,
Right.
So she's not a college teacher where they're teaching with you. She's still in secondary teacher mode where she's teaching to you,
Yeah.
which is fine. Like she has to adjust, but it's not a nice reminder to what secondary school was like.
Yeah, it's a common subject. We've had this today about
Yeah,
education.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
Luke, I can't have you on and not have you talk about entrepreneurship. I mean, come on now. What's your relationship with entrepreneurship now? Now you've kind of explored it as a creative form over the last 6 months or so, in particular.
I think initially I was thinking it's going to be really hard to understand and try and think of and plan everything. It's not. It's more just if an idea comes up, that idea could be its own revenue stream or its own thing that can help other people. And the entrepreneurship has helped with the art stuff a lot. And it is really hard to be creative and a business person. And any artist that's got representation, they don't generally do it on their own because their business person knows how to do that. I don't, but I've kind of made it up as I go along, and it has worked. And the stuff with Ignite has helped to almost like pitch what I've made before. It's definitely helped with festivals. So if I can't go to a festival, I still plan to be involved creatively somehow, or more just forcing my way in to see if there's any room for something like that.
Love that.
Brilliant, mate. Absolutely
mindset.
brilliant.
Great mindset.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Well, proud of you, Luke.
And then, but lastly, Luke, around journaling, because I know that obviously from
Yeah,
speaking with you and getting to know you, that's a massive part of your life.
yeah.
If you feel comfortable, would you like what about journaling helps you most, and do you want to explain to people that are listening what your process of doing that is?
It'd be helpful.
Yeah. So I started. It was suggested by a therapist that I had at the beginning of the pandemic, and the pandemic. Everybody felt the same. Every day just kind of melted into its own just stream of days throughout 2020. So I started journaling in May, and it really helped just to kind of the day happened, put it into a page, and put that page away. But when a routine gets started, it's near impossible to stop, and especially one that's good like that. So I started May 2020, and now I've got 18 journals that are just full. Every page is covered.
Yeah,
Oh, they're fascinating.
yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
Like
I remember, I remember seeing it all. I was like, you've definitely got a movie there ready.
Yeah.
just get on Chat GPT.
Yeah, Alex, you sent me that the other day to try and make the
He said, "Can you write me a bio?" I said, "Use ChatGPT."
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah,
it was oversubscribed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was so popular. It was already fully occupied, I guess.
I'm still gutted. If I put Luke Newman from Into Talking Chat TDP, I have no idea. Literally, it tells me back. No idea who you are.
No.
I
One
need
day.
to try that.
One day.
This is technology stuff.
Yeah. Cool. So, Luke, we've been asking. Well, firstly, have you got anything else you want to share with us today?
No, not that I can think of.
That's cool. And secondly,
I've got to mention
go on.
Red
Yeah, go on.
Balloon- I've got to mention Red Balloon School because I
Yes.
used to attend Red Balloon, and I'm still kind of involved. My mum used to work for them, and they've always been great and helpful. And I think, yeah, that's it. That's all I think of.
No, that's a good point.
Big
Actually,
up Red Balloon.
yeah, they and your mum obviously speaks so highly of them. Are there any other kind of organisations or resources that you've used over the last couple of years that have been helpful to you, whether it be a school like a Red Balloon or any other organisations that have supported you that other young people could learn from?
Synth 3 were really good in Cambridge. They were almost like a placeholder until I got to proper therapy at the time. And they were like really routine and really helpful. And the transition between adolescent mental health care and adult is two different worlds. So CAMS is overworked. They do want to help, but there's so much work that they have to do. There's too little to cover so many people. But that adult mental health service works almost flawlessly, the way they're set up for me at least. So they've been really helpful, the adult mental health team.
Good to
So
know.
good to hear.
So good to hear, isn't
You
it?
never hear that.
No,
I
of course.
never hear that.
No,
The
it's
tru-
amazing to say.
it was madness, wasn't it? Because the fear. So I hope you don't mind me sharing. Do you mind me sharing about when me and Dan come and see you and we had the conversation about this?
Yeah.
It links into the entrepreneurship question. The reason I ask. So when Luke, I think you were 17 at the time,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
obviously it was
all that go in here.
yeah, it was about this. Was it a year? It was over a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, because you were
Yeah.
standing there drinking Huel at the time.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Lovely Hill. How you remember this stuff is amazing. And I said so this was the time when we were kind of early stages of launching the Inspired to Ignite. We didn't even know Inspired to Ignite was a thing yet. We just knew we had a program that we were working on. And I don't know who connected us. I think probably your mum. Your mum is like
Yeah.
literally your super fan, and big up your mum because I just love her. She's amazing. And I said, well, I'm going to go around and see Luke. And I didn't know much about your situation, if I'm honest. I'd never heard of agoraphobia. I'd never heard of all of this stuff. So I was like, well, I'm just going to go. It makes sense. You're at home. All I heard was you're at home. You can't come and see me, so it made sense to come and see you. So I said, well, if you can't go out, I'm like, well, where's the solution here? Let's get Dan. So Dan, who sat on the couch a couple of hours ago, I said, Dan, we're going round to see Luke. He's like, who's Luke? I said, don't know yet. Let's go see Luke. He can't leave the house and he needs to learn how to become an entrepreneur so he can look after himself. And you said to me in that moment, I said, why is that? Why is that? And you said that because you were worried about losing the support that you had for your mental health support because you were moving from 17 to 18 and he wanted to start earning his own money. So one, he could pay for his own mental health support and two, he could look after his mum. And that was your only intentions coming into all this process.
Beautiful.
Yeah. They're still there. There's many more intentions that sort of come with it now. But I have ways that I plan to do it.
I want to change the world now. With seeds.
Yeah.
With wildflower seeds. That's a start. That's just like the red carpet for Luke. The world. That's what I see it as.
Why don't we have a seed? Imagine a seed stage for Luke. That'd be cool. Give seeds a chance
You could do
stage.
that. Well,
That's the vision, mate.
I had an idea. You know, like Elon Musk, he made flamethrowers to fund the tunnel that was completely useless.
Yeah.
Well,
Boring company.
You could put seed bomb pucks inside of a gun and you could fire them at the ground. Which
That'd
is
be fun.
great if you're like well intentioned. Otherwise, you could
People's faces.
Yeah, it's. I know the military use them. So in areas that they've like decimated with mines, they'll clear the mines out and they'll put seed bombs down, and it tends to recover the environment.
Yeah,
So
just make sure you do a risk assessment, mate. Right.
Risk assessment.
Don't just go taking them on minefields.
After that fire you set up the other day when I've done a home visit, I'm not sure you got a bit of engineering to do.
I'm not gonna. There's some comments in there about the youth council. I'm not going to ask you a question about that because that could go somewhere we don't want to go, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to share?
Yeah. So
Frozen again.
I did help set them up, and
There
it's
you go.
going to be silent at the minute. But when it was working, it was amazing, and there was a lot of good things that came from it.
Good.
So you want to see it back, ideally in a good format.
Yeah, it
Good.
should be back, and there's loads of people that were interested. So I really wanted to be involved. At the time, I couldn't physically get to the places, and there wasn't much set up that would get it all ready to go and have events. But if it was set up again, and when it does start again, I think it will be really useful in St. Neots.
Great. Well, we got two people in next, so I'll ask that question too. Luke, I'm going to ask you the question, the same question that I've asked every guest so far. I'm really excited about this answer. What are you going to? What is the Luke of 12 months from now today? And you're welcome to come back, and we'll hold you account to this next year. What are you going to be saying to yourself for what you did the 12 months previous?
Well done for not stopping going out, for still going out, even though it's not very fun sometimes. And hopefully, I would have bought a car by that point. So, yeah, hopefully I'll be more successful than I am at the minute. But I have a plan for that to work.
Nice.
Brilliant, mate.
Nice. He's got some tunes in the car.
Yes, mate. Chemical Brothers.
Luke, thank you so much for your support and coming on and speaking up. Big up
Absolutely
for Luke.
amazing, mate.
Let's get some love in the comments for Luke.
It is
Appreciate
light
you.
in here. It is just a very bad camera.
You came across
Love it, mate.
perfectly.
And make sure
Absolutely.
everyone, make sure you follow Luke's Instagram. Someone put a link for it.
it's all up there.
There you go.
Spam the comments with Luke's Insta and give him some love. Top man. See you later, mate.
Bye.
See you in a week.
Bye.
Wow,
Brilliant.
an inspiration.
Brilliant.
Lovely man.
Yeah, very
Brilliant,
much so.
brilliant, brilliant.
Very much so.
Your mum must be very proud.
Yes.
Will be. Right, so I've got now. So we got you for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Brooks.
Books.
Right,
And then
we're
we
turning. Let's go back.
And then we got Fergie and Michael coming in.
No, stay here.
No, you stay for 10.
We had the duff moment about the turning point.
Oh gosh,
in
yeah.
therapy.
You mean what? As in when I started to kind of go on better.
Yeah.
So it's funny because I just saw a comment on there from Lisa. Hi, hon.
Yeah.
Who talked
Spencer.
about
She's on soon.
we had a conversation in the street
yeah.
about what was going on in our lives and kind of how difficult life was at the time and how we were struggling, both of us, to try and kind of navigate those waters. But navigation is exactly what it is. It's not about overcoming half of the time, right? There is this narrative about having to be better, having to push forward, having to get better, and it's not always like that, right? So from my point of view, in terms of understanding who I am, and I tell you what, the biggest gift you can give yourself is the gift of self-awareness.
Oh yeah.
Knowing who you are, what you need, what you don't need, who you need in your life, who you don't need in your life, and sticking to those values and those virtues, right? So from my point of view, it was, right, I need my family. I can't function outside of my family right now. And so I need my family to look after me, which they did. Luckily, which is why I was so happy when Luke said it, my mum's a mental health social worker, an adult mental health social worker, who's done 30 years in the NHS. Mum, seriously, I have so much respect for you. It's unbelievable.
I've just seen the last 6 months. So to do it for 30 years, wow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Massive
she's absolutely
respect.
phenomenal. So to have Luke recognise adult mental health services is phenomenal, because I don't ever hear that. I always hear, oh, they suck, there's waiting lists, this, and people don't. So to have him recognise that actually for him, the setup has been phenomenal, has been nothing but a gift for me today. So thank you, Luke. Okay, so from
Sam,
that,
you got to check your mobile.
yes, check your phone. Check your phone. Christine, that's all right. That's fine.
You're such a legend.
So it's fine. It's fine. So from that point of view, my light bulb moment, to be honest with you, was literally waking up one morning and going, oh, it's gone. Oh, it's not there anymore. Oh, God, that's good, because that was horrible. But what I needed through that time is exactly what I needed. I needed to stay in bed. I needed to not have the pressure. I needed to have that support around me. I needed to have the time to be able to chill and to relax. And it takes me back to that time when you just shared your video a couple of weeks ago about 2020 when you hit your wall. And it was a lot.
We hit the wall at the same time.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, it was the killing of George Floyd for me as well, and all that sort of stuff that happened as well, right?
Yeah.
But, you hit the wall, and I remember Christine telling everyone, you need to back off now, Do you remember? Like, leave him, he's off, leave him alone.
Yeah.
He needs some... You had your person, I have my people. So who do you have in your life to help you when you get to those points?
Yeah.
So for me, and I remember saying it today when I was training today, I knew I was unwell in a period of time when my kids were having chicken nuggets and chips from Iceland. I'm not a chips and nuggets kind of mum, and I don't mean that with any disrespect. I love cooking. I'm in the kitchen, so I put quite a lot of effort into that stuff.
Mode.
I mean, but I just didn't care. I couldn't function. I couldn't think that far ahead. But I never once beat myself up for it. I was always like, right, I just need to just chill. I'm tired. I need to relax. I need to, so SWAT. Oh, yes. And, you know, reruns of TV programmes, which were just inane and boring. And books. It brought me to books, right?
Yeah,
so one of the things that I loved when I was...
And encompassing
in that
all of
space.
what you just said was, again, self-awareness.
Self-awareness. Oh, absolutely.
Self-awareness.
Key. One of my favourite books.
Yeah, I've heard of this book.
Oh.
I've heard of this book.
This is the Comfort Book
Yes.
by Matt Haig, right? So it's just an amazing book about lots of things when you need comfort.
Oh, nice.
So
This is like jam on
yeah, just
toast.
tiny little
I was
bits.
gonna say, chocolate.
Right? So like, for example, I'm just going to read one out, right? Really, really quickly. So I can't say that word. I'm joking, right. Okay, so for when you reach rock bottom, you've survived everything you've been through and you will survive this too. Stay for the person you will become. You are more than a bad day or week or month or year or even decade. You are a future of multifarious possibility. You are another self at a point in future time looking back in gratitude that this lost and former you held on, so stay. Really powerful, like one page, you know, look at that.
Little nugget.
Just says, I'm
It's like
enough.
just a nugget.
And I remember sitting, reading it, and half the time I was crying because I was in such a dodgy place, but this provided me with quite a lot of
Love
comfort.
that, yeah.
So it's a really good book.
A few
Matt Haig.
of the guys from Fermented Talk have read it.
Yeah, it's
That really
amazing.
helps
That's
them.
like our flip thing, but on steroids. This has
Yeah.
got
Oh,
like
it's-
layers. This
yes.
has got layers.
Now this was, seriously, please no judgment, right? Like,
Yeah, no, go,
don't judge
go.
me, yeah?
Do.
Have somebody been watching Netflix?
Pablo and me, yes.
Yeah, so right.
So I watched Narcos. Like, I love Narcos.
Yeah.
This is really-
So
loved it.
the Netflix
But
series
I
is
did get
unbelievable.
quite obsessed with Pablo Escobar. Like,
Well, but it's interesting.
yeah,
guy.
as
Wow.
a character. Like, there was really moments of me watching that program, like that series, going, "Oh, that man is horrible." But then I go, "Oh, don't get him." You know, it was really, I had questions about.
If you
the
feel like
character.
that, there's have you seen American Gangster?
Oh,
Not yet,
mate,
no.
that's my favourite.
Exactly.
One of my
One.
favourite films of all time,
favourite film.
and I've read Frank Lucas's autobiography.
Yeah,
which is the lead character.
Yeah.
Please read it.
Give it
Yes,
to me,
I
what
do.
does
Mate, that is
Yeah.
my favourite film.
Oh, okay.
I'm mine. It's far too
yeah.
favourite film of all
no, I'll
time.
have a look at that.
Based
So
on a
this-
true story.
So this is Pabs and Tats, mate.
Love that.
And Tata. So that's his wife, and it was
Yeah.
phenomenal. So yeah, a bit of
Nice,
drug lord.
Nice, like it,
work
like
there.
it. Yeah, a bit of escapism.
A bit of escapism. This one is amazing. This one is Stronger by author called Puna Bell. Salvation Woman.
Best author name I've ever heard in my life, by the way.
Yeah, Puna, but she's amazing. Absolutely. Her husband died. He died by suicide.
Right.
And he was a drug and alcohol. He was unfortunately a drug and
Yeah.
alcohol addiction. And so it talks about her life, but also about stronger women, specifically around exercise and strength and the perceptions of strength. For women, which I found a phenomenal, really, really interesting
that.
book. So I really love that. And my daughter, who's 13, she's up for that one. This one's quite fascinating. Alex, I want to find out what you've got to say about this one.
Oh,
Is this one- are you
this?
outraged?
Yeah.
So this one is about...
Yeah,
the-
where have I seen that? That was. I'm sure I got that from like a training or someone giving me the book.
Yeah,
after.
no, this one's... So in a wise and funny journey into the outrage industry, Dottie explores how by shouting about everything, we've lost sight of the fights that actually matter.
Yeah.
And created
Hello.
a world where outrage feels without consequence.
Yeah.
So everyone's pissed off.
Just
excuse my
noisy
language.
bollocks.
Yeah, and just noisy. And they're shouting. So it's about cancelling people, which I completely disagree with. So it's all around that, which I found quite... And it's very funny. So that's a very funny book. And this one's given to me by my friend Alison. She's not watching, Al, but I'm going to find the details for you. You can watch it
I've
back.
heard of this as well.
This is lovely. So this is a kindness book, right? So kindfulness, be a true friend to yourself with mindful self-compassion. And it's lovely because it talks about how you talk to yourself and affirmation. Today, I befriend the person I already am.
That's nice. That starts off nice.
Which is
I like
about, yeah, expectations,
Oh,
right? So
hi.
another one, I am willing to bring compassion to our common humanity. So reading of books, watching of TV, listening to podcasts, watching of movies, all of these things come under either one of the 5 ways to well-being, which is what we talk about in
Yep.
mental health anyway, right? Connection, learning, community, etc., or they're what I call a helpful coping mechanism. So drinking alcohol is an unhelpful coping mechanism.
Absolutely, yeah.
Going out and behave in reckless behaviour is an unhelpful coping mechanism, and there is no shade here, by the way, when I talk about that.
No.
It's fact that people go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
So we've got to replace some of those unhelpful coping mechanisms with as many good ones as we can. And that, I guess, is why I bought Danny's library today.
But I do love inspirational books. My favourite book of all time is called The Promise of a Pencil. It's all about a guy from New York he was a stockbroker, but he had $25 in his bank account. Wanted to make a difference. 2 years later, he built 250 schools in African countries. Absolutely incredible
Makes
book.
sense for the work you're doing.
Absolutely incredible book.
Yeah. So yeah, books, man. You know, reading, creativity. Luke was talking about his art,
I love
journaling. You know, boards.
Yeah.
You know, like making vision boards, all sorts of stuff, and
Love that.
ultimately coming back to our creativity, right?
Do you know what I'm really looking forward to? So even tomorrow, it's journaling about today.
Reflecting on it as well.
Yeah.
You're looking forward to going to bed, love.
I'm just gonna literally just, like, lay on
I
my
do
fucking
think
arse.
I do think it's important to capture those moments. Though.
100%.
Losing it.
Might
Losing
just-
it.
Gets lost.
Yeah,
And interesting.
He's losing
Get
plot. I have
Marty
to
up
keep
this
him
time.
awake now, Sam.
No, I was just saying. Luke
Fergie's
said.
gonna come and just ruin me, man. Like,
No, Luke just said like he's going to journal, but I do think so. It was after our launch event that someone was like, "You're going to journal about today."
Yeah.
And I was kind of where you're at. I was like, I've done like 3 events today. I can't hear those lines.
Sorry. Yeah, I will.
no, dude, man.
Yeah,
What-
do
But
it,
also,
man.
and again, I will. And again, tomorrow I spoke to you about this in the early hours. That this week as well. I know I'll do it next week. I'm actually going to be. This is interesting. I'm not sure I'm going to say it. Yeah, no, I'm going to say it because we're here to speak our mind. I'm going to. I always write blogs, and I'm posting a blog next week about being a victim of racism myself.
Oh, that's a deep conversation. I'm not prepared for that conversation.
No, we're not going to. No, I didn't want to. No, I didn't want to. But it was a big blog to write for me. And when people read it, you understand why I was.
Interesting.
Oh, well, I'm going to read that. I'm going to come back at that.
I know.
Thanks
It's a very-
Can I have it in the
Yeah, let's do it.
It's a
Yeah,
very
let's do
big
that.
blog, and it took me 2 years to write. Even though it's 400 yards. 400 yards? So late. 400 words. It's took me a long time, and I'm still hurting from it.
I'm
So
looking forward to it.
yeah, I thought you might.
So, Danny B,
Yes.
I feel like we've had some fun because it's just been mad, and what the hell's just happened? Which is welcome to the Liveathon. It's just always
Like,
on the,
yeah, like a
random
mob.
blokes just jumped and
Yeah,
bundled
what?
us, and like but you're always just here, and that's enough for me.
Thanks, man.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like your involvement in the Liveathon everywhere is just you're always just here.
Thanks.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, just basically, I didn't get a time to have my full of half an hour. So,
No,
I'm trying to say,
no.
innit? So I was like wandering, meandering around. It's fine. It's been a pleasure
You're just
being
here.
here. Thank you for having
and
me.
it just means a lot to me that you're here.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
So
Even though you're like
I don't make sense, do I?
But can I also?
So sleepy.
I don't want to sound patronising. Please forgive me if I do. But thank you for getting better.
oh, thank you.
Thank you for working hard at it. Because I know it would have taken long to get back.
No, I appreciate that, man. And yeah, it was a lot. Never really. And I've been in and around mental ill health my
Yeah.
entire life, right? Like, so from that point of view, it never kind of affected me. Like, both of my parents, unfortunately, have serious mental health challenges. My mum's, she's fine, but in and out of depression. My father has a serious diagnosis of a mental illness, and it's been tough, But for my own self, it's the first time I've ever been affected by it by myself. I was like, wow, that's a lot, But also, it's the ebbs and flows of life. I don't expect to go through my life without being touched in one way, shape or form by difficulty. I think coming out of a global pandemic affected a hell of a lot more people than we ever anticipated. And actually, let's be very clear, just because it's 2023 and the pandemic hit 2020, don't think for 1 minute that this is it for us.
No.
The legacy
No,
and
no.
the leftover,
Oh,
or it is,
We've got a long way to go.
it's pretty, it's pretty hectic.
Yeah.
It's all that normality stuff, do you know what I mean? Oh, this and the other. When you take a step back and just remember, we're still traumatised.
And it's affecting.
We're still
It's
in it.
affected many people, and it'll affect many people for many years.
Yeah, I agree.
Final question. 12 months.
What have I got to say? Ask myself, what's it?
What are you going to say to yourself in 12 months? Looking back on
I've
what
had a
you've done.
chance to get this question as well. We've asked everyone. I was
Yeah.
expecting
No,
it
you've
for
been
myself.
listening all this
Been listening
time.
to all these answers. What am I going to say to myself in 12
That
months?
that DJ set was amazing last night.
Yeah, banger. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. I think I'm going to say, Yeah, you did it. And it's funny because
Yeah.
my husband and I, our mantra for this year, and I've not. Well, I talked to you yesterday. There's
Oh, no.
something going on for
Yeah,
me
yeah.
at the moment. I can't talk about it
yeah.
yet. It's coming out.
But that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's sorry. Yeah. You
Pointless.
can't know, right? You don't know. No. But you'll find out soon. It's going to be announced. There's a big announcement in terms of what I'm doing currently in my career.
Mean buzzing for you.
Yeah, thank you, and it's proper exciting. But it means then that when I look back, I'm going to go, you smashed it. Because me and my husband said 2023 for us is blowing up our lives. There's a lot that's changing, a lot of job roles, a lot
Nuclear
of opportunity
Danny.
for me. Yeah, so I'll be like, oh, you survived the blowing up then. That'll be my mantra in full. You survived.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got me intrigued now. Massively intrigued.
Like a
Well, yeah.
controlled explosion.
Yeah,
Imagine that, like,
It's
just power,
controlled.
just the power.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
Courtney.
controlled.
Yeah, we've got to fix the camera. They couldn't see me. I'm like that. Woo. No, yeah.
That's just because he's been sleeping the last half an hour. He's been sleep talking.
All right. I think that's it
Love
then.
you. Love
Thank
you.
you so
Right.
much. Thank you, guys.
We are half an hour behind. We got to get Fergie in next. And Michael Burke, who's come over as well, who,
Fantastic.
bless him, has been hanging around for hours to get in, and it's just been madness, but it's all been worth it.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your support.
Yeah,
for the
thank
last
you very
couple of
much.
hours. I know you only came in for a cuddle with Henry anyway, right?
Fiona. Oh, Fiona, really? Steve has a picture of what?
What's that? My husband's a picture of Danny.
My husband's picture of Danny Bridge.
I didn't give him that photo, Fiona. I didn't give it to him. Well, where we got it from?
Right.
Love you guys.
Back in a minute. Back in
Yeah.
5. Fergie's coming up.
Yo, we are back. It's 8:30, 3.5 hours ago. Alex and I have now been on for 20.5 hours. And I feel good.
You won't do though, mate.
Right, while we're waiting for Alex, who is out of the office at the moment, please, we've got the last 3.5 hours to go. Share this stream to all your friends. Tag some in if you can. Comment below, and also please, if you can, donate to the Mind CPSL. What we will be doing, please, is that if we raise £5,000, they will signpost that money to a Sydney's mental health initiative that we'll set up in due course. It is much needed. We know the suicide rates in the local town and surrounding towns and villages. We need to improve that, so we need to promote the mental health groups locally as much as we can. So please donate. So, gentlemen, how are we?
Good, thank you.
Really good, thank you very much.
I know you probably don't need to do this, but do you want to announce who you are to the people?
My name's Stephen, and I used to be Mayor of St Neots till they sacked me. I was Mayor of St Neots for 2 years. Then I got elected into all different types of councils as well. So I got elected onto county council, ended up being chair of county council, and then I said to my wife, there's district council elections. Like, I'll stand for district council, but I won't go on, or we'll be in opposition. Then we won, didn't we? And we ended up in power at district council as well. And so Michael is also a councillor. So I'm the chair of the county council, and Michael is the chair of the district council.
I am indeed, yes. Fantastic. So I'm Michael. So I'm also St Ives town councillor, and as Stephen said, chair of the district council. And one of the things that I wanted to kind of get involved in, and was part of my kind of remit really, was supporting mental health within the district. So it was really lovely to be able to connect with Alex and say, look, I want to come and support you. I want to know more about what you guys are doing generally, not just over the last sort of 20 or so hours. And it's to really support to get that message out there, not just within St Neots, but wider.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
no, I totally agree. Thank you very much.
And you're somebody who's been really open about your own mental health struggles, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Recently, at least, anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a really odd thing to start that conversation, and even now. Oh, thanks. Even now, it's very much for anybody. It's that really difficult moment of going, actually, I get it. I understand. I've been there. But the one thing that I take from everything that I experienced over the last couple of years is it's so important to talk about it. And that's what gets me through those really difficult days when even just the slightest thing might cause you a little bit of stress. It's just knowing that actually there's people out there that you can just pick up the phone to, or you can go and knock on someone's door and have those conversations, and they're not going to judge you. They're just there to listen or to help you rationalise that sometimes. And I'm really lucky because I have been incredibly open about it. I made a private Facebook group and invited.
I just joined this second.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invite.
So it's very much kind of as and when. I don't post regularly. It's if I'm having a really good time, if I'm having a bad time, and it starts at the beginning of and it's a horrible phrase, but my journey. Yeah. From that moment when I publicly said, actually, look, I attempted suicide, and I needed to say that to people, but I didn't want to have that conversation 50 times, 100 times. 5 times was enough.
Wow.
Telling your mum, your sister, your best friend. So to create that group and invite people into it, they had no idea what it was about because I didn't post anything until they were all there. And then it was like, okay, so nobody gets the analogy of the black dog. That's what I called it. And then I just posted it. And it went crazy. And from that, I had so many people that came to me. They were like, wow, you've opened something in my mind. Mm-hmm. I have a really good friend who came to my house, and he just walked in the door, and I was like, oh, do you fancy a coffee? And he was like, yeah, that's great. So I'm in the kitchen making a coffee, I'm like, what the hell is he doing? And I walked in and he was crying because he was so overwhelmed at the fact that he'd built himself up to come and tell me his story because he'd read mine.
It's support. That's what it's about.
And it just it was literally like I can't believe that from me being open and honest, it's allowed other people to do that and men to do that.
Absolutely. Actually, that's a very good point. I'm just going to say that right now. If you have been affected by any of these conversations the last 24 hours and even conversations moving forward, please look at the links of CPSL Mine there. Now, obviously, NHS First Response Service on 111 option 2. Can I ask a question? I'm going to go quite personal, if that's right. And I'm not going to ask you the who, when, and why. Can I ask you, when you felt suicidal and you were about to take your life, how did you feel? Were you thinking about anybody else?
Sort of. So to kind of put that into a context, I'll go there. I'll tell you.
Honestly, you don't have to.
No. It's cool. It's out there, so it's fine.
Okay, yeah.
So basically, I'd kind of gone through a few days of getting to that point of I can't do this anymore. At no point did I think I wanted to die.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, I cannot do this anymore. And I'd gone home from work on the Friday. I'd had a really bad day at work, really, really stressful. And I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I've only ever experienced this once. I was having a panic attack in my sleep.
Wow.
And I woke up, and it was because I'd been dreaming about being late to pick my nephew up to take him to a football match that was actually happening the following morning.
Right.
And so I then that was almost like the turning point. It's like, I can't do this to myself. And all day, I just kept thinking, I've got to do something about this. So he was my first thought. But then throughout the day, it was just me going through the motions of a normal Saturday. Yeah. And it was things like, I still went to get my hair cut that day. I took my nephew to get his hair cut. We went to McDonald's and got a milkshake. I took him home. And then it was like, I've got to do something about it. And it just then became my brain versus my heart, which was, in here it was screaming, and in here it was like, right, enough. Cut the cable now, enough. And I then just became fixated on how I was going to stop this pain, this anger, frustration. And I then went through every option, really. And so I've had this, it's really weird because I've not talked about it for such a long time, but having spoken about it before we came in here, I went down the route of wanting to take an overdose, and I'd planned exactly what I was going to do, where I was going to park my car next to a river, because once that was in my system, you put yourself in the water, you're not coming back. And I was in such a state that I didn't know this until afterwards, but I'd collected up all the tablets. And it became an absolute blur. So I couldn't tell you the time that I did it. I couldn't tell you what I was wearing, anything. But I knew I'd got the dog worming tablets. And it's like, why on earth are you doing that? But it seemed a sensible thing. So I'd collected everything up. So the antidepressants I was taking anxiety medication, and I'd literally got it. And I couldn't at that point have told you any of that. And it wasn't until a week later where I was starting to get help, and I'd done some washing, and the hoodie that I was wearing was on the air. And I suddenly was like, oh my God, that's the hoodie I was wearing, because I suddenly remembered I was putting everything in the pocket in the front. Yeah. And I had to get rid of it, because every time I put that on, it would be a reminder of that particular thing. So you kind of shut certain things out. But yeah, I guess there was nobody else in my thoughts at that time.
Again, I want to say thank you so much for opening up about that, because I think it's important
Mm.
that. And the reason why I wanted to try and emphasise that, because I knew what your answer was going to be, that you didn't think about anybody, your loved ones, and I wanted to emphasise to everyone out there as well. And that's the reason, when people taking their own lives, it's their final resort. They don't think about anybody else apart from themselves. That they cannot take this pain much longer. So for people who have lost loved ones from taking their own lives, I want you to try and emphasise that it's not your fault. It really isn't your fault. So brave of you, and so thank you so much. It's so needed, honest conversation like this.
It absolutely is, and having shared with everybody that I felt it, I was comfortable to share that with, and it wasn't until November 21 that I then posted it on my Facebook profile, and it was a really, I say it's a really stupid thing. At the time it wasn't, and afterwards it wasn't, but now I laugh about it.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because at the time it was my worst fear. So I'll tell you what happened, and then it might kind of...
Yeah.
So for the last 3 years, I've chaired the Christmas Lights Committee for St Ives.
Mm-hmm.
And I put everything I've got into it, because unfortunately St Ives kind of got left a little bit, and it was a bit rubbish. And so I was like, I want Christmas to be as magical as it can be, as I remember it, which is big bright lights everywhere and the town is buzzing. And I have a really close friend who he does loads of different things throughout the year. So he's a Freddie Mercury tribute, he's an Elton John tribute, and then from September onwards he's Father Christmas. So he does a lot of stuff in terms of he is the Father Christmas for Sky TV and so on. So he's incredible. And I said to him, please come and be Father Christmas for me. Forget everyone else, the 7,000 people that are there. Just come and do it for me. And anyway, I invited him along, and I'd been there since 6 a.m. I'd been up until 2 o'clock in the morning, putting the cones out to close the road and all that. And I was exhausted. So I know it's nowhere near where you guys probably feel right now, but I had seen people sort of milling about all day. I went off stage, he did his thing, and as I came back up, I realised the enormity of what I'd achieved, which was there were thousands of people. And my heart just suddenly started pounding, and my legs buckled.
Really?
And it was like, oh my goodness me, this is like the worst thing in the world, because they've all just seen me fall on stage. And I kind of went, oh, I'm tired. And actually, it was my body going, no, this doesn't work. We don't do this anymore. And I kind of was like trying to mask it. Yeah. So the next day I posted it on my public profile, and I was like, actually, I want you to know that what happened was potentially my body going, no, this is not comfortable for you. So I needed to kind of explain it to people, and it was the only way that I could see it at that point, rather than blagging it.
Did that give you? Did that give you some form of closure? Do you think that moment?
Because
you found, it sounds like from, and you must forgive me, because I think you followed me on Twitter yesterday off the back of a retweet. Then I started looking through your profile.
Yeah.
You said, "Oh, I'm going to come in." I was like, "Oh, who's this guy?" I kind of knew of you.
Yeah.
And then I saw your story. I was like, "Oh, it makes sense. Why you want to come and have a
talks?"
Then that's great. Yeah. But for me, I don't know, and I'm like, okay, now it makes sense why you're here and you're speaking up, and I thank you for using this platform to speak up. So but I think what I want to know is, and I want our audience to know when we're watching these clips back and stuff, is like, what did that do for you to help you move forward beyond that?
I wouldn't say it's given me closure, because I think whether it's a positive or a negative thing, we can all have very good mental health, we can have bad mental health. So for me, I know that there's always going to be something in the back of my mind. I'm certainly a stronger person, and I think having put myself forward to be involved with local councils and all that kind of stuff, you have to develop that kind of thicker skin, and you have to be strong. But it also, for me, having had those conversations with friends in the very early days, has allowed me to kind of extend that hand a bit further. So it's given me, I wouldn't say closure, it's given me satisfaction that in the grand scheme of things, I could have been one of those 7,000 people standing in that crowd, but I would still have the opportunity to say to people, this is okay. It's all right to feel this way. It's okay for your body to react in this way, but the help is also out there. Please use that.
That's what I was going to mention about help. What kind of help did you get?
So I have to say I was incredibly lucky. So I spent probably 24 hours or so on my own, digesting what had happened and what I attempted to do, and I'm very, very grateful, you know, that I'm here now, and I'm very lucky that I'm here now. And the first time I actually said it out loud was when I rang in work to say that I wouldn't be in, and I then had to kind of decide how to, you know, what was that next step? Yeah. And my next step was to ring 111 and press option 2.
Absolutely.
And just the enormity of the emotion that came out of my body physically, even that was a relief, because it was almost like somebody was saying to me, it's all right, just tell me.
Again, it's so important for you to tell people.
You know, I cannot stress enough, and I know people say, oh, you know, I've been waiting. I've been on the phone for however long, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It doesn't matter. It's taking that first step and saying it out loud. And I know that, again, there's the cliche of it's okay to not be okay. Absolutely. That is absolutely right. Because actually there's people out there who are going to make it okay.
Yeah.
And the person that you have to start with is yourself.
So what happened after the calling?
So I had a phone call from a friend of mine, and she said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." She was like, "You sure?" I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, oh, "Okay. It's just you messaged me on Saturday night, and I replied, but then I saw you read it and you didn't reply." She was like, "You always reply." And I don't remember that. And she was like, "Were you drinking?" And I was like, "No." And we just carried on talking. And she was like, "You would tell me if something was wrong, wouldn't you?" And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And she was like, "Please tell me." And I was like, "No, no, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." Because I didn't want to have that conversation over the phone. I'd already done it twice in the day.
Yeah.
And so we carried on talking. And I then got a knock at the door, and it was such a sense of relief, because I went, "I've got to go, there's someone at the door." And it was her.
Amazing.
And she actually said to me, "I'm not going until you tell me what's going on."
Great friend.
Incredible. And knowing I was coming here tonight, I spoke to her all the way from my house in St Ives until I parked the car.
What a friend that is.
And that was purely because I needed to talk to her, not about coming here, but I needed to talk to her because I know I can. Yeah. And she doesn't judge. And she'll just go, "Okay." And it's that word. And you know there's no judgment behind it. Mm-hmm. It literally is, "Okay, it's all right, it's fine."
To be honest, again, I can't tell you how important this conversation and how it's not patronising, so apologies if it is. It comes across that way. It's so brave to talk so openly about it, and I'm not kidding. You will be helping so many people, not just live here, but people will be watching back on it. It's such a powerful message about the feelings you had when you considering taking your own life, but also what you did, what happened next after calling NHS 119 option 2, because that's what we're trying to publicise.
I think it's interesting because this platform, Speak Up, you're probably 107th person to speak up over the last 3 years, and all of these kind of segments off the back of this are going to be part of what we do with CPSL Mind Off the Back. And it's the voices, it's the faces. Steve, we talk about this a lot, various different frame of references around it. It's the faces. We need different faces and different voices just speaking out, and that's very helpful and useful for everyone,
because it shows it's not unusual as well. So I think, not everybody can relate with all of your struggle, but most of us can relate. Me and you, in terms of getting too deep in things as well, and pushing ourselves too far and getting to that brink of physical exhaustion. We've all been there as well.
And I think It's also those people that just read, you know. And I remember we had that initial conversation. I think it was through Messenger or something, and you were like, I've just, you know, just seen what you've written, and it was like, oh, okay, and it wasn't a big thing to me, but it suddenly made me think, actually, this is a big thing.
You gave someone else permission to reach out in a meaningful. The word is permission.
Yeah.
You had the self-awareness originally,
yeah.
and then you gave other people permission when you felt safe to do so. And what that activates, what the ripples, as Danny B would say, the ripples of those decisions are important.
I think it's interesting as well because it's about reaching out to people as well. If you feel like they are going through something, but it's not about prodding. So I'm not going to go to you. You okay, mate? A few minutes ago, are you okay, mate? Are you okay, mate? Because with that, you were going to push them because they're not ready to. They would have answered. I've actually just launched it's called Must Ask to Engage campaign. Stand for mate. Every Friday for the whole of this year, it will show you a text message how you can message your mate. How are you?
That's good.
Just a simple text.
Yeah.
And it'll be hey, how are you? Or hi, buddy, how things?
Yeah.
Because just emphasise it's easy to reach out to loved ones. But the worst, like I said, the worst thing you can do is prod people. Just don't do that.
And understanding, like your friend clearly knows you and knows who you are and how to engage with you in that meaningful way. Like like Christine's my anchor, my partner in life and business and every other aspect of whatever life is. She knows she has to take me away. To your point, because I'm so intense in the way that I operate, I'm a hunter. She has to take me away for 3 or 4 days before even engaging with me.
Yeah.
So if you engage with me in that situation, I'm just going to probably knock you out or something. Like it's understanding of each other. So you've got to understand yourself first and foremost. Self-awareness has been a running theme through this entire day. The second has been community, and I'll bring it back every time. Nicola Bretherton said it earlier. Yeah. It's the so that prodding thing. So I agree. But there's also something in the enduring relationship. So it's that I'm on the phone and I'm at the door.
Yeah.
And I ain't going anywhere until you tell me.
I have another really good friend who it's always a difficult conversation because I always look at her and I think, oh my God, she's so busy, I don't want to bother her. And I'd sort of, again, it's that permission thing. I'd said, no, please go and tell her if you see her. I don't want to have that conversation, but I also respect the fact that she's really busy. And she did that taking away thing. She was like, right, I'm going to meet you and we're going to go around the dog walking field. I'm going to meet you on the bank holiday Monday at 10 o'clock and we're going to walk the dog. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And we walked it 5 times. And that was literally getting it all out of my system. And it also allowed her into my world, but it also allowed her to share how she was feeling.
It's like a safe and comforting environment for you to be able to do that. So again, that's the power of like the walk and talk for men. Isn't it?
I was going to say walking's part of it.
It's huge. You're in that nature, in a park away from the cars and the.
We had a bundle in here earlier. I don't know if you saw, but we had the whole. We literally had a whole bundle in here earlier.
I'll share it to you guys later. Sorry.
Well, look, I appreciate you sharing, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for hanging around, reaching out, and speaking up.
It wasn't my intention to come in.
I know.
And I'm sorry that you didn't get to say very much.
No. Well, Fergie's here till the end, and we've
we've got a big reveal.
What's important? That's every year this happens. If I'm honest, like there's always. That's why we try to just create the space. It's a safe space, and that's what it is. And
it is really, really essential. It's much needed. We all have really busy lives. The world is a really difficult place day to day. So to create this as a kind of reminder and a flagship, it's incredible.
I appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the support, man. Lovely. Very good to see you, man.
Once
you
again,
got to sign the tea.
Yeah, please do. Once again, please stress that if you are upset by anything we just discussed the last 30 minutes, please reach out to NHS 111 option 2, CPSL Mind, but also at this time of the evening, the Samaritans. We'll be right back shortly. Please, again, share your contact to your mates, please. If you can donate any money, I think you can prove right now the power of what CPSL Mind does and support people. We'll see you shortly.
Cheers, bro. Thank you. Okay. Hey, you've hit the chaos phase.
Hey!
Welcome to the chaos phase.
It's always chaos, isn't it?
Yeah,
this time,
really.
this time of the night, this time of the year. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. Yeah, it's been a heavy day, isn't it? It's been heavy.
Very, very powerful today.
Yeah.
Emotionally draining as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's not just hard work
killing me.
physically.
Carly.
On the sofa.
Welcome in. You got a mic on there.
Chest is it on? Is it the cup? Yeah.
Yes.
Karaoke.
Check 1, check 2.
I might, thank you.
Have I got coffee? No.
Probably drunk it. You're drinking. What you got in your hand?
That's not me.
Is it done?
Oh, one.
No, thank you.
That's empty.
Bless you. The
Right,
net's on
yeah, let's
fire.
move on. Let's
Fire,
move on,
Fire.
boys.
Right. So sorry for the delay.
No problem.
It's been, it's been
emotional.
Big day. It's been a big day. So happy to have Carly with us because it's quite nice to have you unarmed for 25 minutes.
Unharmed.
Unarmed. And I say unarmed in the sense that every time we see you, unless I see you
Yeah.
randomly, which
Yeah.
is always lovely anyway,
Uh-huh.
you're always there to perform and
Yeah.
you're always
I've never
there
seen you
to-
not moving, to be honest. This is the
No,
first
I
time I've seen
know.
you sat down.
I do sit down occasionally.
And I know you just do have this beautiful, thank you. This just incredible energy anyway, but you kind of just, whenever you turn up, you're just like, boom. So I really like to understand more about whatever you want to speak up today. So you've got a safe space here.
Oh.
What did you want to speak up for?
So obviously you know you see this crazy energetic whoop whoop, that's me. And my job is to get people moving, to get them active, to get them exercising. I'm a personal trainer, that is my job. But I think my passion is self-confidence. It's building that up, and I use fitness as a way of doing that for people. Like So people will see me standing up on stage and going crazy, and they have this idea, and I think it's really weird to hear it, because people think I'm like this superhuman person, doesn't get down, doesn't find things difficult, you know. And I'm not embarrassed to say, every time before I get up on that stage, I am a bag of nerves. Sometimes I'm close to tears.
Yeah.
Like, I literally, you know, I do struggle. You know, I'm not this superhuman person that can do jumping up on stage and without that fear. And I think it's really important for people to hear that everyone feels the fear.
Yeah.
Everyone in the world feels the fear. The difference is some people will push past it and do it anyway. Okay? You know, and I see so many people when I'm coaching who are lacking self-confidence, and I'm trying to help them just to bring them up a little bit, to give them just a little bit. And I use energy as one of those things. You know, when I'm up on the stage and I'm screaming and shouting.
You transfer a lot of energy.
Say, you don't
Like a
stop
beacon, like
either.
a beacon of energy.
And they're not slow. You proper go for it. I've seen you.
But I do all that silliness on stage, the whoops. You know, some people are like, what is this whoop? And there's a method to the madness, because what it is getting people to push past their boundaries, you know, of standing there, hiding in the crowd, or in a class, or in the gym, or whatever, you know, hiding themselves back, because it's very scary to be that whoop whoop, you know, that person out there. But that simple thing of just shouting and letting yourself go is such a big builder in confidence, self-esteem, and all that sort of stuff. And I could talk for days about all that.
So what do you learn from doing it anyway? Because the Carly I met originally, when I sat down with you in Bohemia many years ago, it feels like now, probably was many years ago.
No, I know, yeah.
You've got this may I say, you feel confident. Like when you just got this lovely energy about you today. Fair to say you weren't in that place when we first met?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I still have moments like that. You know, I think that day when we sat in the coffee shop, I was terrified of the future, not really truly believing in myself.
Were you doing Were you doing fitness at that point as well?
Yes, yeah. I was doing it at that time, but
life was a different place, though, wasn't it?
Absolutely, it's very far away from what it is now. Which is why I'm so more energetic now, and I want to pass this on to people, because I know that you can be not feeling it, you can be low, you can be down, you can have no belief in yourself, but you're just a step away from becoming that, you know, building that up. And it's not a click of the fingers, you know, it's absolutely not.
Is it like you're playing a character sometimes as well? Because I face exactly the same struggles every single time I have to do a speech. Like at Christmas lights, absolutely shit in it. And Charlotte, my wife, sees it all the time as well. Like if I've got to do a speech, I'll rehearse it 100 times and stand up, and I just feel it. And then you go up and suddenly it's almost like you're playing a character, isn't it? It's like acting, and it switches on. But sometimes when you're struggling in your life, it's really hard when you can feel yourself playing this role, and in your head you've got the turmoil as well. So I get that, and I appreciate it completely.
You're performing, and we all have to perform. But I suppose what I'd like to understand from you, Carly, in terms of what we can learn from that, because I get it. I mean, you wouldn't honestly, because I hate it. This, I do this a lot, as you know, and like social media.
But this is with friends, isn't it? Really, isn't it? It feels like with friends.
Oh, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. But I've also, you know, like the biggest one I've ever done, the biggest like talk. My version of that is a talk, or like where I'm facilitating a conversation, or I've got to try and like pretend like I know what I'm talking about. And like the biggest one was when I did I facilitated a conversation for Smiley at Anthropy. So here I am on this stage with all these like super intelligent people there, and the backdrop's like the Eden Project, like all the things, and I'm like, and like I'm going. I couldn't have done that when I was younger. Like when I was like between the age of 17 and like 21, 22. Honestly, have you ever seen the IT Crowd?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that was my life for a little while. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't even have a conversation with someone. I would live in a server room. I was a techie. I had long hair, right? Honestly, World of Warcraft, Guitar Hero. That was my life. I miss it sometimes. But the growth from putting myself out there How important is it to say yes in that moment when you feel that?
Oh, it's so
What
important.
growth comes from that?
It just every time when you're feeling scared, and this is my motivation. It's not that I don't get scared, right? That's the truth. I absolutely get scared, and every time I feel scared, I have a conversation with myself, and I go, right, you can not do it, and you'll always wonder what if, or you just go for it. And I say this to my clients all the time. This is the more scary something is, the bigger the reward. And I want my life to be a reward.
I love that.
You know, I want to look back. I've also got 3 children. So that gives me a boot because I see them and I think, right, yeah, you're terrified, you're scared. I want them to see me still doing the things that maybe I am too scared. Maybe I'm not good enough to do, not great enough to do, but I'm going to do it to the best of my ability, and I'll keep doing it until I get the best.
When I won the BBC Three Culinary Radio Award last year, I went up, so I wasn't expecting to win. You know when you go to award something, but I genuinely wasn't expecting to win. And even if I knew I was going to win, I didn't know I was going to have to do a speech. And I got up there, and I was like Gwyneth Paltrow. I could proper gone. So you're trying to do speeches when you're on, like, you know, when you said you're on stage doing a speech, try and do a speech when I'm just a blubbering wreck. But I also knew that was a really important moment for my life right there, to make a speech so people would remember me, but not me, but for men to talk in general. So I always use that as a publicity. I was just, oh wow, it's just, again, you know, you said about preparation when you practice, but because I didn't know that, I didn't have an inch answer whatsoever.
Time.
Absolutely
Powerful,
scary.
isn't it? Powerful. So what would you tell someone who's, you know, thinking of putting themselves out there, thinking of reaching out to someone who might be able to help them in terms of, like you did to me, Alex, can we grab a coffee? Because I'm a bit stuck.
Yeah,
and Alex, I'd just like to pick your brain. Apparently you've got a brain that can be picked, so can I pick it? And I go, yeah, all right, because and naturally I go, yeah, of course you can. What would you say to someone who may have seen you or interacted with you and been inspired by that and gone, oh, bloody hell, I wish I could just get up and whoop whoop. What would you say to them?
I would say to them, like, you've got to really look at where you're at right now, at that position where you are. If you're looking at doing something and you're maybe scared, you don't know if you're good enough, you've got to look past that and think. There's crossroads. Yeah, have you ever seen Sliding Doors?
Absolutely,
yeah?
love that film.
I love that film. Sliding Doors. You could stay there and always wonder what's on the other side. And yeah, it takes effort, it takes courage, massive courage, to do something that you're scared of doing, that you're fearful of doing, that, you know, is putting you out there. But what's the other side?
But then I'll turn that for you now. So why do you do what you do? Why do you do fitness?
Oh wow, God, what a question!
No,
right.
but that's just what I mean. I think this is really important for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you say you're nervous about every time that you go and do this. This is why I think you need to emphasise why you do it.
Why do I do it? Right. So I'm going to try and get this into a very short. I moved here from Watford, didn't know anyone. I went to the gym purely because it said the creche was free if you joined the gym. And I had a little one at home, the other 2 at school. And I needed a break. I needed just some time for me. I went there every day, and cut a long story short, I felt like I was being lazy sitting in the sauna every day. So I decided to step foot in the gym. One person in the gym, and I believe that one person, that one conversation can absolutely change your life. And I say it every single time I see him. He just put a little bit of effort in me. He told me to do it. He told me, don't worry, you're fine. He gave me that feeling that not everyone was looking at me, you know, all the things. And that moment just spurred me on to do the things that scared me, to push past when I felt like I didn't want to do it. I got fitter, and I ended up into Zumba fitness, so I started that.
Yeah.
And he said to me one day, you know, you said you like dancing, why don't you do the Zumba here? And I was like, oh no, it's a bit too, like, I'm like rah, and this is like and so he said, well, go and do the training, why don't you be a Zumba instructor? And I went, don't be so ridiculous, I can't. And he went, well, why can't you? Just that one question, I went, you're right, I'm going to go home. And I did it, and the rest is history. So I went on and I did level 2 personal training, and every time now I know that I feel like I'm in debt, right? So what he invested in me, I want to invest in someone else. He didn't show me how to use a cable machine. He didn't show me that. I was just doing cardio at the time. But so although I'm a personal trainer, although I'm training people, and that's part of my job, my mission is to give them what he gave me.
Paying it forward.
And
Yeah.
sometimes you yes get that deep rooted feeling that you felt then, and that's what you're doing to everybody else. That's what you're giving to everyone else. That opportunity for them to feel like you felt.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing it. How nervous you are, and absolutely a lot of people are nervous in your position. But always remember what you're giving to somebody by your talent.
But I still have the chat with myself. So
Yeah.
not only am I trying to do this with other people, because we all, no matter where you look in life, and you'll see Instagram, Facebook and all that, and you go, everyone's got their life together.
Of course they have.
Nobody has their
No, they
life
haven't.
together. No one in the world has it together. Everyone's looking everywhere else, thinking everyone else has got it. So
Yeah.
I still now, every now and then, go back to that place where I'm losing, I lack confidence, and I'm not going to be able to do this. And I have to, the thing for me is now, compared to years ago, I recognise. So I take a little check and I go, that voice is there again, Carly, like sort it out. And then I'll do this, right, I can do anything in life. Like I talk to myself like I would a friend. And I always say that to people. Don't talk to yourself like you would to yourself. Talk through the voice of one of your bestest friends, someone that loves and cares for you, because those thoughts are going to change.
Imagine if you talk to your friend like the way you talk to yourself.
You wouldn't.
You'd never say anything.
I was
like
about
that.
to say the confidence in you now, from when you first arrived to now to talk about your passion for what you do, your confidence now just gone.
So I'm going to take you up a level.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you about your kids. Because your kids mean a lot to you. And that's what really drives you. Your mum first.
Oh, always.
Because I know you've had some. Obviously, we talk about education and the different. So different. How many you got? Three.
Three.
And they're at different stages of their life now. What have you seen in them over the last few years? And since you've grown in confidence, what has that meant for your kids?
Well, again, this is the thing that makes me. I have this thing in the house, right? So years ago, the kids. Your children will be who you are. You're their role model, right?
Absolutely.
So they take after you. So I'd say if I could paint a picture of how I was walking shoulders down. I was closed in. They were very much the same. Now there's a thing in my house. The kids laugh, and it's an ongoing joke, but it works. They go, "Oh, Mum, like you always come into our room and go, look at me today. I look amazing. Don't you think this mum looks good?" And I do all this with them. And the reason is, again, because I want to push that into them, to celebrate yourself, to look like... These days when I'm saying it, sometimes I don't actually feel like I'm that great, but I do it because it's, number one, saying it out loud is empowering for me.
Yeah.
Number two, I want them to have the confidence. And I do believe that it does pass on to them. They're still at that age where social media doesn't help, let's be honest. It doesn't help.
How old are they?
They're 19, 16 and 11.
Oh, yeah.
And they're three girls,
Yeah.
So I feel like my battle is against what they're seeing in their world now.
Filters.
Absolutely. Comparison.
Oh,
So I try and boost them up. I try and be as confident as I can be. I go home and I tell them, I'm doing this. So recently I've just signed up to do sports nutrition.
I was just saying you're looking at that. That's awesome. Well done.
Yeah, and it was scary again. I almost said no, but then I was like, come on, I had the chat.
We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, so I decided to do it. And I went home and I was like, girls, look what your mum's done. I have gone to do that. I don't care how old I am. And they were like, that's great, Mum. Because I want them to celebrate what they do as well. They will become who I am.
Yeah. You are awesome, by the way.
Yeah, she's just amazing.
Again, if you were in that dark time...
Everyone needs a Carly.
I say, if you were in that darker place 3 years ago when you saw Alex, you're definitely not there now.
No.
And I don't think you give yourself enough credit for what you're doing either.
I agree. And it's good to see even the most confident people struggle on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
And straight up as well, Carly's like, got to come on, talk about it. Because then when there's a chance like this to go, okay, cool, that's where you're going to see me. The rest of the year, we'll see Carly at Street Food Fest,
Yeah.
at this, at that. boom, and she's like fire. She's always the opener because it's like energy. But it's important you come to safe spaces like this and share open, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for having me.
We asked every guest this so far. What are you going to? So 12 months from now, so same day next year. What are you going to say to yourself? So what are you going to thank yourself for the previous 12 months?
Oh wow! Thank myself for the previous 12 months.
You already said you talk to yourself. Don't make it.
Yeah, I do talk to myself. I think I will be proud that I kept going, and no matter what got in the way, I pushed past it. I think I'd like to say that it's impacted my kids, number one. And to be honest, I think in a year it'll be limitless because I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah.
I know that's too much.
No,
but
why not?
Because I don't want to set like.
Great, no, you
like
should.
I don't know from one day to the next what ideas are going to come into my head.
No.
That's it, right? I'm always like, what more can I do? What more can I do? I love ticking off things, and especially now I'm kind of, even though I get scared, the reward is big.
Oh,
when
love
you-
it.
At some point this week, go back to the first. We will snip these all up into
Yeah.
proper things, but go back to the first stream at 6:30. We had Jamie Queen on.
Oh,
and he
brilliant.
phenomenon. Like,
Yeah.
proper successful dude, and he was talking about how he like the confidence in the way that he was talking about his ADHD and his dyslexia and how it's a superpower was like different level.
I was zoomed. I was zoned out. I was like that. This man's amazing.
I just feel like there's you'll take a lot of confidence from just listening to him. Just listen to it, will you?
Oh, absolutely. And so my daughter, my youngest, but we've spoken about this before. She has issues, ADHD and dyslexia, and she's battled a lot, even though at age 11, because people aren't always understanding, especially young kids,
Yeah.
And that is one of my driving forces right now, especially because I need to build her up a bit more.
Watch that with her.
I'm going to.
Please
yeah,
do.
I think that'd be
She's
really.
around at Riverside.
Yes, yeah.
She-
so you'll get to meet her.
So I'm going to get to meet her.
Yeah.
So I've just become a community governor for Riverside.
I'm
Riverside,
so
Academy
happy about
Trust
that.
and, Carly's daughters at the school.
Love that school.
So
It's
I'm
a
looking
lovely
forward to
school.
working with
Special
her.
place.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to working with her, and I'll make sure that she.
They do a lot of good work for those children. They're really good.
Keep up good work. Honestly, doing amazing.
Give Carly some love in the comments, please. Right, so we're going to be back in. Are we all right?
We're cracking on. It's 9:20, mate.
We've done all right.
Yeah, doing all right.
Oh, fine. We have 3 minutes. We got to get a selfie, and we got to get a signature on the shirt.
And you need to change colour.
All right.
Oh,
Can
yeah,
we
you
just
got-
just
Yeah, go
can
on.
I ask for one thing?
Mm.
Can we all do a whoop whoop?
Yeah, okay, go.
Yeah, go.
go on,
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoop whoop! Yay!
Love it.
She's happy. Right, see you in a minute.
Actually, I think I needed that.
See you in a minute. Welcome back, welcome back. We are playing a bit of catch up, but next up we've got Sam Clausen, then we've got Lisa Fensom, then we've got Lewis Newark, and then we've got a tribute to Georgie Holm, and then we might squeeze half hour with Fergie as well before we finish up. So we're nearly there, guys. Thank you so much for those of you who are sticking with this. Like, it's amazing. If I can ask one last time, please do like, comment, share, distribute this for us, especially the YouTube link into LinkedIn, because the LinkedIn stream only lasts for 4 hours. It's weird. Yeah, please do that. And if you can donate, great. Like, please do. I really appreciate it. Okay, here you come. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, my God. I've got to give this man a hug. Oh, my man. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, good to see you.
Mate. Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. It's, oh, mate.
I bought in a cup of coffee.
What a legend.
God, no.
What a ledge.
Natural reaction.
Is there any, like, anyone?
That's right at the top.
Oh, Diet Coke, please. Yeah, that was mine. Oh, you legend. So I've got to drive.
Absolute G.
Cheers, mate. Top man. Is it? Thank you very much.
He'll have a beer, I'm sure.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, mate. What an absolute
Oh. Yeah, Ian, I've got to drive at home. So I'm thinking I can't have a beer because I'll be all over the place.
Sam's like, where's my beer?
Cheers, everyone.
I would suggest you go in that corner there.
Yeah,
Into the mic.
yeah, this one there.
I'm not holding it, am I?
Michael, if you guys want to pull a couple of chairs in here and just like be in the room here while we finish up, you're very welcome to.
I'm going to come and make Lisa feel uncomfortable after.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect.
We are live.
Yeah, we are live. Sorry.
Hi, Jack.
It's got that night.
Welcome back. We're live. We ain't done Martin Tyler for a while, have we?
Yeah.
We said nothing too inappropriate, wasn't it?
No, we haven't.
No, well, I think that's definitely been done at least 10 times. That's absolutely fine.
Everyone's got refreshments.
Mate,
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
we did, yeah.
Well, you should have seen what was happening at 2 a.m. with Rico.
Right, so
we're in the game.
2.5 hours left.
So, Sam,
Can we-
so sorry for the delay.
It's fine.
Bless you for your patience. And I'm so happy you're here today because this is a conversation we haven't had today.
Yes.
You haven't had this subject yet, and it was an important one. So when
Very
you messaged me, I was like, yes, we need to have this conversation, and it's really important. So first, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, I'm Sam. I'm a mum of hundreds of children. And
how many have you got?
I've got 6.
Yeah.
2 are adult, 4 are school age, and I've got a grandson and a granddaughter
Yeah,
imminently.
yeah,
I'm
I was gonna
actually
say,
on call. Yes.
Legend.
And I've recently changed jobs. I trained through my church as a budgeting coach and then as a debt advisor, and now that is what I do.
Yeah.
Debt advice.
So we wanted to talk about financial literacy. And before we talk about some principles for us to discuss that are useful, are you happy to share why you care so much about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've spent most of my life juggling debt, really, but a few years ago there's a lot of layers to it. The nub of it really is I was in a really abusive relationship and I was drowning in debt, crippled by debt, and to the point where you didn't want to answer the door, you didn't want to open your curtains, you didn't want to open your post. I had bags and bags and boxes of posts, and I knew it was just getting worse all the time, but I didn't know how to deal with it. And shortly before I managed to get out of the relationship I was in, I started addressing the debt and I got myself in a debt solution, but debt was still accumulating outside of that. So when I was then on my own, I thought, well, it's just me and I've got 4 young people here relying on me. I can't live like this. I don't want to keep living like this. So I need to do something about it. So that's what I did. And I didn't know what help was out there. I years ago tried the Citizens Advice Bureau, and they said if you don't come back to us, you can never come again. So I didn't want to go back there, and so I did it by myself. I got myself out of debt. I learnt how to budget, and I budget hard, and literally turned my life around in financially.
Incredible.
Yeah,
So lived experience.
absolutely.
And how important is that in now when you talk to other people? That lived experience, how is important? One from a human aspect in terms of empathy and how you can empathise with someone else in that situation, and then secondly, just generally trust.
I always tell them, so I'll listen to someone's story when I meet them. So I'm part of a project that's funded by the Trussell Trust at the moment. I'm working in the food bank, so I'm meeting people on the front line. It's not just people that are coming through referrals. And so I'll listen to their story and what they've got to say, and then I'll always go, yeah, I know, I've been there. And I'll just detail a few of the behaviours that come with being in that situation so that they can see that I recognise that. And and it does make a difference. I've been told it makes me easy to talk to. So
can you feel them relaxed? When you see them relaxed, as they understand that you've been through the same?
yeah, I think so. But I think just the very fact that they've told you in the first place that they've got a problem and they need help is enough. You can almost see them go and take a breath. Just offloading that, because what I always say to them is, I'll take your post, I'll open your post. You don't need to do that. I will get in touch with your creditors. I can do this. We can do all of that for you. The only thing you need to do is engage with us. Just communicate, answer the emails, answer the phone, and come to the meetings. And we can do all this for you, and we can help you find a solution. Different solutions for different people because there's different criteria. But actually, as well, beyond the debt solution, we've got a real heart to try and break that cycle, because often it is cyclical, or it's a generational thing that you see behaviours passed down from parents and grandparents. So we want to help educate people on and give them better skills for much better money management and planning ahead.
So there's touches a bit deep for me this time around this conversation, because recently, and I'll be honest, I'll be completely honest here, I've not engaged with this person that I know is in that kind of situation because I don't know how to, because they're not ready to say that. They're not ready to say, can help me please.
Okay.
Unless they are like in major problem, and then they go into the point, they go major problem, it stacks up, and you know it's not always legitimate debt, and then they go into crisis, and then someone bails them out, and then they go back in the same cycle, and it keeps going round and it keeps going round. Obviously there's a financial literacy conversation there around education, but from a friend's point of view, just as a friend, not you, who's a superwoman, because you are a superwoman, because I've got someone that we're trying to sort them out, aren't we? We're going to sort him out.
I've had a conversation.
Oh, good, well done. I go, you need a bit of Sam, you know, because everyone needs that. We had Kevin Hull on at lunchtime, and his whole thing is having the box. You know, just put like that post thing. This is the box. Put all your stuff in here, and don't worry, it's going to be Kev's problem. Yeah. And you've got a sandbox. Where you say, put your stuff in there, and don't worry about it, I'm going to deal with that. There's a huge thing about that. But as a friend, as someone just who wants to help a friend out, have you got any lived experience or advice around how could you have been helped by one of your friends when you were in that situation?
I was helped by a friend, but I chose a friend who I knew had similar issues or had similar issues, someone who I trusted, someone who I didn't need to feel ashamed, embarrassed about the situation with, because often I know from my own experience and from talking to clients that they'll tell you so much, but they won't always tell you everything. So I chose someone like that, and I said to her, I need your help. And she came round and we sat with all my boxes and bags of post, and between us we opened it and went through it.
Sorry, man. I'm getting told off by Christine. Sorry. That's some great advice, and so you got that lived experience. Do you remember Darren? Reminds me of a conversation with Darren.
Darren is incredible. He's the
I'd love
most
to see
impressive
Darren-
person I've met this year as well.
It's just that lived experience piece.
Yeah.
It's something that comes to mind.
It's
when
just
you're
adds
talking.
legitimacy, doesn't it? It really does to your story as well. Are you finding now? So we talked about in the green room a bit about this. How bad is the debt problem now? It's getting worse, isn't it, because of the current financial crisis?
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of people that I'm seeing aren't even necessarily in debt. They're just not managing to cope with the cost of living. So we'll see people who aren't necessarily in debt, but daren't turn the heating on. They're washing in cold water, and these are people that have worked for years and years and years and working full-time hours. And there are lots of elements to it. That in terms of debt, we were expecting to see an increase after Christmas, but literally last week that spiked, and all of us advisors worked more than double our hours.
Shit.
All of us.
Shit.
Yeah.
I think there's a tsunami coming, isn't it? It's going to be
Absolutely.
really
Absolutely.
difficult.
People, they're not hanging around. They're coming for them.
So that gives us that perfect way to segue into fundamentally what's right. Firstly, I don't think we're in the right place. Community is the answer to everything.
Yes.
So first and foremost, we need to have that courage to support each other.
Yes.
Even if you're going through it as well.
Yeah.
So that shared experience. But the second thing that we need to talk about then is education.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. So what do we need to be doing? And I'm not talking about education in academic education, because we all know they don't do that bit for us. As a community, what do you think are fundamentally? I hate these kind of. What are the top 3 things that people should do in finance? But do you have any kind of go-tos when you talk about, like we had Lara on this morning? Lara,
she's one of our advisors.
Is she really? Who left this wonderful sign up from Greta for everyone to look at on the way in.
Yeah, she's one of our advisors.
Which was fantastic. And you were like, well, I don't know, how can I help save the world? And he was like, don't burn stuff. And I was like, just remember, just don't burn stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have anything like that from a finance?
Communication.
Yeah.
Communication. If come to us for help. So I'm going to give you our information.
Yeah, please do.
We are a local charity.
and
We are a free service. We're a confidential service, and we're completely without judgment. Currently, we work under the banner of Loves Farm Community Money Advice, under the Loves Farm Church. But we have just created a new charity, and we're in the process of moving our FCA regulation over, and we're going to be masked. Money Advice St. Neots.
Wonder what that standing for, because it was a new email address. I was like, that
Money
sounds really
Advice
cool.
St. Neots.
It's a good brand, isn't it?
That's
Help
fantastic,
at
yeah.
mast.support. If
Help at
anyone
mast.
needs help.
Can someone put that in the chat, please?
So I'm going to apologise for having to go out. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Oh, well done.
Did a follow up.
I bet that was sounding good.
But I can't tell you how important what you're doing is.
Yeah.
Is this a conversation at your meetings?
What,
Do you talk about
financials?
money? Because
Yes.
there are also like things we have issues with, we don't talk about.
No.
So sex, mental health, money, relationships, they're generate politics. They're the things that we have problems with in our life,
Yeah.
stresses.
And mental health is the impact of debt on mental health is huge. I know, I said to you in the green room, when I was at my worst point, I could get up and take my kids to school and pick them up and feed them. But other than that, I was just shutting myself away. And the space I was shutting myself into was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I didn't want to open curtains, didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't want to see anyone. But outside of the home, if I was taking the kids to school, no one would have known there was a problem.
Because I work within the NHS through Mind, BMLK Mind. And when I speak to somebody who is going through mental health problems at the moment, we do an initial assessment called a Dialogue Plus. And it's a rating system of 1 to 7. So for 1, it's very dissatisfied, and 7 is very satisfied. Yes, it's been a long day. And not one of the questions asks about financial. So it will go about how's your relationship with your partner, how's your relationship with your friends, how's your job situation, how's your medication, how's your dealings with your mental health doctor. But it doesn't say about financial reasons. Now, I actually add that in every time I put in. So it's not officially on there, but I always ask that question because it's such an important topic in this environment we're in right now. 5 years ago, it was a question that needed to be answered still. Today, it's one of the most important questions to answer.
Absolutely. And I'm surprised actually that it's not in there.
However, we have got Dialogue Plus training on Thursday for Q&A as well, and that's something I will be bringing up before. Again, I think it's because it hasn't been changed for a number of years. That's one thing I will, and no matter if it isn't passed over, I will ask that question, because with my role, I have to signpost these people to groups that's going to support them. So for financial situations, I do have to look for, people that are going to help out in financial problems. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Refer, signpost, whatever you like, because we're the only face-to-face debt service in St Neots.
It's crazy.
Citizens Advice have only now got one debt advisor. They've just lost one, but that is for the whole of rural CAMS, and it's over the phone. So although I work with two fantastic ladies from the Citizens
you are
Advice
still just
in the food bank, they're not debt advisors.
No.
So they now are starting to move all their debt advice clients across to us.
Interesting, because we haven't had a conversation about food here either. I know we're talking about financial here, but again, because the impact of financial problems is the impact to food as well, and that's massive.
Yeah, I think and some of these things as well, it's like it does come back down to, I wasn't going to go down there, but it does come back down to education. And I was in so we do something with one of our key sponsors and CSR partners for Inspired to Ignite is Fortis, brilliant accountants firm, massive, lovely people. And we go into schools and we do how to make money and how to manage money. They do how to manage money, we do how to make money. So we do the entrepreneur piece, which is all exciting and managed. Anyway, we were in, I won't name the school, but we were in probably one of the best sixth forms in Cambridgeshire with year 12s, right? So these kids are ready to go to work. They're working, probably. And we asked the question, Carly wanted to ask the question, how many of them, out of 150, 160 people, how many of them knew had a budget? 5%.
Wow.
5%. Sam then asked, our curious Sam, because that's what he does, very curious about goals and life, because goals are also important, both in financial and in life. How many of you know how to set goals for yourself in life and everyone else? 10%. So if it's not being taught there, someone just put on here, I think it was Fiona. I think the education curriculum needs to build management and how to formulate spreadsheets for incomings and outgoings.
Well, as long as they can do trigonometry and algebra, then that's all right, isn't it? That's the truth, isn't it?
And that's going to be taught when you're age 18 in the final year.
It's a conversation that I've had actually with Dave Duker, because he has a project going into the schools, and he wants to expand that, and it's something I feel really passionate about. We never learnt it at school. Our children still aren't being taught these key skills at school, and it's so important.
I budgeted. I've had a spreadsheet, no matter where I've been, since I was about 19. I started really earning a bit of money, so I had to go, hang on a minute, this is how much I've got. I need to budget. At that point, I was going out clubbing every week, so I went, right, for this week, well, no, but it's true.
You still?
I'm 42, what do you think? I'm a father of three with a wife. No.
But the irony of all of this is, right, and this is the crazy thing, so we get both spectrums of young people coming to us now. We're getting lots of referrals, and it's great. We'll open the door to any youngster, as you know. And the best ones at budgeting, the best young people at budgeting, are those that come from really tough backgrounds, that are on their own. So they come out. So if you're living in Paynes Mill, and you've got to live on 40 quid a month, you've got 10 quid a week and you've had to convert your kettle into a boiler so you can make hot dogs in it. That's the life that they're living. Because they can't earn money because they take 65% of it. Give him money, and they won't spank it. Because they got that. You shouldn't have to go through that to learn how to budget. No. That's how you're forced into budgeting.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got, and I don't mind, Rico won't mind me saying, he was on at 2 a.m. We're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Spanks it. Because he can earn 10 grand. He literally earns 10 grand a month because he's just got this brain that just Web3's
like his world. Teach me a few things he does.
Nuts. But he just spanks it. Awful at budgeting. So you've got it's just weird. It's basic, really. The basics of it. It's more of an emotional problem maybe than anything else.
Do you think that people have, because we live in a world of easy credit, don't we, as well? It's never been so easy to get.
Oh,
So people have forgotten the joy of saving up.
Yeah,
And that really is a joy, isn't it? Because I check
Yeah.
my spreadsheet every day, see whatever I've managed to save my
Klarna,
little
mate.
bank account. Exactly.
Klarna.
That-
Putting a jumper for 30 quid on Klarna.
And
Come on.
anything, yeah.
Why? Why would you need to do
No.
that? Well, some might, I don't know. But
When I got debt free, almost immediately that I was debt free, I started to get bombarded by texts and emails from easy credit companies, but ones that are going to charge you the most
Yeah.
for that. And then, like the Provident, when they used to do their doorstep loans, you'd get your doorstep loan, and then when you were nearly at the end, they'd go, well, you can have another one now,
Yeah.
and they'd offer you a bit more. And that really,
The big banks still do that now.
and the people who struggle the most are the ones who are targeted the hardest, and they're more likely to take it up, and that is a massive
how do we protect
issue.
those people?
I don't know.
You can't.
It's something we talk about often. I don't know.
You can't. Because
Can't,
the people,
because they've got to have the will to say no.
Someone's got to swim up a river. I get it. What you're doing is bloody phenomenal.
Yeah.
And exactly
Absolutely.
what's
Couldn't
needed.
agree
And we
more.
need 10 of you
Yeah.
to deal with the challenge at least.
But 8 years ago, had someone come and
That's what I'm
made
saying.
it
That's
easy
what I'm
for
saying.
me.
Who can swim up the river?
So now I plan ahead. So it's the first thing I do every day, like you, Stephen. It's the last thing I do every night is I work on my budget and I check my accounts and I check everything. And my new addiction or my new obsession is saving. I've got loads of different pots and loads of different accounts. So when I get paid, all my money is distributed among those accounts. So I think I have about £7 disposable income at the end of the month. But that's okay because I know I've put money away for my car, for my kids' football subs, for guides, for holidays, for pocket
I bet
money.
you sleep so well knowing that.
Yes, I do. And it takes discipline. The first few months of doing it took a lot of discipline, but then I really, really quickly started to see how that started to work for itself, and I could sleep easily and not worry.
What scares me sometimes is that to boost your credit rating, you've got to do certain things. My credit rating is not too bad at all, apart from one thing, and it's lower because I've never had a credit card. And I'm thinking, why am I getting criticised?
If you have credit and low utilisation of your credit, that improves your credit score. So I got a credit card
20%, right?
last year, less than 25%. I got a credit card last year for exactly that reason. I might put 10 or 20 quid on it, but I pay it off at the end of the month.
Fuel and
But it's it's purely to get my credit rating up. And I hit about a month before Christmas, I hit excellent on my credit rating.
It's amazing. That's an amazing achievement.
It is, considering where you
I was
were.
quite proud, yeah.
And there's actually a lot of there's a lot of metrics in. So with financial, so with something what Sam does, when he works with young people, when he's help coaching them over maybe years. Like we had Luke on earlier talking about his his journey and where he's come. That's almost an art form for Luke to get out of the car in town. That you can't measure. That's not a dial with a rating. With finance, if with credit score, an example, that is a rating, and you can improve it with certain things.
Yeah, definitely.
So are there? So going back to the original question, my fault because I tangent off because I'm losing the plot slowly. What can people do for themselves that are like simple starters to start that journey of discovery around their own financial literacy?
Okay, so if I tried to think about this earlier, what would I say? And I'd say, just because you're in debt doesn't mean you can't start planning ahead now. Treat them as two separate things. So your debt is one issue, and you can deal with that. But outside of that, start to build better habits. Start to plan ahead. Look at what's coming up in the future. I always work at least 2 months ahead of myself. So start putting £3 there, £5 there. Work out what something's going to cost you over the course of a year, and split that down into the increments of whether you're paid monthly or weekly, and start putting it away. And it will look small to start with, but it'll grow, and that will pay dividends, because when you get to the end of that year and you can go, oh, that's all right, because I can pay for my MOT and my service because I've already got that money put by. You're not pulling it out of what you should be using to pay your rent or you should be using to pay your mortgage that month. It's done. Deal with it as two separate things.
And you build a habit that way as well, right?
Build good habits.
I also say about meal plans when you're in that stage as well, because we as a family buy food which sometimes we don't eat.
Yeah.
And
So
then
I
you've got to go-
monthly shop for that reason.
Yeah.
I monthly shop and I batch cook.
Yeah.
I don't weekly shop.
Sounds like the most organised. Honestly, I
It's-
love
it's
brains
crazy.
like
It's-
yours.
it's
so
amazing,
organised.
yeah.
But it comes. But what's wonderful about it is that it comes from lived experience.
Yes.
It does. And it doesn't
That
matter
drive
how
comes
good
out of
you
it.
are,
Yeah.
you can always be better. There is always room for improvement. So as hard as I budget, I know that I can always change something and make it better.
Okay, so swimming upriver.
Yep.
5 years. Let's say we make a change, one change, and it go as big as you like in terms of the change we make, whether that's in education, whether that's with banking, whether it's any of those things. A big wish list. I've got a magic wand, and you can make one change that in 5 years' time will make a difference to those people 5 years from now. What part of this problem, which is a very complex problem, I appreciate, would you change?
I would want to be able to show them somehow in a tangible way that they connect with the difference that making that plan, that planning ahead, will do for their lives. If there was a way of doing that, so although I've lived it and I can say I've done it and you can do it too.
Yeah.
If there was a way for them to see that and be able to grab that,
Emotionally connect with
yes, that would be it. Because all the words in the world, when they go home, they go, oh yeah, but I really want to spend like 40 quid on this piece of crap I don't need, rather than put that money away.
Goes
Yeah,
that way.
that would be. That's what I would like to try and achieve. I don't know how, but that would be.
Well, I think it probably has something to do with stories, and coming on here and talking about it and taking these, and all of these clips are going to be snipped up.
Yeah,
and
my manager did ask that question.
Feel free to
because
take.
I should be able to watch.
Let's feel free to. Well, take it, use it,
absolutely.
use these stories. I think that's part of it, and maybe that is the opportunity as you develop this new trust, or the charity. Sorry,
Charity.
Where we can find opportunities, and I'm currently just about to set up a collaboration with Crowdfunder UK, which are a massive organisation and want to support things. And actually, they've got a big pot at the moment, not huge, like £1,000 that people. So anyone who's suffering cost of crisis, cost of living crisis, you can access and stuff like that. So
Okay.
there's probably connections we can make that I would love to
Definitely.
do what we can to support you.
Definitely.
Then we do, but it's the stories. You've
Yeah.
got to tell the stories.
Yeah.
The stories. If you want to get someone emotionally, marketing, man. We've got 2 marketing
Absolutely,
people. Yeah. We're power of stories.
Yeah.
It's all about stories. It really is about stories.
Yeah.
Your stories are really impressive stories.
Absolutely, yeah.
you're leading
And
on
if
that.
anyone wants to join us as an advisor, we're always looking for willing volunteers.
And use that
Yeah.
link you got.
So
through.
Ian's put the link on the chat. I can see that.
I like that.
Very much.
I have about 20 pots as well.
But I think
That's my daughter.
But I like
That's what I
think
meant.
having lots of pots, isn't it? Because if it's one pot, there's always temptation to take it out. But when
Absolutely.
it's lots of difficult to get into pots as well.
Really, well, it's not even about them being difficult to get into. If all your money's in one place, it's really hard to separate it. But so when I get paid, I know that money that I put away that month is towards my haircut, and that's towards the dogs getting a haircut, and that's for the kids' pocket money, and that's for my gas, and that's for my petrol, and that's for my food shopping, and that's for going out. So if I'm going to go out, I'm going to use from that money, and when it's gone, it's gone. I'm not going to dip into any of the other pots.
Yeah. Okay. And then the last question I'm going to ask you. Sorry.
Leonard's a fiver. No.
Yeah.
You got 5. 12 months from now, you're thanking yourself for the last year. What are you thanking yourself for?
I'm thanking myself because I've watched somebody learn from what I've taught them and grown from it, and they're grateful for it. Not that they're great. That's the wrong word. And they are benefiting from it. That's what I want to see. I want to see just one person change something about their life by improving their financial habits.
Love it. Lovely.
For the better.
Brilliant. Amazing. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming.
Thank you for
incredible.
having me.
I've left that email address there. So
thank you.
anyone wants to, when this is snipped out, that email address is there.
Well, let's hope in 5 years' time you're out of work because we don't need you anymore. That would be a nice situation.
I
Not for you
still need
personally,
to
yeah.
earn
All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Still
Forever
got kids
optimist.
to support.
You can't be that selfish.
Always be better. Don't forget you said always be better.
Always be better. Yes.
Bless you. Okay, thank you so much. Now,
Thank you.
10 o'clock. We've got Lisa Fensom next.
Brilliant.
And then we've got Georgie at 10:30.
Georgie's coming on.
Georgie's not coming on, but we're gonna talk about Georgie. We're gonna talk about
Brilliant,
Tourette's anyway.
Because I've been looking forward to hearing about Georgie.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you. We got Simon
Thank
shirt.
you. Yeah, Simon
all that
shirt.
stuff.
Do
And
the
see you in a
selfie.
minute.
Blah,
all
blah,
right.
blah.
And if you
Change
need to
them up
connect
with colour.
with Sal on any of that, please do reach out.
Yes.
Just reach out now, or tomorrow, first thing.
Well, exactly,
Well, I'm going to London tomorrow, so Wednesday.
All right,
would be good.
Wednesday.
Going out horses.
Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, damn right. Yeah, lovely. Right, see you in a moment. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are slowly catching up with schedule, slowly but surely. So I'm sorry, Lisa, for the delay getting you on.
That's no problem.
We are. There we go. Let's wait for our other co-host. Mate, get in there. Get in there, my man. Okay.
Squeeze on in.
So we are into the last 2 hours. The last 2 hours.
Sad, isn't it, as well?
We've got 12
Can we go
to
over? Can we put another couple of hours on the end, extra time?
We can probably put no.
Luke's saying no. Luke's saying I want my McDonald's when I go to bed.
Give you that look. I'm not going to say a word.
Okay, brilliant. Right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your support. There's been hardcore being here literally midnight to midnight. It's just been brilliant. I'm glad everyone's engaged with it. I thought Sam was just absolutely brilliant.
Oh, brilliant. I'm gutted I missed a few minutes of it as well.
Oh, it's amazing.
I'll go back on that.
Well, unfortunately, that's what's needed.
Yes.
I'm like, yes, brilliant, that's what's needed. And I'm like, oh, shit, that's what's needed.
Yeah.
Anyway. Right, Lisa, welcome.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not even going to try to introduce you. The only way I could introduce you would be like multi-passionate entrepreneur. Does that cover it?
I like that. We'll go with that.
Okay. Well, how would you introduce yourself for those who don't know?
First of all, the jacket and the trainers match, that's absolute
very
banging. Look at
glamorous,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Especially alongside us
You're being
three.
shown up, man. Well, to be fair, I'm down and out at this point.
I dressed for the occasion.
No, well done,
Absolute
you.
class.
No, so yeah, how would you describe Lisa Fenderson today? You move your mic just a little bit closer as well.
Like that?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
How would I describe me? Just a crazy girl that likes to help people feel confident and live life how they want to live and not apologise for being who they are.
Like that. If there's ever a title for anyone, it should be that.
In what way? I'm going to ask a question like that. In what way? How do you do that?
So I just feel that in the society now, because we live in such an Instagram world, people feel like they have to live up to something that's not necessarily who they really are. And I just encourage people to just be who they are and not worry about being judged.
Love that.
Everyone's so worried about being judged. For example, Christmas that we've just had, I've had clients that have come in to see me and their biggest worry is I'm not the best mum because I haven't bought enough. I haven't done this and I haven't done the elf on the shelf this year, and there's just this such sorry.
Everyone's like, oh,
I hate Elf on the Shelf.
Sorry, I brought
that
him
makes you a
up.
good mum, not doing Elf on the Shelf, I reckon.
Do you know what I learned? Sorry, it's a tangent, but do you know what I learned? I thought that was just a funny thing like one mum did and caught on. It was a marketing thing.
It is a marketing thing.
Yeah.
I can't remember what.
Bloody
it was
marketing
Hallmark,
people,
I
eh?
think.
Terrible.
no,
It's always
shocking.
Hallmark.
Evil.
Everything's marketing.
Always Hallmark. Anyway, sorry. Yes.
But yeah, no, there's just so much pressure to live up to, I don't know, this Instagram life that isn't real. So, yeah, and yes, Instagram is a good place. It can be. You can share some really good things on there and be positive. But sometimes you need to be a bit real as well. I think there needs to be a balance. So.
I still believe to this day that filters should be banned.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Because it's given that, and the way that you can shrink your waistline, and
Oh, yeah, that's
I
scary.
think
Can you?
it's
Can you show us that one?
I'll show you the app later.
I love my favourite thing about your Instagram is when you, Fiona, and Taylor do your dances in Brookhouse.
Yeah.
It just pops. It just makes me smile.
Oh, good. That's what we want to do.
I know.
Exactly that.
It's just brilliant. You just like because you are just absolutely bonkers. The
We-
three of you
We
in the
are
best possible
bonkers.
way.
Yeah.
You're happy, right?
So happy, and that's the great thing about Brookhouse. We're all working together, and whenever we get a break, it's usually me. I'm like, knock, knock, knock. Anyone got 5 minutes? They're like, oh, what are we doing now? I'm like, just follow me. Just do this.
So for me, why did you get into this industry? Why are you doing what you're doing?
So, okay, that's a really long story. So I'll try and make it short. I originally was a teacher. I was a lecturer.
Wow.
I was an education specialist, and I actually worked with young offenders
Brilliant.
long time ago. And I worked with people that weren't in the education system, so they actually completely dropped out. There wasn't even
Wow.
a place for them. They were just at home. And I did that for a very long time. And the emotional stress of that
I bet.
became too much for me because I'm like a sponge and I take on everyone's emotion. And the role that I had, I was like a tadpole in a massive, massive pond. And I couldn't make any difference with what I was doing because for me to make a difference, it had to be reported to about 15 people before anything was done. And I actually got no support either myself. I was working for an agency, and I was allowed to call them once a week with any sort of
Allowed.
I was allowed to call once a week with any sort of problems that I'd had or if any feelings that I needed to talk about. So I just decided enough was enough, and I actually packed all my teaching gear into 3 bin bags and took it to the recycling bin and quit. And decided I needed to do something that was still helping people and would help them feel confident. And to be honest with you, I drank a bottle of red wine, went on Instagram.
Oh my God.
Use a filter.
And I found the world of permanent makeup. And I used to, before teaching, I was a phlebotomist, so I used to take blood. So I worked with needles and skin, and so I saw that the tattoo world was kind of like something that I could easily transition into, and it would be working with helping people feel confident. So that's why I got into permanent makeup. That was 6 years ago now.
So what is permanent makeup?
So it's cosmetic tattooing.
And can I get some?
Yes, you can. Yes, you
We'll
can.
hook you up, man. Well, just so you say, just lay it down here, please.
So essentially, it's a tattoo where we enhance your eyebrows, your lips. I work a lot with cancer patients that have lost their hair through chemo, alopecia patients. So I work alongside Hinchinbrook.
Yeah, nice.
And and that for me is the thing that I get to give back, because when people lose their hair and when they lose their eyebrows, it completely changes the way you look, and then also changes the way you feel as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm able to help them get their confidence back.
Which is a huge thing.
Yeah.
Especially with women, right? Well,
Absolutely.
From, your
Yeah.
experience, and you're the only person qualified to talk about that.
Yeah, it is.
From a woman's perspective,
But
with
it-
all that pressure, with all of that.
Looking good, yeah.
Yeah, but like, what does that mean to you? You sat down and you've got this wonderful jacket, and you've got this,
Love it. Love the combo.
What does that mean? What does that? How does that make you feel?
So looking good comes from feeling good.
Yes.
And that's completely what I'm all about now, having gone through my own transformation in the last year. If you feel good on the outside, then you're going to look good on the... Sorry, if you feel good on the inside, you're going to look good on the outside. A lot of my clients come to me with problems on the outside. And when I sit down and I go through a lifestyle consultation with them, the problem actually tends to be something deeper, whether it's an emotional level or a medical level. It's always something inside that's causing the outside.
I love the fact that you do that with your clients. It's really important to really get to know is this exactly what they want.
And when you say you feel good on the inside, you look good on the outside. We had Carly Harvey in it.
Oh, yeah.
And the first thing I said to her, I was like, "You look brilliant." Like in terms of, so she turned up in a PT kit. She's probably come straight from work.
Yeah.
Whatever, but because you can feel, you can see how she
you
feels.
can feel her as she walks in a room.
Yeah,
you can
see
feel
how
her energy.
You can see how someone feels.
Yeah, I love
It's
that.
that right when you've had a decent haircut, and that's been a while for me. And, but you walk out the barbers and you feel $1 million,
Yeah, I
don't you, as
agree.
well? But you're doing it on a more permanent basis.
That's something we don't do a lot of in this country. We don't look after ourselves in terms of how we look, because we are just, I mean, this isn't fact, this is just from listening to what my clients have said, but we feel guilty for spending money on ourselves because we feel we should be spending it on the kids first, or we should be paying for the bills first. Well, I mean, of course we have to pay for the bills, but we really don't put our own selves first in this country.
Especially when women in the hair. I know it's really important with women in the hair, but at the same point, women in the hair, it's really expensive for haircuts.
Yes, it can be, but that's another topic.
But that's what I mean about. No, but I know it is. But you said about spending money on yourselves. Like I said, my wife would rather have food on the table,
Yeah.
but she loves having her hair done. But realise actually it's that priority about. Yeah, but when she doesn't need it because she looks $1 million every day anyway. But what I'm trying to say to her, when she does have her haircut, like you said, and she has it all dyed and lovely, she looks at she comes out and she feels $1 million.
Just going back to you saying the price, because a lot of people say, "Oh, it's so expensive. Why are you charging so much?" It goes back to the conversations that you've been having all day. It's the products. They've quadrupled in price.
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah, it is,
It's
yeah.
absolutely. For example, before everything that's happened, I would pay £3.99, £6.99 most for example, a box of gloves, PPE, which I need to use. Now I can pay up to £24.99 for a box.
Wow.
it's extortionate. So we've had to transition, and we've had to push our prices up. But also, you do pay for experience. I feel that the beauty industry, especially, gets really marked down for what we charge, and people don't respect that. Actually, we go through a lot of training.
Yeah.
We pay
You
constantly.
do, like you're always training on something.
I was training today. We're always training. We're always bettering our techniques and learning and studying our skills. It's constant. It's not just we don't just do one course and then that's it for life. We're constantly investing. So I'm really passionate about sharing that, because people sometimes really just think
it's your industry.
Yeah, you're right to. Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy. So can I ask about infrastructure? Because I said to you, you said, "What are we going to talk? I don't know what to talk about." I was like, "We're going to talk. We're going to talk. We're going to find something to talk about." I tell you, we got to talk about infrastructure. Today we heard really, really sad news. We had Naomi on earlier to let the news know that Elsie Mays will be going and going for good.
Really sad.
And fair play to her for coming on and sharing that with us and in a safe space. And without this, because it's not my place to disclose. Unfortunately, I think my inbox tells me and my insights tell me that there's the start of a big wave of that happening.
And they're doing it now because they're the sensible ones. There's people that are hanging on, aren't they? And
said that to
it's
her.
The right I said to Andy this morning when he phoned me, it's the right decision.
Yeah.
And that's a brilliant business with a brilliant brand from the very start. Yeah. And if they're struggling, and everyone's struggling. We saw the same with Griddle and Grind, didn't we, earlier this year as well?
Horrific. And it's just the start. In no between. And during the pandemic, you and Fiona, in particular, I know Taylor as well, took a huge leap into turning one of people of St Neots' favourite buildings
most haunted.
Most haunted. We're second.
Are you?
Yeah, this
it's haunted by Alex Hughes.
You've told me this after doing 22 hours.
You've been here all night.
Yeah, I joke with Liz when the tours come round, we stick our heads out the window.
It's not pigeons making that noise then, no?
No, it's Emily. We called her Emily.
Right, brilliant.
Name's Emily. Your name's her a couple of years ago. Yeah, we have some fun. She's cool. So I'm passionate about infrastructure. I'm passionate about the importance for space, for collaboration, and for opportunities. And bless you guys, you've given us a space for our Next Step event, which we host every quarter for young people in the town. We used to host our Shifties breakfast there.
Yeah.
We lived there for a little while.
You did, yeah.
I've still got a room full of my crap in one of your rooms.
It's still there. It's still there.
I'm sorry, I will come and get it at some point. What was that experience like? That was it's been a journey, right? And not even just that, 'cause you've done another one.
Yes, we have. Yeah, it's been a huge journey, and it's been fun, and it was a huge risk, but it was definitely worth it. But the vision that we had has come to life. It's exactly what we wanted. So having worked by myself in the industry for so many years, when I first started, nobody taught me how to run a business. That actually doesn't get taught.
I'm the same.
You just get taught how to do the skill.
Yep.
So I remember sitting, I'd be on the floor at 11 o'clock at night, still in my clinic, not gone home yet because I was covered with paperwork and I don't know how to organise myself and what's the next step. And it was so difficult. It was such a learning curve for me. And it took me longer to get to where I needed to be because I had to go through that learning curve by myself. So I wanted to create something where I could show people that they could do what I did as well, but just the easier way and without too many bumps in the road. And working by yourself as well, you don't have anyone to, I've had a really bad day today. How was yours? You don't have that. Or I've had a really good day today. Do you want to go for coffee? Like, you don't have that.
That gossip and that moaning and the bitching, that's a social glue, isn't it? And it lets you know that everyone else is struggling as well. Because when you're sat by yourself, you think everybody else is having a great time. That's trouble with working from home as well. I bet it really is.
Why the hub's here, man.
Yeah.
Same as Brook House, same philosophy.
Isn't it? Definitely. And we wanted to give.
You've got a lot more chandeliers. You love your chandeliers.
That's Fiona. Fiona loves the
she
chandeliers.
loves her chandeliers.
We wanted people to be able to have a high street salon without the high street price, because that is ridiculous. If I was still on my own, because I started. Where are we? Cross Keys. I started round the back near Waitrose. I had a place there. If I was still, I wouldn't be there today by myself. There's no way I could have afforded to stay there. So by creating a space where everyone has their own space, but we're all kind of contributing to the cost of it, then it can run.
Yeah.
You can't do. And we have a saying at Brookhouse: together we're stronger. And we believe that on all levels.
And it's such a beautiful part of town as well.
Banging,
Just a
isn't it?
tranquil.
Banging.
I mean, in the town centre, isn't it? Wrapped around the corner, but tranquil and beautiful and lovely on the inside and out. The views out the window as well. So
I love the fact that you can go you go over the bridge and then you see it. It almost like hits you, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
Stunning.
No, so I think so I think you have summarised that in terms of what does that mean to the people that are there, and there's comments in there saying what it means to the people that are there, and I know well, having been there to support you through that process at the start and all the stresses and I remember the bloody lawyers and all of the crap that went on with all of that. It was just a nightmare.
Yep.
It was like, yeah, give me a shout if you need anything. I was like, oh right, it's that complex. It was a beast of a.
It was
really challenging to get it done, wasn't it?
Really challenging project. Yeah.
You did it.
Yeah, it was really challenging. Yeah,
And
we couldn't have done it though without the support of everyone, even like yourself. Like so many, it was a huge town effort. Even all the the plumbers, electricians, the decorators, everyone kind of pitched in.
Yeah.
You know?
But it deserves that building deserves to be used. Does that make sense? But and it deserves to be that beautiful as well.
Yeah.
Do you know what it does? Do you know? So one of the things that, and if Sam was here, he'd tell you the power of Next Step being hosted there. One of the things with social mobility and something that we really heavily focused on, and we had KD on this morning from
brilliant.
Romsey Mill, Carl Lewis, who's a youth worker.
Yeah, I
for
heard
Romsey Mill.
his.
Amazing.
Oh, he's awesome.
He was talking about Wanya, who's over in Miami at the moment, who wants to be a politician. And phenomenal. Wants to be the new mayor of Cambridge, is his plan. He's 21. Yeah.
as long as he doesn't want to be mayor of St. Neots. 21, but that's impressive, yeah.
Yeah, and he explains the importance of Wanya being in the room and the importance of having someone, and it's not always someone, that's what I'm getting at with the building, it's having somewhere or someone for a young person to be and go, wow, this was an experience. I feel this raised me up. And we got Lewis on later, some point in the next hour or so, who literally, this Power of St. Neots, another great story about the Power of St. Neots. Next Step, it was the first Next Step we did at Brookhouse, and he'd seen a post that Charlie from Best Of had shared that we were doing a Next Step. He was like, oh, what's that? Stumbled round, 22, 23-year-old. What's going on in here then? What's this place?
Oh, amazing.
Oh, you can go in there and you can pitch a load of entrepreneurs. We had Harrison in, me, Simon Squibb, Paul Oglesby, decent panel. Yeah, if you go in there, you pitch your idea, you get 400 quid. And walking into that boardroom, that lovely space, and we've hosted.
My colleagues from Siemens came all the way from across the country for a meeting in Brookhouse as well, because it's an amazing place.
Wow. Yeah, and we hosted Pride.
Oh, we had the Pride meeting as well. Yeah.
I saw pictures of Pride, and that was absolutely stunning.
But it's just it's the aspiration of a young person to walk into that building and be like, what? So I can just come in and hang out and do that. That means a lot to someone. It's important to have spaces like that.
Do you know what? Apologies for cutting in, but no, what I mean by that, having those kind of meetings at Brookhouse makes a difference to that kind of environment, to any kind of youngsters, because it's not in a school hall. It's not in a catering bit. It's in a beautiful environment, which allows them to be, like what I do for mental talk meetings. If it's in a safe, comfortable environment, with lovely, infrastructure, lovely decoration, they will talk. They will open up more fully than they would do in a
more comfortable.
Yeah.
And we're really working on getting the word out now that the Brookhouse can be used for other events. We want the town to be used.
We had Dee on this morning.
Love Dee. She's changing our lives.
I don't doubt it, because Dee's just the powerhouse in marketing. She's an absolute powerhouse. So when she told me that she was going into doing digital marketing again, and that she was helping you guys out, I was like, yes.
Oh, bless her.
She's going to blow things up.
Dealing with me and Fiona in technology, bless her.
That's fine,
she's got patience.
But she's got patience. She'll deal with you. She'll deal with you. Brilliant. Look, this is amazing. You're getting some lovely comments from people that are there And
See
the fact
Rachel's
that
comment.
Love our
Love it.
town. Amazing, amazing. Courtney, yes, please jump in the green room. You're on next. So, I've been asking the question of a previous guest. 12 months from now, looking back a year, what are you thanking yourself for?
What am I thanking myself
Mm.
for?
This is your sort of question. You like these sort of questions.
Okay, so.
It's been Insta there.
More TikTok dancers.
Oh, I haven't done one for a while. Actually, the last one I did, I gave myself a bad neck. Rachel had to fix me. I was like, oh, so what have you done? Oh,
TikTok
dance again.
Absolutely brilliant.
A year from now, so well done. You pulled yourself up. You're exactly where you need to be right now. What's next?
Love that.
Love that message. That's very nice. That's very nice.
Love the what's next.
Cool. And can we? Is there anywhere we can? So Brookhouse is. Have they got? You got Brookhouse website yet?
We have a website now.
Fine. What is that? Someone can put it in the comments for
Yep.
everyone.
See if Rachel's still there, if she can pop it in for
Rachel,
us.
stick it in the comments. So this is a wonderful community asset we have in the heart of town. Please use it because it's.
If you've never been there, try and get inside it, guys. It's incredible as well.
It is
It's a
nice.
beautiful
It's
place.
nice. Just don't get stuck in the basement.
No, don't go down the basement. It's scary.
basement?
All the ghosts. No, actually, the ghosts are all on the top floor.
Okay, fine.
Oh, so if that was the case, that's another trick, ghost hunting in Brookhouse.
You got Murder Mystery coming up.
We have Murder Mysteries,
February.
around
Yeah, I
February
saw
the
something
14th.
about that.
That's Tuesday.
That's fun.
I'm not sure. It's that week, maybe the 16th.
Imagine that. What do you want to do on Valentine's Day? Yeah, go for a murder mystery. Love it.
Well, no,
It's so good. We have Raw Productions. They come in, the theatre company. They're
Brilliant.
so good.
Very cool.
Love
Very
that.
cool. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you for
Awesome.
having
Sign
me.
a shirt, change colour on the screen,
Yep.
Oh, how do you change
and
the colour?
selfie.
How do I change the colour?
Right, we're gonna have. I'm gonna invite Lewis in. I'm gonna invite Lewis in, and then we're gonna have Courtney on because we're gonna talk about Georgie and Georgie's journey. And unfortunately, Georgie can't be here, which sucks.
Yeah,
like really sucks. But we'll come on to it in a minute. All right. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thanks, guys. Okay. Now, guys, I really want to emphasize something with this next part. Please bear with us because we should have had Georgie here for this conversation. And there was weeks of preparation before getting here. And when Georgie basically, so Georgie has, and we'll explain a lot more. I'm going to read a full bio for Georgie out because I've got a full bio, and that's why I want everyone to understand who Georgie is. But Georgie has severe Tourette's, and unfortunately, that both physically and verbally, so it's a constant tick. So it's constant. Now, through that, has actually slipped a disc in her back in the build up to this event. So unfortunately, we got the message yesterday or day before that unfortunately, however much she wants to be here, she can't be here. So Courtney and I have been back and forth, and Georgie. We just wanted to make sure Georgie's happy in terms of what we do. We had this slot for Georgie, and Georgie was going to come on live for half an hour because no one would ever let her would never even invite her to come have a live conversation on
We'd
the
be
stream.
looking forward to it.
Like buzzing.
I think it'd be
really exciting. Like, honestly, such an amazing personality, such an amazing individual.
I think the highlight of last year's speakerphone was Courtney.
100%.
Talking about Georgie. Everyone would say that.
Yeah. So I'm going to invite Courtney up first. I want to give Courtney some love to bring her back up here in the comments as well, please, because this is really brave what she's doing. To come and talk about how she met Georgie and how this has come about. And then bear with me because I'm going to try and read, which I struggle with when I'm not 23 hours. I don't know how long. I didn't even sleep yesterday, so I've been asleep for a long time. But bear with, please. Hold some support for us. Hold a safe space for us to share that. And so Courtney, bringing you up on now. Hi, Courtney.
There she is.
Have you been up all day, Courtney, as well? Because every time I looked at the chat, Courtney's been
She went to
chatting.
sleep. She went to sleep at about 1, 2 o'clock. She was like, "I'm going to sleep," and an hour later, she was like, "I'm back."
Can't sleep. So good.
Thank you for coming back, Courtney.
Thank you so much for doing this.
So can you? So I've got to go. I've got to download. So breathe. Take your time. I want people to understand the full context of this story. I've got to.
I really wish she was doing it.
It's okay. It's okay.
But we're going to tell Courtney. It's absolutely fine because we're going to tell her story.
Just take your time. There's no pressure here. Let's just chill. We're chilled. Just chill. I will get the picture ready, so we can share a picture of the three of us in preparation for this. Whilst I prepare the bio, if you can take the mic for a moment to just share how you got to know Georgie and why she's such an amazing inspiration to you, then I will come in and take the second round for you. All right? And I won't put any comments on screen until we finish talking because I know how much you love them. And then we get distracted by interacting.
It's only
with
been Courtney that's typing comments all day anyway, isn't it? So if she's talking, you can't do both.
It's amazing.
I'm trying to stay in the toilet here.
Yeah, turn it off.
I met Georgie back in 2014 when I was volunteering at a Tourette's Action, which is the UK's largest organisation in the UK for families affected by Tourette's syndrome. And long story short, because of the severity of Georgie's Tourette's, I was uncomfortable around her, and I found it hard to be around her, and so I didn't. But it was a week later, she added me on TikTok, and that kind of how we started this incredible friendship. Yeah.
It's amazing, and I think what you shared there is something really that we can learn from. Before we get a buyer up, I would like to talk about this. You said openly that you saw Georgie in that situation, and you avoided her.
I tried not to because I knew she couldn't help it. But I think that's why I always say it's okay to stay stable. Um, but it's how you cope with that fear. And are you willing to think about it and learn about it? I think that's what Georgie was, and again, I hate talking about her when she's not here.
No, but she is here because she knows you're here talking about her because we asked her for her permission, and that was a really important part of the process for us, wasn't it?
And then she will be able to see it either now or when she's better to look at the video back and how much you can show how much she means to you and how much she means to us and us wanting to talk about her and her story.
I don't know why it's so hard.
Because you care about her. And you said you wish she was here. That shows what a great friend you are. And what a kind person you are.
Yeah.
Sending hugs. Sending hugs. Okay. Are you happy that I read the bio out for Georgie?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna turn because I will put my back out whilst doing this. So, excuse my.
It does look like
it's like a chain.
It does look like I'm cuddling.
We all need a hug anyway, so let's all just hug in.
It's got to that stage now.
Give it a bit.
It is hard, but it doesn't show you what we saw in that Zoom call with me and that. Okay.
You sure? Wait. What did you say?
No.
It's all right. We can wait. What did you say?
But we can. That picture nearly started crying.
We had a good time that Zoom call, didn't we? We had fun. When we were together preparing for this, we had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah.
We got to know each other. It's an important part of the process. Okay. Let me just scroll up and get a bio up. So bear with me, guys. It's a bit long, but she's lived an incredible life. Firstly, before I do that, I formulated some questions that I was going to ask Georgie. So we won't have answers for them yet, but we will get some answers for them.
Yeah.
So just a few of these before I read a bio. So some of the questions I was going to ask Georgie was for her to share the different types of episodes that she experiences and how they differ from each other. The relationship between the tics and her compulsive behaviours, such as counting and ordering. I had questions around how her relationships with her partner, friends, personal assistants, neighbours helped in the journey because she has to have a lot of people around her to look after her. We talked about I wanted to know more about her background in education and her work experience because she's done so much work in that space.
Yeah, she's remarkable. And I think the one thing that Georgie never wanted to be was an inspiration porn, aka an inspiration because she got Tourette's. And Georgie isn't. Georgie's an inspiration because of how she makes you feel okay. I mean, I don't know how you would explain it.
Well, you explained it
Yeah, perfect.
like bang on. Like, yeah, that's the beauty of you, Courtney. Your words are the way that you articulate yourself is phenomenal. By the way, I don't know many people that explain things better than you, especially when it comes to inclusivity. Honestly,
you.
I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. You know me. You know me well enough now. I'm very direct.
Mhm.
And the other question I wanted to ask. Sorry. So the only other question I wanted to ask, one of the I've got many, because I was very curious. But one of the other questions I had was how Georgie's interests, such as snooker, roller derby, street art, she's very obsessed with street art, helped cope with the challenges of living with Tourette's. Okay, I'm going to put a picture up. I'm going to put a picture up now, okay? And I'm going to read this bio out, okay? Okay. Let's be strong together, yeah, Courtney? Okay, cool. So, first I'm actually going to read the intro she sent me, because she said, here's a bit about myself that you might wish to use parts of as an intro, but also some might be useful for background info. I'm aware of time constraints, and I'm also conscious of it making sense. OCD is probably partly why I struggle to be concise. It then leads to quite a lengthy intro. So, hi, I'm Georgie. I'm 44, queer, neurodivergent, and I grew up in rugby. Although my favourite sport is watching snooker, not so much rugby these days, I used to watch snooker live frequently, when I could be quiet and still. Now I stick to going to watch roller derby, cricket, and ice hockey. I love street art and graffiti spotting, and I take far too many photos of these expeditions. I have an unhealthy level of interest in politics, which is not good for anyone's mental health. I love going to gigs. When I was younger, I traveled all over the world, and I'm very interested in learning about different cultures and new experiences. I also love Lego, sensory lights, and red phone boxes. I left at 18 to study social policy in Leeds, and then moved to Manchester to study a combined course in generic social work and learning disability nursing. I love Manchester so much. I remained here ever since. From age 16 up until I was unable to continue working on medical grounds, I worked in health and social care jobs, including nursing, social work, and advocacy. I also learned British Sign Language and used in different jobs. My late mum had MS and died from multiple cancers. So I've experienced the health and social care systems from the perspective as a carer, as a worker, and a service user. Not the latter, not something I or others anticipated. I started experiencing tics at age 23. Then I didn't know what these weird occasional movements were tics. I didn't know that involuntary whispering were tics. Doctors didn't understand and fobbed me off. I didn't know anything. I was scared. It's all good? It's all good. Yep. Over time, the tic severity gradually increased, and episodes of number of tics that were once several months reduced in time to the point where my vocal and motor tics became constant. I used to be able to suppress tics for several hours so I could hold them in. I still don't know how I did it, and at the time I didn't know how not to. I then ticked them out when I was on my own. Suppression made me feel nauseous, lightheaded, brain fog, drained, and my eyesight would blur. My tics used to be noticeably wax and wane frequently, but it's been several years since a noticeable wane. I communicate with an AAC. Sorry. Thank you, Courtney. I'm just reading it as it is. I'm sorry. Don't laugh. I'm doing this, Courtney.
No, I was just like you said something else. Sorry.
Oh, don't. Come on, Courtney. It's a serious moment now. Such a pain in my butt. Okay. I have a. When I go out. So I communicate with an AAC, augmentative alternative communication device. When on my own at home, I mobilize on my knees and wear thick dressings and BMX knee pads for protection. When I go out, I use a wheelchair and need support to push it due to the lack of control over my body. I have a social care package that I manage myself via direct payments and a lot of support from my partner, friends, personal assistants I employ and neighbours. Some of my tics can be violent. For example, punching walls, lampposts and others, as well as hitting myself. If I see a lit candle, I will put it out with my finger, for instance, or pick up a knife and stick it in a table. I also tick and throw or break things and kick things. I have what I describe as 3 types of episodes: tick attacks, pain attacks, and unresponsive episodes. I was diagnosed with Tourette's at age 31, and soon after with OCD. Sometimes it can be hard or impossible to know what are tics and what are compulsions. I mainly experience intrusive thoughts that are of a violent and sexual nature. Plus, I have other visualizations that I use to count in triangle shapes and patterns until I feel right. It's never a set number. Same with compulsive touching and equalizing. It's how many times until I feel right. Things like CDs aren't in a known order, but where they feel correct to me. I like the number 3 and multiples of 3. Other diagnoses have continued to including pain syndromes, Erlin's syndrome, Tourette's. It isn't only about tics. There are a lot of hidden symptoms, which for me include various types of pain, sensory issues, and anxiety. It's been a steep learning curve, and I'm still learning. Also, a major adjustment, which I've struggled with at times, but I've had a lot of support from others. At first, it just felt like I was constantly losing things in my, e.g., some friends, ability to drive, ability to walk, or leave my flat on my own. Losing my job, for instance. I still have wobbly days, as all this does mess with your brain, and most of my life I haven't been disabled. Over time, a lot of time, others, including my mum, who became disabled as an adult, and many in the Tourette's community explained to me and showed me that I could still live a positive life in a different and creative way. That I tried to keep to, as they were all right. It doesn't mean life isn't difficult or feels impossible at times. It just means you have to do what you can, when and how you can. The tics at times can be funny, and whilst it's awful when people laugh at me due to my tics, I really don't mind people laughing with me. Sometimes it's hard not to. I do myself. Some things I can't do anymore, so I've found different things. I don't understand society placing so much value on the importance of being in paid work or in only certain types of jobs. For those who are working and those of us who can't, we all contribute to society in various important ways. I still do, but it was never only about my job. As important as it was to me, in the last 3 years, I've been involved in campaigning in relation to building safety crisis as someone impacted. This continues to be challenging, and 2 years ago, myself and Sarah Rennie, another disabled person, impacted, set up GladDag, a group which is campaigns on disabled leaseholder issues in the mess of the building safety crisis, which nobody else was highlighting. There's lots of information here, but hopefully this will help provide an overview, and some might well be answers to some of the questions that you have. Thank you, Courtney, too, for your input.
Incredible.
What an incredible piece of writing as well. She's
Absolutely,
obviously a very talented writer as well.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
Well read, mate, as well.
What an amazing... Was that okay, Courtney? Did I do justice?
Yeah.
What would you say? What would you say? Would you add anything to that?
I known her for 9 years. In that 9 years, I've seen her take that work and to where it is today. So I've been there with her and, I seen it at Wayne. And which I won't share because it's very personal to her. But if you knew how extreme it got, that in 2013, you would understand just how incredible this one is.
Amazing. Thank you, Courtney. So much for
I'm not-
sharing.
I'm not trying. I just wish you guys at home could meet her.
We're going to meet her. Well, what did we say earlier today? We said we're going to do something together this year. We're going to do something together this year, aren't we? And we had Sarah Ellis on earlier from Tickbox. I reckon she's up for doing something.
Yeah.
We're going to do something together this year.
And next year, there's always next year for this. We're coming back every year, aren't you, Alex?
Every year. Every year.
Yeah, I'm just heartbroken to be honest. But like today, how excited Donna you guys were to like hear her going. That brings me hope. I wanted
Hugs, Courtney, hugs. We're all really proud of you.
I work with a lot of families, those with Tourette and other disabilities. I wanted those families to feel represented in Georgia. And that's why Liquid Trees, because Donna people wouldn't allow the platform to be as inclusive as you have Alex and Liv. And you know, let's go that the reason why she's not here is the reason why we are talking death case. And that makes sense. Her Tourette is the reason why she's injured on a victory.
Well, between you and Alex, you've brought her story to life, and I think we know what an amazing person Georgie is. And we hope she gets better soon. And we want to say thank you so much, Courtney, again. You are incredible.
Can I just add something? And I want to add something, and then I'm going to drop a link in the chat. So I'm going to do two things at once. Maybe I did three things. No
Say
important.
5 things.
No, three things. Alex, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
No, are you okay?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Funny. You're so funny.
And hold on a second. Completely thought. I'm an idiot. That if you guys wanted to learn more about Tourette, I wanted to shout out this website and through Georgie, no, to Georgie, I met this incredible woman called Jess, and this is her website and Tourette Hero. Sorry.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to ask for people to do in chat.
You want them to learn. You want people to learn about it.
No, can you, everyone in chat, and I want Georgie to do this love. So can everyone please fill the chat with love for
Fill the chat
Georgie?
with love for Georgie. Yeah,
Because,
absolutely. Please do that.
what she's done through, especially with, like, imagine this, guys. She was working really hard, so she's got to understand that she was typing everything out word by word to talk to you guys, and then this happened. You took his head to it.
Yeah.
How heartbroken she must feel. So I want her to know that we are standing with her and for her. So please, I'm going to make sure she reads and sees the impact that she had. So there's not no impact, this is her impact.
We'll take this. We'll take Courtney. You have my word. We'll take this segment, and I'll make sure lots of people see this. All right? I promise you that.
I know
Right?
it does. I know it does. And just to the website I've posted, and she also had to like Georgie, and on that blog, TouretteTerror.com, she talked about her life with Tourette. So, yeah, so that kind of, I'm gonna go to the day and I'm gonna try. And thank you, Alex, so much for everything. I really wish I could your help right now. And we're finally up there with you. Love you, my friend. You did her proud. I'm gonna go.
think we've all vouch. What an amazing.
Just the impact he has on people's lives.
Absolutely.
And the impact of Courtney. I mean, Courtney was the big story. Courtney and Georgie was the big story last year. And, like, of all the stories her to get, she's topped it again this year as well.
Absolutely.
So we didn't get to meet Georgie this year, but there'll be another year. And we've all learnt more about duets, haven't we? Because I had no idea that you could catch it or develop it later in life as well. So for all of our struggles, the amazing struggles that Georgie has gone through, nobody who listened to that could doubt that Georgie has an incredible impact on society as well. It's not about just working, is it? All the things she's involved with and all the things, it's amazing.
It is, absolutely, and I couldn't agree more. Actually, just going to have a couple of minutes out. I'll tell you what, let's have a breathe for 2 minutes and we'll come back. We've got an hour to go, so give us a couple of minutes and we'll be back on.
Got to give Alex lots of hugs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, we're going back on. We've got an hour to go. We're going for 23 hours. Alex is still going for a couple of minutes out. But I think that shows the impact of what this Speak Up 2023 does. Highlights the need for people like Courtney and Georgie to have their voice to be heard. I think we've showed the power of that. Look at just the comments here I can see already. Just absolutely, incredible.
And Alex was so dedicated to letting Georgie speak on here and get her voice heard as well. So I think we've done that already as well, and there's more to look forward to as well. When we
absolutely, yeah. And I think thank you for all the lovely comments. It just shows the power and how much Alex cares about people in general. Shows his dedication and his love and support. So again, she's just gonna have a couple of minutes out, but we are at to finish for an hour. So we'll introduce our next guest.
Top that, Lewis.
I'm not going to top that.
Yeah.
That's going to be impossible.
I think I might have gone after Courtney last year, I might have done, but isn't she just an absolute incredible...
See, Courtney spoils it for everybody else, doesn't she, by being so amazing as well.
So, we've got 1 hour to go. Ladies and gentlemen, if that doesn't make you want to donate to Mind CPSL Mind, nothing will. Shows the impact of why we're here today, to allow people to be able to talk about how they're feeling. And the work that Mind CPSL Mind do is absolutely incredible. We get £5,000 in total over the next few weeks. That will go towards helping a mental health campaign in Sydney X, which is massively, massively needed. So if you've got a few pence, I know times are hard at the moment, we're in January, but if you've got a few pence spare, go to our website, Shifty's website, or go to the social media pages, the links on there for the Just Giving site. So, our final... Well, actually, no, we've got two guests, because we need to speak to Mr. Ferguson later as well, so... Good luck following that.
It's the graveyard shift, isn't it?
We've still got a lot of people.
I think we
try to get as many people to watch as possible.
Well, yeah,
and I was on the radio earlier on to try and get some people away. But we've got 29, 30 people here, so all good. So, welcome along. Introduce yourself.
Right, well, I'm Lewis. I met Alex back in September of last year, and he just got me on the Curious Entrepreneurs train. And I'm now part of this community, and they have helped me endlessly over the past 4 months. The leaps, they've helped me out endlessly. I couldn't thank them enough for what they've done already, and this is only just the start.
Absolutely, I love that.
Yeah, I'm on here today to talk about my journey through my mental health and how I believe adapting mindset hugely benefits that and can also help benefit others. I wanted to talk about how I first put it through sport and then how that led to my business career and how I applied the same mindset and attributes to that. So yeah, that's where I'm at the minute.
So go from the start then. What made you come in with Alex and... Thanks, Sam. Sam's just put me right on now.
Sam's just coming with the
You said you come from the aspects of sport. So what kind of sport are we talking?
So, don't tell many people, but I was in the GB Under-18s Dragon Boat team.
Oh, amazing.
From the ages of 16 to 18, I think. Yeah, 16 to 18. I've raced all over the country. And I've also raced in Germany and Thailand.
Wow.
In Pattaya. Life-changing experiences. Competing for your country it bears a lot of responsibility. And it's also an amazing feeling knowing you're going somewhere. I almost can't put it into words how it feels to represent your country and go up against the best. It's just a great feeling.
I suppose you have a strong mindset to do that, but do you find the pressure of that as well?
Yeah, so what I want to talk about with sport is that there is a lot of pressure, and so I came into it, my mate dragged me along to this tryout day, and I'd done a little bit of research on the GB team beforehand, and I turned up and I said, there's some serious big hitters here. People world champions, European champions, record holders.
Yeah.
And I got into the team in February in 2018, I believe. Yeah, 2018. I got into the team in February. worked really, really hard. But what was happening was with the team my first year when I raced in Germany is that I knew I was putting in the work. However, I'd turn up to training weekends. I'd travel to Worcester and Liverpool, and the team didn't feel like a team because not everyone was putting in the same work ethic, and it made the people that I was training with. It made us feel like, you know, what's the point? We're putting in this work, but it's a 20-man boat. You've got 20 people in this boat,
Wow, as big as
and
that.
and if one person's slacking off, it loses you the race.
Of course it does.
By
yeah.
that much.
Yeah, yeah.
And long story short, we went to Germany, and we got mullered in the Europe. This is the Europeans. We got absolutely mullered by Hungary, Germany, Moldovans. They wiped the floor with us.
Yeah. What was your expectation going into that? Were you thinking you were competitive?
The team that went. I think that a lot of them thought we were just going to go in there and take the gold medal.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case, and I went in there knowing that not everyone in that team was putting in the training that they say they were doing, and it was showing that in the times in training. We were getting slower on the build up to the event, and you know I wasn't happy. I could tell my coach wasn't happy.
I was about to say that. Yeah, surely there must be a
And
coach involved there. And surely,
and I have a lot of respect for this man.
Yeah.
I hope he's watching now. I messaged him today, and he said he would be on here. So, Matty, if you're watching, I miss you coaching me. I really do. So we got to the end of the event. We'd been beaten, and I came into his hotel room, and we were just having a chat, like saying thank you. And I said to him, I don't want to feel like this anymore. I finished the training of I'd never trained so hard, I thought.
Yeah.
And I came off and I was like, I don't feel like I've just been to the European Championships. And I said to him, I don't want to feel like this anymore.
Yeah.
And he said to me, the first thing he said, I've been waiting for this.
Uh-huh.
And he said, the next year was the World Championships in Thailand. And he said, we're going to hit it hard. We're going to hit it from the start. And we had about 30 members in the GB Under-18s team. And within the first training weekend, half the team dropped out. They couldn't handle the training that we were willing to go to. And me and him had this agreement. I would back him all the way, and he would back me all the way. And I went into it with a mindset of I'm gonna show. So I'm getting emotional about this.
No, and so it should be. It shows you. It means a lot to you.
It does. I did not expect this to happen. Sam said this was going to happen.
Power, speak up.
Sorry. So
take your time. You don't need to apologise at all.
It started off with me and him, and there was 3 of us lads, and we agreed we're going to give it everything we have. And why am I getting emotional? This is terrible. I'm really sorry about this, guys.
It meant a lot to you.
Because it's important.
You
invested so much into it.
Every day for 12 months, I gave it everything I had. And you know, I knew I had a responsibility to bear. These lads were, they're like family to me, and they were watching. I was setting the standard, and I knew I couldn't drop off because we were going to the Worlds, and I said to my coach, "I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to give it everything I have." I did, and we went from being 3rd in Europe in 12 months to 3rd in the world, and we pulled 2 bronze medals. We set records in every distance.
Wow.
And I can't believe I'm getting emotional about this.
But also, congratulations.
We all are.
Yeah.
I looked at my coach at the end of the race, and I could see in his eyes he was happy with what we had accomplished. We had given everything we had. And I have a lot of respect for that man. He was the first sporting mentor that believed in me, and I felt like I delivered to that man. You know, I have my shirt hung up on the wall. I'm proud to hold that shirt up from the World Championships. So I got two world bronze, and I knew I gained that man's respect because I delivered on what I said I was going to do. And if he came back to me today and he said, I have the same team from Thailand, and they're willing to go for it again, I'd drop everything I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
And I'd go back. it is that team inspired me simply because we went into that season. But I was one of the few that was the driving force, and by the end of it, they were driving me to do my best. And I remember we're on that start line. And I said, lads, this is the last one. Let's leave nothing out there.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And I have huge amounts of respect for everyone on that team.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so that's my sporting career.
Can I ask you, let's just rewind that, going back as well then. So what made you get into dragon boat racing in the first place? Because when you said to me, and this is probably a prejudice that I shouldn't really expected, I was expecting your physique, maybe football or rugby.
Well, we've got Ian Payne in the room, and he does dragon boat racing. He's hardly athletic.
Look at the difference. Yeah, is that five physique as a man? Absolutely incredible. So what made you get into it?
So I was a rugby player, and I broke my arm. Playing rugby, and I left the sport in the end. I just didn't enjoy it in the end, and basically I put on a lot of weight. I was a big kid. I was a fat kid at 13, and my mate Tom, he joined, and he joined the GB under-18s before me.
Yeah,
and he said, "Look, you're coming with me. I'm going to make you send this email to the coach, and you're going to come dragon boating." And then ever since then, I hadn't looked back, and it set me on my fitness journey. I do dragon boating, but I'm not I don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
I just do like local racing, and I do bodybuilding now, and I've got a mentor in that, my coach, and he's spot on, absolutely everything. Like I say, that like I have in everything I do in life, I have a coach / mentor. So I got Alex in business. My dad was my first mentor in business.
Wow.
Yeah, that don't get me emotional again.
Breast, mate. Honestly, take time.
Lewis, I wonder how much I'm trying to channel my inner Sam Squire here.
I love that.
How much correlates, you think, between the competitiveness that you have from your sporting career and how you then channel that into your working and entrepreneurial life?
All of it.
Yeah.
It's what started it.
So how does that work? Talk us through how that works for you.
So it's like I describe it as like a blueprint. It's whether it's in business or sport, I have a mentor, someone that can guide. I'm very lucky. I'm self-motivated, and I just have that person that will guide me in the right direction. So I've got my coach in the gym. I've got Alex here, and I've got my dad, and that's in the business world. And my competitiveness, I think, is what helps the business I work for and the business I have grow, because it just gives me that driving force. It makes me want to work harder. I want to get there before other people. Yeah. Basically, I personally feel like I'm not doing enough at the minute. Compared to if you look like
yourself, letting yourself go. Look at you.
If you put in, I mean, like the amount of effort I was putting into my training for the GB team compared to what I'm putting into business, it's not the same amount. Because I guess I was doing that physically, whereas a lot of
Well, you were saying about training for the dragon boat race. You were doing every day for, was it 12 weeks?
I was training 6 days a week on the water and 1 day like in the swimming pool.
So is there a part of you that is worried that because you put so much effort in for that time that with business you won't need to put that? Of course, you want to put that intensity and that mindset into a business, but you won't need to do all those hours that you were doing for the dragon boat race.
They're also like hobbies to me. I don't see work as work. I see it as I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I love my job. I love my business. I love doing all of it. It's it doesn't. I don't wake up thinking, "Oh, I've got to work. I've got to do this." I'm excited to do it. I love my job because I'm doing something different all the time.
So you're saying about a love job. Explain what you're doing here then with Curious Entrepreneurs.
So I have a plant hire company that I started back in April, and I just recently landed a big investor.
Congratulations, by the way.
That wants to get involved, and that's going really, really well. I'm hoping this time April next year, I hope my business will be worth 100 grand. Have a net worth.
I feel like I'm Stephen Bartley right now. I'll give you 30%.
No.
Don't take. Yeah,
No. I was going to talk a little bit how like I started. How my. Do you want to talk about how I transitioned from my mindset from sport to business?
You take it away.
It's like so.
And Lewis, can you tie in a little bit about how the mentorship has helped you in terms of like actual practical? So do you create the ideas and then go to your mentor for reassurance? So tie that in.
It all started with if I had ever had an idea, I'm gonna get emotional.
It's all right. We're all here
I
for
was
it.
not expecting this. It's really frustrating
If
because I
you
can't
look
get
at
the words out.
comments-
I can't get the words out.
You've got your neighbours on and
No, 'cause I know
everything.
my dad's watching.
And your neighbours.
I know my dad's watching. It's gonna make me emotional.
Denise is your neighbour.
Your dad says, "Stop crying, Lewis."
No, he hasn't. No. Oh no, I can see my
Fergie.
Joe's commented. Joe, I can see. Oh, that's my coach there.
Oh, wow.
That's Matty. Yeah, that's my coach.
Well, there you go.
And by the way, for everyone who was concerned, Alex is here. He's here. He's
Yeah,
here.
Alex is on the floor. So, I started off my business journey. I started off when I was around 9 or 10.
Wow, what were you doing?
How old are you, Lewis? You've done a lot.
21. I haven't done enough. I'm not happy. I haven't done enough.
So what was your business at 9 and 10?
So, first of all, it started off, I was advertising to my neighbours through A4 piece of paper, lawn cutting and
Brilliant.
washing cars. And then one day, a family friend handed me a bike. And my dad was like, why don't you clean it up? And then put it back together, like, take it apart, put it back together. And I did that. I said, well, can I sell it? He was like, yeah. So we got a bike lock chained up around the front of my grandma's house on the pier, bike for sale sign. Sold, got 30 quid. I was like, I like this. That was one of my first wins. I like talking about wins. If you get a win, you get the hunger for it and you keep chasing the next win, big or small.
You've so been working with Alex Hughes. It's unreal.
I've had this for years. It's that's where it started, and then went to bike sales. And my dad's is a builder.
Yeah.
He used to like do house rip outs, so I'd get the cable and all the like the copper pipe.
I was about to say copper pipes, yeah.
Taps. I'd spend hours taking the taps pot, taking the rubbers out, separating it all, stripping the cable, taking the copper pipes apart, putting them into boxes, sorting them out. Yeah. And then he'd take me in the car, take it to the scrap guy in Huntingdon or wherever it was, and that would be my. He didn't let me have the money because I'd spent the time separating it all. And then when I was 13. I put the scrap money I got and birthday money, I bought a classic Mini.
At 13 years old.
And I've just...
So cool. Kidding me.
It's still not done yet. It was gold when I bought it, rebuilt it. It's bright green now.
We need pictures. I
will send pictures. And one of my friends who works for an insurance company has just asked me to put it into a classic car show on their stand. Yeah. It's not done yet, but it all should be done by March, hopefully. And then... where did I go from there? I think I wanted to do business studies, and I went to CRC Open Day, and I said, is it all right if I do like an apprenticeship in business, but I spend some of the time on the tools, some of the time in the office? And they went, oh, no, you need to spend the whole week in the office. Instantly I went, no, I can't concentrate for that long. And then my dad looked at me and went, we're in the college. He said, why don't we do brickwork? And my dad's been a bricklayer for 30, I'm trying to think, nearly over 35 years. Did that. I started a bricklaying apprenticeship. Didn't get on with the guys at college. I had to do with one of them. Walked out after 3 months. Left 6 months, and then came back on the days they weren't there and just done my work. And they turned around to me. I said, I'm here to do the work. I'm here to do my assessment so I can get signed off. They went, you're not going to be able to do it. They said, you were way too slow when you started. They're not going to be able to get it done. Got on pole. My dad trained me for 6 months before this. Got me up to speed. I completed them all. Walked out of there. Never looked back. I wanted nothing to do with that college. They don't treat their students properly. The way they teach is wrong. But my dad gave me the time. And now I am where I am today. I'm running jobs. Got a work van. And I wonder if Ryan's watching, but...
you there, Ryan?
Are you there, Ryan?
Ryan's
the new apprentice, and Ryan's a good guy. He's a good apprentice. learning well.
He might be sitting in the background.
Yeah, he might have gone to bed actually. We've got to get up at 6:30 tomorrow. But,
Oh gosh.
yeah. Anyway, so I joined the JRN team, and within 3 or 4 months of me joining, the guys basically kicked my dad off his own site, and it's gonna take it.
It's all right. It's okay.
Deep breaths, mate. Take your time.
I was
There he is. I'm up, mate. Sending love. Just tell us. Tell us all.
I love that.
Tell us all.
I didn't know what was happening at the time. I was 16, still a kid. I didn't know what was going on. Oh, man. Sorry,
Mate, you don't need to apologise at all. Safe. Yeah. Enough.
I
Come out now,
They're nearly
innit?
done.
I,
guys. They're nearly done.
So he'd been kicked off his own site. It then went just to me and him. I would come down at what? Oh man, I'm sorry. It's taken me a while.
Don't need to apologise at all. Take your time.
This I come down at 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
And my dad's in the office doing quotes, trying to sort things out, whilst being on the tools as well. You know, it's like, and then one day he was working so hard to get things done, and he didn't tell me he didn't tell me what was going on, and I sort of figured it out for myself. And one day a switch just flicked in my head, and I said, "No, that's it. No more. I'm not letting this happen again." And that was in 2018, and now I'm proud to say that he came to me when I was around 17, 18. He came to me and he said, "We have a company here. It's me and you.
Wow.
There's over 20 years of good reputation. Build something of it with me." And proud to say, we now have 9 or 10 members full time on the tools, 3 people in the office, pretty much full time, and JRN's doing really, really well. And to the people that let him down, I hope you're watching, because it's doing good. You're missing out. And I took the mindset from when I was in the team, in the sport, into the company, and I feel like I am now part of a team, and everyone works with everyone. Everyone wants to help everyone out. Everyone has the same goal. Everyone wants to give the same end product. And it makes me proud, and I hope I make my dad proud, because it's what he deserves. And I'm not done here. I'm not done there yet, and I hope to make it an empire.
You will make it an empire.
I do it for my family. That's why I do it.
You are one exceptional young man.
So when I said you had to beat Courtney, I was taking the piss. You didn't have to actually try.
So what, sorry?
When I said you had to beat Courtney and Georgie, I was taking the piss.
I did not come on here thinking I was going to get emotional. I really did not think so.
Lewis, how does it feel for that to have happened today? Because we were having a right laugh, weren't we? We were behind the scenes.
I've never spoken to my dad about this.
Okay.
Oh, mate.
So is your dad watching?
I hope he's asleep when I get home.
Is he watching?
He's I tell you what, we're going to find out. We're going to send him a link of this.
Better not do, please.
What's your dad's name?
John.
Are you there, John?
I can see my auntie's commented.
What's your company's name?
JRN Building Services.
Your auntie's a big...
My auntie's she's one of my biggest supporters. She's Woo, Soul Sisters.
Oh, brilliant!
She is she's one of the kindest people you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
But what an exceptional young man you are. Seriously, what an inspiration you are. I wish I had your mindset when I was your age. For many different reasons.
We all did. We were all just dicking around when we were his age, weren't we, as well? I just don't...
Damn nightclubs and beer and takeaways,
I'm
eh?
sure you do a fair amount of that as well, don't you?
See what,
And do you know what,
Nightclubs and
do you know
beer.
what I love about you, Lewis?
Yeah.
What I love about you is that, and I said to you earlier on, I met you like twice, maybe 3 times, and obviously I hear from the guys your fantastic stories all the time. They are so intensely proud of you. Yeah. But we were down Pizza Express, other pizza shops
yeah.
are available. And I was there with my
BBC.
okay. I was there with my family, and you came past with your mate, and you were like,
"Was I still in there?"
And I just thought most 20-year-old young people would have gone, "Oh God, not no, that funny old woman." Whatever.
I do that, Lynette, when I
I know
see
you do.
her.
God, that's what I mean. You
I was up at the window, please.
But that means a lot to people. Being you see people and you have a wisdom that is you are very, very. People probably say it to you all the time. You are very, very wise beyond your years. Yeah.
Well, it's just I said.
There's your dad.
Oh no.
Hi, Dad.
He's put I'm.
It's like a EastEnders.
John,
no.
John, how do you feel, John, about coming in on live and joining us? Can you do that?
I'd love to have a chat with him on here.
Yeah, can we bring John on? Is that going to be possible? Come on, IT department, Alex.
Then my mum's going to have to work the phone for him. He ain't got a clue what he's doing.
Can you work the camera?
You have to send that in. So if you hit
invite, yeah.
And then copy that link, send it to Messenger.
I don't know where he's going to be.
He's got Facebook.
Your auntie said he's still up.
Oh yeah,
So he's up.
okay.
We don't mind if you're in bed, John.
He got friends.
John Newark.
I can also vouch for the fact Lewis has got one hell of an Elvis voice on him.
Oh, wow.
No,
This is it.
It was not that. No, it was
Elvis voice.
No, I'm sure it was. Was it
It
Elvis?
runs in the family, does it?
I was there.
No, I'd say. Yeah, we both were, weren't we?
I'm just sitting tight, Alex. I'm loving it up here.
It when I was invited to do this, to talk about mindset and mental health and all that, I very recently had a conversation with someone.
Sorry about his profile picture.
Yeah, that's him when he was 18, I think. So I'm not going to name this person, but they were speaking to me about something that they'd gone through, and they hadn't spoke to anyone else about it, and they felt that they could tell me. And they said, "You inspire me. You make me want to get up and do things." And to know I have that impact on one person's life is enough. It makes you want to get up and do it every day. That's what makes it worth it. You know, knowing one person is helping change them, that's enough.
And can you pinpoint what that actually is in yourself? So I'm not going to give you words. I want you to get to it yourself.
I always try and put myself in other people's shoes if there's an issue. I always try and be positive, and I always try and encourage people. I'm like, let's get up, let's do this today. You can do this. Let's work for it. If you don't work for it, it's not worth it. I just believe in encouraging people, and I think if you're positive and you practice what you preach, people will believe you. You then gain their respect, and then they'll go for it as well. I learned that way in my sport. Set the bar, and then one after another, the lads followed me, and before you knew it, the whole team has the same mindset, and you're training towards that goal. And it's now happening at JRN. It's unbelievable, actually. The chain reaction you get, and it all starts with one person, and then people start joining. They start to notice it's working, and next thing you know, everyone's going for it. And that's when serious progress is made.
So Sam, with your experience of being a coach, do you feel like that is coach mentor?
I want to bring Sam in. I want to replace myself with Sam, which is what
I feel like I should leave, but I feel like I'm also holding the female.
No, you're good. You're good. There's a reason why. So those people watching. So by the way, John, I've added you as a friend. I've sent you a link. So click on that link, and then you'll see it. I'll come up on your phone. There's a reason why, and I bang on about this every fucking day. If anyone who listens to me, we have to let young people lead the way. You'd hear the mindset. Lewis, Sam, we had heard from Luke earlier, Courtney.
Dan's here. Dan's been waiting patiently for
Dan's
2 hours.
just sold me a pension deal.
He just sold a pension.
It's just a good return on investment.
There's a reason why. So yeah, I'm gonna leave the seat, and I want Sam to sit here. And yeah, no, you're right. And Dan
let Dan come here.
And you three, you got Fergie here. we've been waiting.
I'm learning.
He's the
I'm
oldest-
I'm
he's the
inspired.
oldest son of a
Fergie,
town.
Fergie, you've got three of the most talented.
You did so well.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm getting hijacked now.
So while we
did not
wait
think
for
I was
John
gonna
to
get
figure out
emotional. I'm really annoyed at
technology
myself.
for a second, so
I don't like getting emotional.
Fergie, I'm going to leave you here with three of the most talented young people in this town, and then you ask them questions. And whilst we wait for John
I
to
feel
figure
like I'm
out
getting set up
technology,
now.
Oh, mate, he's useless with technology. I bet my mum's shouting at him right now. Oh, did you? Yeah. That is. It was. I've never worked so hard physically. I've never worked so hard in my life. But I even get emotional when I see other people achieve things in the same sort of way. It's like I don't know. It just triggers something. It's like when people watch films and something sad happens, they start crying. I'm like that. I don't get like sad like that. It's like if I see someone accomplish something they've worked really, really hard for, that's when that triggers in my head. Because I know the feeling. Even my nan's watching. Oh my god! And Joe's commented again.
Hi, Nan.
Where's that?
I mean,
Where is this?
it's difficult because it's your career already is inspiring as anything I've done. Yeah, and I'm 50 and I dabble in politics. Yeah, but you're out there leading it, and I just think the way that you inspire your colleagues, yeah, your teammates, yeah, everybody who's listening to this chat as well is incredible, and we just need to amplify that voice. I mean, it's what we're doing today, isn't it? But we all need to hear from it as well.
Platform to talk on.
But the thing is, you have the platform because you deserve the platform. Mate, I'm literally listening now. I was like,
you've earned it.
I did not think when you said you didn't expect to get emotional.
it's just because I've
I'm
put
not
my
getting
vibes
emotional.
on it. I've put the emotional vibes on it.
To be fair, Lewis, you even nearly got me to cry.
I was like,
Nobody
I
does
saw
that,
it
mate.
before. Alex was blowing a snot bubble beforehand, like, and I was like, I'm not going to happen to me. But,
I had to get out.
I
I caught him outside on my way back in. So, but mate, your story is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're smashing it.
I just hope. Well, I know there's one person who spoke. Like I said, one person's enough. If I'm inspiring one person, that's enough for me. I didn't get into this to, you know. This is how I do things, and I didn't realise that it was going to inspire other people. But if someone's listening, I hope it does help.
To do this. Oh yeah, microphone. That might help, mightn't it? After 23 and a half hours. I know you probably said you didn't really want to, but that video of you, please make sure that lads your age see that video.
What the one?
What we've just filmed.
Oh right, yeah.
This video, when we get it all sorted out, make sure you send it to as many people your age as possible, because you're an inspiration to those people. Because it's the mindset Alex has been fighting for so many years. What Cures Entrepreneurs is all about as well, and it's getting people, men and women your age, to step up. Get your own business, but have that positive mindset that you've got to keep going, keep thriving. You need to do that, and you need to inspire those other people. You're saying you want to inspire people. You will inspire people without a shadow of a doubt. And the question we've been asking, you say, what are you going to tell yourself next year? I want you to do that, but I also want to say, what are you going to tell yourself in 10 years' time?
Retired in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
10 years' time.
And don't forget where you started. Liveathon with me and Alex.
10 years' time.
All right, let's do it for the year first. 1 year time.
1 year's time, hope to be back here, having another chat.
That's why he's successful in business, you see. Says what people want to hear.
That's why you'll be successful in politics.
In 1 year's time, I hope to be back here, having a chat, telling you what I got up to over the past 12 months.
But what are you going to do in the next 12 months?
In the next 12 months, like me personally, I've just come back from Wales. I just climbed my first summit of the year. I hope to do as many.
Come on!
I hope to do as many summits as possible over the next 12 months. It's great fun if you haven't done it. I recently just done a solo. It was a solo one.
Oh, and you Todd.
It was great fun. I get. It's like I talk about wins in anything in life. I got a win this week. I hit the summit. I'm now ready for the next one. It's like
amazing.
Go to the gym. I hit a PR. I'm ready for the next win. Where am I going next? I said, like, talk about mental health, you know, my mental health is great right now because I'm constantly chasing the next win, and every time I hit it, I get this. It's like a rush of adrenaline, you know, and I'm addicted to the adrenaline rush, and it just makes you feel great. And if you have small wins, big wins, they feel just as good as one another.
But what I think is important about your story is that people will look at you from the outside and think you're talented. Yeah, you're a talented sportsman, you're a talented businessman, but it's really all about hard graft, isn't it? It's all about the struggle as well. And that's, you said he's earned it, but he's earned it through hard work, yeah, against adversity, again and again and again. And you haven't proved it once. You've improved it in at least 3-4 different sporting careers and in business. Yeah, you're a champion, man. That's what it is.
I don't feel like I've achieved it yet. I don't.
But that's fine.
I don't.
But that's why you're a champion.
There's people watching this that didn't know about what I was doing in the business world. And the reason I haven't told you is not because I didn't want you to know. It's because I just didn't feel like I'd earned the right to tell you what I'm doing because I haven't done it yet. I haven't achieved where I want to get to. 10 years time. 10 years time, I'll tell you. So in 10 years time, I hope to have inspired more people to just go for it. Say yes to every opportunity you get given to you until you actually can't say yes anymore. That's where I am today is because I've always just gone, why not? Give it a go. I got my medals at the Worlds because I thought I said, well, give it a go. Why not?
If in that first World Championship, yeah, you'd gone off and won the gold medal, yeah, would you have been the same person now? Because that would have, you know.
I went there knowing I had given everything I had and I left it all on the table. So in my heart, I knew I'd given everything. I had won the gold. It was, at the end of the day, it wasn't about the gold. When it finished, I said, it would have been nice to have a gold medal, to say you're world champion. However, I was more happy with the fact that I knew every single person in that team gave as much as I did. You know, we were throwing up during sessions, passing out, blood, sweat and tears went into that team, and my coach he's just commented again. He's was it Premier Paddler World Champion? Maybe if you come back as coach, I'll come back as a paddler.
That's
in
the
the
deal.
GB Prems.
That's as good as signing the contract.
I promise. I go, yeah. With that, like I said, I looked in his eyes at the end of that championships, and I knew he was happy with what we'd done, and I was happy, and shook hands. And that will stay with me forever. You know, that team, they're family. They're not just my teammates now. And once you create that bond with a group of teammates, you can't break it. You know, we might not see each other for 30 years, and we could come back, and it would be like we hadn't seen. You know, we saw him yesterday. And then what am I saying? We're going back to the 10 years question, weren't we? I went down a wormhole. We're 10 years time. I said inspire more people. I hope to have an empire built, business wise.
So just an empire then, small targets, yeah.
Got to be. It's got to have the monopoly. No thanks.
I'm interested. Obviously, from listening in, and I obviously I've met you for a couple of months. I understand part of your story. I'm interested, like when people have a certain mindset and they're high achievers, like it's sometimes that attitude you can apply to various things in your life, like you stated, and you can achieve. But I'm interested, like what scares you?
Not giving everything I have. When you, like I said, if I know that people count on me and I'm not giving everything I have, I'm letting them down. The thing that scares me is that I didn't try hard enough, which is why I try and give it everything in the gym, Dragonbone, business. I try and get everything I have, because I always say to people I know, I say, would you rather deal with the pain of discipline or the pain of regret? And I'd rather deal with the pain of discipline.
We've already heard that, haven't we, about people's social anxiety about getting up and doing stuff, and that actually regret is horrible. Isn't it? Failure, even humiliation, yeah, you can cope with, yeah, but regret. That's a hard one.
I'd rather get everything I have, fail, because then I've learnt. And I said that's why, like, we went to the Worlds, we didn't get the gold, but I didn't feel like I had no regret. I left it all out there. I know everyone in that team did. So I came back happy. You know, I said, we always say, because basically after that I turned 18, I was too old for the team. and like several others did. So the team sort of dispersed. People went to uni. I went to work.
Yeah.
People are doing their own things now. So we never actually knew what the full potential of that team could have been. It could have been something great. I mean, we set, you know, I said we went from third in Europe to third in the world in 12 months. You know, give us another 12 months or 24 months, you know, world domination. I don't know. So I say, you know, that's what I'm saying with JRN now. I said, you know, what we've done in the past 3 years, I would never have believed would have been possible. Same with like where my personal business has gone in the past 10 months. I wouldn't have thought it would have gone to where it's got to.
Have you texted Kelly yet?
Yes, Joe was calling me on Wednesday. Yeah, I did let Kelly know that.
Another mentor.
I think you have a mentor. I say I have a mentor in everything I do, and it's steering me in the right direction. If you apply your passion, and someone steers you, you know, that's having the right person just put you in the right direction. It helps massively.
How did it feel for Kelly to reach out like she did after meeting her? And we went for lunch with her.
If she genuinely cares and she wants to help, and you know, being, as I'm sure Kelly's experience, being 21, being a young adult, or being a woman in the construction industry, it's hard. You know, I'm proud to say JRN has 3 women in our team. 2 are decorators. We've got a lovely lady called Shelley in reception. They're all smashing it. Everybody loves them. And being 21, people at JRN don't do this, but a lot of people don't give you the time of day simply because of your age, because they don't think that you are good enough to be there, and they think they're better than you. And I earn a lot of people's respect when I showed them what I could do with my hands. When I could show them I could build a nice I could build a nice wall, or I could build an extension. But that's when I gain their respect. When I gain their respect when I could show them I could do what they could do. And that's when it's almost like it changed overnight. And it's a weird feeling, knowing like whereas like if you had, say, someone who's in their 40s and say, I've been doing this for 20 years, people already give you that respect. Whereas like being 20 years old, no, I think I was 19, I had to earn that respect going into the builder's yard. You know, feeling like people don't want to know you. That's the truth of it. Ridgeons of St Neots, though, they are the best in town.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Just to flip it then for a minute, what would your advice be to us then, Fergie? As young people in the town who are trying to make a difference, what's your advice as someone who's done it over a period of time?
I mean, just don't be scared. Dare to dream it, yeah? And like, so I was elected Mayor of St Neots, yeah, when I was 48, yeah, and I was the young mayor and I was a young councillor. That's bollocks, isn't it? It's ridiculous as well. I don't want to be that as well, because I'm not young. Yeah, I'm looking forward to retirement now, another 10 years. So you just got to grasp it, and you just got to believe in. Oh, you already believe in yourselves. That's not a problem. Yeah, but you've just got because what I found in politics, yeah, because I'm still quite young as a politician, is you look up and people. You think everybody's going to be better than you, but they're really not. Yeah, there's not many people listen to this who you could. Well, I'm sure you can learn from your mentors. Yeah, but you've inspired everybody. Yeah, whether they're 50 like me or 51 like me, or you know, old. Alex is not old, but yeah, anybody watching this is going to be inspired by you. And so I think that's what you've got to do. So I think for me in my kind of political career, first thing I always do is celebrate my successes. Yeah, because you have to show. You know, when you win, people have got to celebrate with you, but you've got to be honest about the struggles as well. Yeah, and you've got to know. People have got to know. That's the impressive thing about your story. Yeah, if it's just you win first time out and it's easy, that's not impressive. It's all the other shit you've had to overcome is really impressive. So it's that kind of acknowledging the struggle is the really important bit, and learning from it as well. So,
thank you.
And what would you say in the year's time? What would be the one thing that you would want to say? About your year. For
me, I think so. Alex and I went to Anthropy and we kind of. Alex and I have had a busy few years, haven't we? Yeah, we're both disruptors. You in business, me in politics, and we've achieved a lot. Yeah, but it's got to be about sustainability as well. Well, that's my worry for you, Lewis, is looking at like it can't all. Maybe it can be, yeah, but it can't always be 150%. Yeah, some stage, because that's what me and Alex do as well. And we heard it earlier from Michael about collapsing on stage. And for me, it's kind of it's not always just about us. It's about inspiring other people. Because you know, I met Luke first time on youth council at St Neots. You know, me and Zoe pulled that thing together, and then when we stop doing it, it stops, and that's the problem. You know, there's lots of things that we've managed to do in town which depend on us. Yeah, and it's about inspiring other people to. It's much more important doing it yourself. So for me, yeah, I've got to look after myself as well. I have to, because you can't keep doing it. I mean, it's been 3 years. I'm getting old and I'm knackered as well, and I've got to keep going. So I want to look after myself this year a bit more as well, because I just don't think I am. Well, and Alex has got to look after himself as well. So. So Anthony Moore. So first thing is, I tuned to Anthony Moore, who accuses me of dogging. Yeah, which was a bit. Didn't have to talk about that. Yeah.
He challenged me and you. We got.
But and he said we've got to get, because and so like you didn't know, I've run. There's 6 major marathons in the world, and I've run all of them. You know, and like I'm not a natural sportsman. Yeah? I'm a big lad. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I've run them all when I was like 18 stone. Yeah. But I've run 6 marathons. And I did that, but now I don't have time to do it. I don't have time to run anymore. So God, we'll have to stop running again. So yeah, so next year we're going to do a little running speakerphone. Shall we go on? Get our headsets on, get a bit of Lycra on, and scare the viewers off.
But going back to the 10-year question though, that you posed to Lewis, or Luke did, what do you want your legacy to be in 10 years then?
Right, so what I would like, so in politics, I would like to see you people of your generation, your age, yeah, all over the town council. Yeah, so you know, we had to. The reason why I got to be mayor is that at 48 we staged a coup. Yeah, the people have been running the town for years. Yeah, we got our friends. You know, people left the council because they were frustrated. People who joined the council knew us, and so there was a younger cohort. And then we staged a coup, and we took it. Yeah, you know, I happen to be the front man for that, but I don't want to be. I think it's more important to have your voices. Yeah, because it's like, you know, our time in the town is limited. Yeah, what we want is people like you three sticking around St Neots and being successful in St Neots, and not buggering off to Cambridge or pissing off to London. That's really important. So it's your town. Yeah, we've seen a lot from the environmental movement about, you know, that's led by young people. Yeah, Greta Thunberg has changed the world. Yeah, because it's your world, it's your country, and you're the people who should have a voice, and you don't have a voice at the moment because everybody's disengaged with politics because it's full of old bastards like me. So you know, it doesn't have to be politics. You know, it can be business, but whatever. It's for you to be leaders, I think.
What about you, Dan?
What do I want in 10 years?
So we start with well,
St Neots in the conference.
What would work best for you? 10 or 1? Yeah, no, we'll do both. Which one do you want to start with?
10. I think 10's a place to start. 'Cause in 10 years, I need to be in a different place in my job that allows me to spend more time with Alex and you guys making this town better, which is exactly what Fergie's talking about. We need to create our jobs in the way that gives us time to help run the town and make what we want happen. But also, a massive part of my life is St Neots Town Football Club. Has been since I was very, very young. Since I was, like, when I was 6 months old, my dad had me in his arms in the dugout at St Neots. So I am born and bred St Neots Town Football Club. And you joke about being in the conference, but actually the facility that St Neots has should be in the conference. There is nothing to stop us. And what we need now is new investment from the town in what we're doing to try and get further. But actually, when you have a successful football team, you breed a successful town. It's shown up and down the country. You look at people like Scunthorpe now, who are now going through the ringer. Well, actually, you look at their town, their high street statistics. Their high street statistics are falling because their football club's in the gutter. Well, it must work the other way around then. The more successful your football club is, the more successful your town is. That is where we want to be. In a year's time, I want to have not gone down, football-wise. We're struggling this year, but we had a massive switch of league. So we were in the Southern League. We got moved to the Northern League, which killed us financially because you have to basically get rid of a whole squad of players and bring in a whole new squad. Yeah. And you have to pay for coach travel and stuff, which you didn't before. And actually, in my personal life, I just want to be happier. And I think it's not necessarily about certain things that make you happy. I think it's just about changing your mindset to just be happier. So Kevin Hull, who was on here earlier, speaks a lot of truths. Kevin sat me down last year just after I lost my granddad and said, you need to remember one thing in life. Control the things you can, leave the things you can't, and have God's good grace to know which is which. And that's a phrase I try to carry with me every day. You can't control certain things, but you can control other things. And actually, you should focus on the things you can, because when you try to focus on the things you can't control, that's when you start losing control.
That's the important thing to remember when we're talking about success, yeah, and you three, all successful people, yeah. But actually, that's only useful if it makes happy as well. So happiness is the most important part of that as well. And I can tell all three of you, I mean, we could all be happier, I'm sure, yeah. But you're thriving on that success. But it has to be, you can have success and kind of work yourself into the ground, and that's not a good thing as well. So it's something to guard against as well.
That's true.
What's your 10 years, Sam?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm usually asking the questions. I prefer to start with 1 year because I know what that in 1 year's time, like with Inspire to Ignite, I want to engage with 10,000 young people, inspired 5,000, and worked with 100 tailored on our Ignite program. Me and Alex were in 8 hours together the other day, mapping out 3 years. So in 3 years, we want to work with 50,000 young people, inspire, I think it's between 10 to 15,000, and then we want our own academy, basically. So we want an academy where it's an entrepreneurial academy for 250 young people to go through every year and have industry through that as well. So what does 10 years look like?
Empire.
I would say professionally, I think in 10 years, I'd want an Inspire to Ignite academy in every major city in the UK.
But St. Neots first, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's the conversation we had the other day.
No, but well, that's the trouble, isn't it?
But that is the conversation we had the other day, though. We said we could scale. The scale is infinite. However, we want to start in St. Neots because we want to obviously serve the community that we started it in. And then actually, do you know what? We don't actually want to take ownership of, oh, this is our academy. Do you know what? Why people in other areas of the country know our community better than we know theirs. So why can't you just replicate the systems?
So it should be scalable as well.
Yeah. So we don't need to. We don't need to own anything. We don't need to own anything. We just need to create a culture where it can be replicated and inspire people. That's the most important thing. So for me, that's my probably 10 years professionally, and then personally, 10 years I'll be 32. So
proper old.
Think of it like that.
I don't know. I think with the music side of things, my 10-year vision for Vibrancy is actually to have a residency in Ibiza, and my vision for Vibrancy is to improve the mental health of 1 million people through dance, connection, and music. So that's my vision. So like I want to have a residency in a club in Ibiza, and then personally, I just similar to what Dan said, I want to be in a position where my mental health is at its optimum. I have like a really close knitted circle of friends who inspire me daily, and most importantly, I'm serving people every day, waking up every day and serving. But I get your point is like you have to look after yourself. And someone actually said that to me the other day on a podcast, and they were like, "The world's going to need you, so look after yourself now."
I mean, what you're talking about, yeah, changes the fortunes of this town forever. Yeah, and it does. So even if you achieve a small portion of that success, yeah, we through the manufacturing club where we meet all the local employees, yeah, all of them are struggling, yeah, because people of my age, yeah, after COVID, yeah, got too used to sitting on their asses, and they're all taking early retirement. Yeah, one of my mates retired at 51 the other day, yeah, which is a nice thing, but that's quality people leaving the workforce, and the skill shortage is killing us all. And what we need is we want to get the young people, some of the young people everybody else has thrown on the scrap heap, yeah, the sort of people that you specialise in mentoring and picking up, yeah, you know, they're all special people, and they're the future of the town, of our industry and everything. So what you will achieve, I'm sure you'll achieve it, is gonna put St. Neots properly on the map, and having a League Two football team, maybe, yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you guys jump in.
I think you lot need to take over now.
No, you need to jump in. Come on, you've been there all day.
I've got 6 minutes.
Thank you, Absolute class, everyone. Brilliant, man.
I didn't expect it to go that way.
That's amazing.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
Stay there.
there.
Yeah, you can have to sign. You'll have to sign the shirt in a minute.
Sit there, Ian. Sit
Yeah, come on, Ian.
Yeah. Let's
Let's have the final words from Ian. We've actually got like
We've got-
13
Let's get all the old bastards
we've got
back on the sofa.
Don't
come on now,
gents. Don't leave because you're gonna have to sign on the shirt in a minute as
we've
well.
got to sign the
And we
shirt.
have a
Yeah,
shirt.
big old selfie. So we've actually got like 13 minutes. So
cool.
This is technically on the stream we'll go for 12.
We'll go there. We've got
So I
24
want you-
hours.
So
I'm just coming for the last 10 minutes.
Hope
Take glory.
you who are watching this now or watching this back, and you guys who just experienced that there. I missed the first bit. I'm not sure what happened.
It's incredible.
This is what I see every day. I see this every fucking day. Hundreds of Dan Lewis's and Sam's that exist in our community, and we don't enable them. We don't enable them. We just got to just let them do. Just give them the mic. Just give them the mic. Let them have it, and watch them roll. Watch them build stuff and do things and disrupt things and be curious and question it, and just go. And you know what? Say why not? They say why not? And we go, yeah, well you can't do that. We go, no, but why not? Because they can do anything, absolutely fucking anything.
Absolutely.
Do you know what, the thing that's amazed me, I've been watching this on and off since.
Yeah, man,
you
come on,
said
let's have some perspective.
We've got like 10 minutes, so
on the
super
go.
fan, yeah.
So I think I've sent the first message.
If you're
in
not
about
on the
6
sofa next year, I'll be annoyed.
I'll definitely be on the sofa next year. So I've been watching this on and off pretty much all day from 6 o'clock this morning, and there was some really good talks today, some really inspirational stuff, some really powerful stuff. But the stuff that's really got me today is actually speaking to these 3 guys in the green room and just getting to know them a little bit. And Sam and I were chatting earlier, Dan and I, and Lewis as well. And I feel like I know you guys. And I've only met you this evening. And listening to your stories and listening to what you want to do. And it is the future. It is the future of the town. It is the future of your generation. There was no opportunities like that when I was your age. I mean, I'm 47 now, and I wish that. Yeah, I know I don't look it, and I wish that opportunity was around. When I was in school, when I was in my early 20s, and it could have been a whole different story. I mean, I'm happy with my life.
You do amazing things for this town, man. You do amazing things.
You are.
I dress up in tights and ring a bell.
Mate, that ain't you. That ain't who you are.
No,
you're proud of that, and you should be proud of that. But that ain't who you are.
I am very proud of
You're
that.
the man who meets me outside for a hug just now.
Yeah.
That's who you are.
And it's about building those connections. And everyone in this room, I've probably met and got to know over the last few years. Steve and I got to know each other through Parkrun, and then with him being mayor and me being town crier, Luca got to know through listening to an interview on Black Cat Radio.
True.
When I was going through a mental health crisis at the start of COVID, and everything shut down, that was my avenue. And then I got to know you, Alex.
I think I met you at one of your meetings. I think I came.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And got to know you over the last few years, and what you're bringing to the town, and what you're moulding the future, and fighting for the future as well. Because there's so much out there.
Yeah.
These guys that were on earlier on, they're struggling to get their voice heard.
This again, I'm actually really glad that you guys had that last hour almost together, because I'll tell you why. The 23 hours that we've just done, we've been interviewing adults. You know but we have. But I know you're adults. But don't get me wrong. You know the 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, and older. And they're saying about their mental health, their ADHD diagnosis, a lot of other stuff, what grief, anxiety. You guys are the future generation, and you need to be heard. So giving you that hour now and seeing what the vision you want in your life absolutely is inspirational.
The key for me, when you said it, when you meet someone and you feel like you know them within an hour, that's because someone has quality self-awareness. They are living their authentic self. And they have fantastic empathy. And these guys live that. They literally just walk in and you just go, oh, Sam's like the king of this. Like Sam gets you in every party. Because he just connects at a human level because it's authentic. They've got no...
It's all genuine.
It's amazing.
There's no front. Just open, honest,
Proud
genuine
of yourself,
people.
guys.
Absolutely amazing. I know what you're looking at, Fergie, as well. You've been waiting all night, haven't you?
No.
Oh yeah. Big reveal. I thought you meant the wine gums.
Big news. Big
This is the
news,
big
ladies and
reveal.
gentlemen. Fergie's been waiting for
I
it.
have been asking since I heard.
So the Mental Health Moles book is coming out as a sequel. And Fergie asked me earlier, he goes, so what are the names of these mental health moles?
It's the only reason I'm still here. I would have gone home at 9:30.
One on the right, Sonic.
Melvin and Marvin the Moles.
Nice, I like it.
And the new book coming out soon, The Mental Health Moles at the Alphabet Zoo. And they meet different animals. And I'll give you another exclusive. The first storyboard will be Marvin, the mental health mole, meeting Adam, the angry alligator.
That's clever, man.
And why is Adam angry?
I haven't written that yet. But I tell you, we've got like 5 minutes. But I just want to say thank you, Alex, for allowing me to come on to you, mate. I've absolutely loved this today. Honestly, I was on BBC Three Counties Radio again earlier, and I said, this has been one of the most incredible days of my life, like this today, this 24 hours.
And you're going to be living off it all year. You do, don't you, as well? I mean, we saw Courtney earlier, listening to Courtney last year, which was the highlight last year for me, until Lewis pipped her this year as well. But that was amazing. But just seeing Courtney's journey this year, because, I've friended her on Facebook, and seeing what she's done in her career is amazing as well.
Yeah.
So
this creates platforms, man. This is a platform. This is. I said it to you outside.
Yeah.
I don't know why I created Shifties. I created Shifties as a platform for micro business owners in the area because we didn't fit in. We didn't fit in when I felt like a young guy then. I don't feel young anymore. But when I felt like a young guy trying to fit in the existing constraints of business, we were like the naughty corner of like all of the existing infrastructure, and I pulled that out. Said, well, we can be something else. We can be ourselves. And then over the last few years, COVID was what connected us. We distributed money. We distributed information. We kicked ass. We broke down barriers for businesses like you never believe. Like people don't know what happened. Like I don't give a fuck if anyone knows what happened. We did what we had to do, and now it's like cool. So today, for me, Shifties, this has been a lot of confirmation and closure for me. Say, well, Shifties is Speak Up.
Yeah, it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
The legacy of Shifties is this.
Love
this
these
platform every year.
Love these messages, by the way.
But also, I'm not sure because I live in a St. Neots bubble, But the attitude towards mental health that's changed in the last 3 years, with these guys, Steve Whitney, with Justin, everybody. I know lots of people have had big mental health struggles this year. I had a bit of a mental health struggle in the summer, and just put a single tweet on. A number of people that contacted me, political opponents, who I thought were dicks most of the time, proper appreciated the support, and most of those people were admitting their own problems, and their own issues, and that helps. And I did, and I learned that from you guys. But you see it everywhere now. Maybe it's just awareness, but I think, and maybe it's the country and the world is changing. But I think because of this, and it's changing faster as well. So
I agree, and I say what I wanted. When I spoke to Alex, 3 months about doing this, we wanted to highlight the mental health groups and the challenges people are facing and where they can turn to, and we've certainly done that today. There's other people who haven't been on here, like it's a Walk and Talk for Women now, and there's the Property Angels Foundations out there. There's the Women's Institutes out there. We need to highlight the actual need for people to go to when they're struggling in this town. And that's what we've tried to do today, and I think we've achieved it massively.
Well, look, we're going to carry this campaign right through till Time to Talk Day, which is the 2nd of February. Bergie and I will get our magic wheel out.
You can get magic wheel. Look at his face!
We'll get the magic wheel. Give out a load of Justin's books. And
he's busy signing them now.
And
a mental health
donated like a course is worth like £500-600. It's ridiculous. Don't forget to let dog out. Please do donate. This can take time. It's fine. It's important that the platform is here for people to speak up. That's what the platform is here for. But when we do hit our target of £5,000 and we complete this mission with CPSL Mind and we carry on the conversation that Gary started with us earlier, we will find a way to use that money to connect those things. Yeah. We've been talking about it for ages. Steve's been talking about it. You've been talking. Everyone talking about doing it. Well, let's find a way to just, even if Speak Up could be the place where the inspiration is and all these stories, which is important, and then people can get awareness, and that could be a signpost to the things that are available in the town. Let it be that.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If that's what we want to spend the money on, let's do that. Whatever, we'll deal with that later. But I want to say thank you to everyone, not just for
Absolutely.
this year, for last year, for the year before. Like, I just want to say thanks everyone for supporting this in whatever that means to you. I don't care. Whatever that means to you, that's your thing. Whether you came on to speak up randomly today, we've had a few of them today. That was
Yeah, we have.
challenging.
Amazing.
It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
It's because everyone's got a story, you know?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
only now, after 3 years, people are getting inspired to tell their stories as well and talk about their own stories.
There's a lot of stories out there to tell. But next year's going to be a big roster, isn't it? Next year's going to be a big roster.
Maybe we do 4 hours next year.
What?
I said, can we do 8?
Yeah.
I was like, can we
Yeah.
just make it 8 hours,
Just
please?
8 hours.
And 8 hours. I do just want to finish, just say, you know, well, thank you, Luke.
No, mate.
For doing
My
the 24 hours with me, because, I mean, enduring me for 24 hours is a lot for anyone.
I feel great. I don't know what all fuss it's all about.
Yeah, I usually activate you. Like, give us some time. Yeah, no, thank you, everyone. And the guys in the halls, in the green room.
Lynette.
Like
Lynette has been running around like a blue-haired fly. Look,
She's
yeah,
amazing.
Lynette.
Thank you, Lynette.
Honestly.
And Christine's quietly nagging us from home as well.
I don't think people realise when these things happen, the amount of work that goes in before, during, after, all the hustle that is required to get shit done. Like, you have no
I
idea,
love
right?
Lynette.
So, you know, big up to everyone who supported this in any way. If you shared it, if you liked it, if you comment, not everyone can donate money. Not everyone can build a website. Not everyone can do a social media post. Not everyone can bundle in here with a load of blokes and interrupt everything we're doing. Not everyone can do that, but you did something and you contributed to it today. So I appreciate you all. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks everyone again. I really appreciate it. I've loved every single second of this. I genuinely mean that. I've loved it. So thank you everyone for joining. All your comments, thanks very much. Thanks for sharing as well. Thanks for donating. Keep donating if you can. Keep sharing for the next few weeks.
Awesome. This is going to cut out in like 20 seconds. We have this weird, like, awkward moment.
Should we just like freeze?
No, let's just chill. Let's get like you guys. We need everyone to sign.
Sign. We need selfies.
Yeah. And those that have come on virtually today, remember to come in and sign the
Yes,
shirt.
please.
Thanks everyone in the comments. I'm
Cheers,
gonna read
everyone.
Every comment.
Big group
I'm gonna
hug.
read everyone. Amazing.